Alex Jones, and I'm here to tell you folks, the world has fallen. The fascist globalist overlords, they're implementing the Great Reset. You don't believe me? I've seen the tapes. Watch it, folks. Watch as these pot-bellied Zoomer goblins work with the Illuminati to pit us against each other. I promise I'd be a good boy.
I'm a good boy.
There's only one cure, folks, and that's liberty. And there's no better channel to find freedom than Fabian Liberty. Anarchy is order. Government is civil war.
I just got three things to say. God bless our troops. God bless America. And gentlemen, start your engine!
I got you, sir. Let me get my shoes. Hold on, you're ready. So we gotta move to the front.
Not only do you have a micro penis, which is an important point, but on top of that, you refuse to share your Pokemon cards, and that's not nice.
So first of all, a 2-inch penis is not a micro penis, okay? And for your second point, my Pokemon cards are all mine, and I don't have to share them if I don't want them. I work super hard together, and they're really special to me. So I'll keep them.
You don't understand. You can't continue to play with us if you refuse to share your
Not fair.
I'm Ukrainian, and this is my bridge. I'm Ukrainian, and this is my gas station. I'm Ukrainian, and this is my school.
2 seconds earlier.
Would you let a Jew work out in your gym without paying if he claimed that the membership was promised to him by God 4,000 years ago?
No. Bro, you are fucking...
That's a good question.
Yo, you're fucking funny. No, I mean, everyone pays.
What if he tried bombing you for that?
Bro, I mean, that would be like some crazy crime. Some act of, I don't even know, terror, I don't know.
Are you taking a political stance right now?
It's found in my house. And that's called a bird grasshopper. I'm gonna eat him.
He has not been transparent. I mean, there may be...
They are making routine announcements about the things they are finding, and they are inviting questions about the things they are finding every single day.
But by definition, he's not being transparent. They're not providing data for the things that they say they have found evidence of. They just aren't.
The White House has provided...
You can make announcements, and he also did admit that he actually...
So you just don't believe it. I mean, they are providing information. You just choose not to believe that it's true.
We're seeing about 13 months for these brain and spine MRIs. Cool. Canada, where healthcare is free, but only if you can afford to wait.
Step 10, states must publish their own map and allow internal challenges to their own map. So the government has published a map. They have invited the states to challenge the map. Then states have submitted initial proposals, and they then have to publish their own map and allow challenges.
Wait, who's challenging it within the state?
Well, organized interest groups, environmental groups, like I don't know who specifically, but literally anybody. This is, right. I want to say something because it's very important I say this. This is the Biden administration's process for its own bill. They wanted this to happen. This is how liberal government works now.
This is something they instituted for this bill.
For their bill. This is a bill passed by Democrats with a regulatory structure written by Democratic administration. Okay.
Right.
Step 11.
Ideological subversion is the slow process which we call either ideological subversion or active measures, активные мероприятия in the language of the KGB, or psychological warfare. What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interests of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country.
For our most tricky disagreements, seeking the truth and seeking to convince others of the truth might not be the right place to start. In fact, our reverence for the truth might be a distraction that's getting in the way of finding common ground and getting things done.
Free fries when you get vaccinated? I got vaccinated. You're saying I could get this? These delicious fries? Wait a minute. But there's also a burger element to this? Let me check with Bill Neathart. Is it too early in the day to eat a burger? No. This can be breakfast? Okay. I want you to look at this and think about, again, some people love hamburgers, some don't. Really want to respect all ways of life. But if this is appealing to you, just think of this when you think of vaccination. Vaccination. Right. I'm getting a very good feeling about vaccination right this moment. Thank you.
When I win, I will immediately bring prices down starting on day one.
Men to woman, or woman to men.
Man to woman.
From penis to vagina.
In the shower, on a walk, the Dylan hour. Feeling sweet, feeling sour. I feel nothing. The Dylan hour.
Hello and welcome to Wales. We understand being a refugee isn't easy. They go through so much. Fleeing your country is difficult, but Wales wants to help you feel welcome. The Welsh Refugee Council is here to help you.
Tell me you love me. Say it like you mean it. Say it like you mean it. You message one other guy ever again whether we're together or not again. You understand me?
But if you're a man who's stuck with a woman and you don't even get along with each other and it's a show marriage and you have to be together and you argue all the time and you're sexually repressed and you're being promised in secret that you can go to an island and finally be pleasured and satisfied, no one's ever going to find out, that's how you end up on the island. So this whole monogamy garbage that's being pushed by the West, especially amongst our elites, is the reason we have the biggest problem with pedophilia, and they don't have this problem in South America.
The whole point of this is for me to begin to reintroduce myself. I'm doing this both personally for me, but in a professional capacity. Moving forward, the majority of what you will see will be me speaking in a professional capacity. My goal is to continue to help.
Arguing with them, hey guys, if no one pays taxes, then who's going to stop the fires? Who's going to stop all the violent crime? Dummies. And then the LA fire happened, and the fire department didn't stop the fire because I guess they ran out of budget for water, and the police didn't stop the looting because I guess they didn't want to get near the fire, and so I guess I lost that argument. My bad.
So Andrew Tate's argument in that clip, right? Because you were asking, how does monogamy promote pedophilia? His argument in that clip is basically that in the West, because we focus on monogamy and being married to one person, all these rich elite people are stuck with these dumpy, fat, ugly wives. And so because we don't just accept that billionaires are supposed to spread their, their dusty seed across, everywhere, that obviously the natural state of man is to fuck little girls. And then it's just really, really easy to get them to do that because they're stuck in a marriage. But in other parts of the world, like the Middle East and stuff, where they sell children into sex slavery, and where the Taliban had markets where they were selling kids, they don't have a problem with pedophilia because you can just get a new wife, and I guess, so long as she's 9, then it's just like Aisha, and you can have sex with her, and there's nothing wrong with that. So basically, if you don't track pedophilia and you redefine what pedophilia is, you can come up with a new theory about how pedophilia is not a problem. Scott, there's a gaming YouTuber I follow that got arrested in the U.S. by DHS for making social media views against Israel and was denied entry coming from the UK. Can you send me send me a name or a link or something? I know I don't allow links unless they're like super chats because I don't want people sending crazy stuff, but send me that in Discord or, you know, or in a super chat or some way so that I can, like, that sounds like something I need more context for. It sounds like bullshit is what I'm saying. I'm not saying you're lying, but it sounds like it could be bullshit. Throw him in jail already? Dude, it is so wild seeing, like, conservatives fucking support Andrew Tate. I'm like, not only, if you're still supporting Andrew Tate in 2025, not only are you a grifting piece of shit with no principles and no sense of basic morality, and they're like, but he didn't technically break a law. It's like, first of all, I think he probably did, but let's say he didn't. He still got 14, 15-year-old girl and beat her in a presumably consensual BDSM relationship with a girl that's barely older than a tween, to make her his bottom bitch, to manipulate other close to or underage girls for his sex industry. It was like, and you're just like, I'm a good old conservative free speech warrior. That's why I support violent pimps. So, like, if you're supporting him, not only do you have no principles and you're a lying ass grifter, but also the people still supporting him in 2025. I'm like, can you not see the writing on the wall? Like, you're tying yourself to somebody whose popularity is gonna be temporary. Like, he's already, like, losing a lot of favor. Like, you're not, there it is. I was trying to find my beard wax. It's just like, so it's like, not only are you an unprincipled piece of shit, you're also not good at grifting. Like so many of these grifters, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just like, it's very obvious that they have a whole bunch of, they get to a certain point of fame and their ego gets so big that they don't, like, it's almost like they can't imagine the difficulties and things of, like, what is coming in the future. Like, they just kind of assume the gravy train is going to keep starting. But my war on straight males, yeah. I mean, it's they're literally appealing to retards, but also they're proving they're a retard and a grifter themselves. Conservatives now love every character Cat Williams has ever played. Was there a period of time where conservatives were against Cat Williams? Grifting and drifting until they crash and burn. Is that a car thing? Like, what's going on? Are we drifting? Aristotle crawled so Nietzsche could walk. Nietzsche walked so Ayn ran. It's so stupid. It's such a dumb joke. I mean, this is the shit that, like, every now and then I talk to a girl, and where it falls apart is usually about the time where they discover this. And I understand it's like 90% me, right? Like, it's the misogynistic comments I make against women as jokes. It's the fact that I don't have left-wing politics. You know, the occasional racist jokes and things like I get that's usually it. But every now and then, it's you guys. And and that's you know, I'm just saying. Did I read the books that you sent me 2 days ago? Did I read all the books you sent me 2 days ago? Come on, brother. Rudy, I love you, but come on, man. You know I didn't read all these books in those 2 days. I'm currently listening to The Ecology of Freedom by Bookchin. Just because I haven't, like, I only read, like, excerpts. I wanted to read it in its totality, or, like, listen to it in its totality. The DM, not the books. Oh, like, I didn't watch the Leaving Marks thing, but you, like, said that you were gonna, you know, Brothers of the Snake is one of the things you were. Yeah, I mean, like, I thought you meant like, did you read all the books I told you to read about 40K? I was like, no, obviously not. Okay. So this is a... So this is a claim by Twitter. I was detained, surrounded, and interrogated by Homeland Security in the USA. They pulled up posts of me going against Israel from last year. With my name being Hussein, they denied entry. No, I don't fucking support Hamas. I'm just a fucking gamer who is going to CEO in Florida. Well, where's he from? So a foreign national named Hussein that probably said some crazy shit about like genocide or something and sounded like a Hamas supporter got denied entry into the U.S. I kind of think I don't care. I mean, do I think the U.S. should or ought do like stop some gamer dude? You know what I mean? Like from coming and visiting? No. But yeah, I kind of want to. Yeah, like I kind of want to know what he said. Did he say like, you know, Israel is an apartheid state and I have issues with the government, or was he like, as we know, Israel, the genocidal maniac murderers, deserve all of the bombs from the great glorious Intifada, and I weep when I see a Jew baby living because Jew babies are colonizers. Like, you know what I mean? Because there's like a very big difference between those two statements, you know? Like, I kind of want to see what he said, you know? And also, what was the context? I'm a gamer. Okay, was this a Call of Duty lobby? And someone was like, oy vey, I missed the headshot. And you were like, oh no, we're going in. Or was this like you making and editing videos or something and putting them in a Discord or something? You know what I mean? Like I want the context and the fucking quote. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just saying, you know what I mean? If he's like, globalize the Intifada and kill the Jubies, and by Jubies, I don't mean boobies. I don't mean Khazar milkers. I mean Jewish babies. Then, like, yeah. Also, comments like this is like the 90% that I was talking about, how it's definitely my fault when I talk to women and then I have to stop dating them because they find my online, stuff. Hopefully more evidence comes out. I mean, maybe. I'm going to be honest with you. I just don't care. I'm glad that you're involved. You know what I mean? It's just like a lot of times, like individual cases, I just don't have a lot of emotional attachment to them. I'm at a point where I don't know if it's because I'm getting old, but I just can't be perpetually offended by the state being what the state is. I'm mad at the state. I'm mad at the apparatus of the state. But then people are like, did you hear about this police officer that shot an unarmed person? Aren't you enraged? And I'm like, it's like, no, I'm not enraged for this person that I don't know, for this cop that I don't know, them doing shit we've been talking about them doing for 50 years. Like, this is what they do. Yes, I'm not enraged about this specific incident. You know what I mean? Think you would get head for not giving Israel money? Yeah, no. Well, I don't, to be honest with you, I just don't deal with the majority of women. I don't like most women. I just don't like them. As soon as they start saying some dumb political shit, I'm like, because like I'm at a point where I talk about politics so much online on Twitter and everything that like if I'm dating a girl or something, or like when I'm home with my family, I don't want to talk politics. And so I choose not to talk politics with like, I talk politics with Mark because he's my roommate and I'm spitballing shit about stream or what's going on because I respect his opinion, but I'm still kind of a little bit in work mode when that's happening, you know? But like if I'm like on a date or like at somebody's house or like at my mom's house or grandma's, I don't want to talk about politics. But at the same time, when I hear you spout dumb lefty shit, which is 99% of girls, immediately I get what the girls on TikTok doing makeup tutorials call the ick. I'm just like, ugh. Like, I don't desire to communicate or educate you on this shit. Like, I don't need a problem in my life. But also, I don't want to be around while someone is like, don't you agree with my retard opinions I got from fucking social media? I'm like, no, I don't agree. I thought you didn't date. I don't. Every now and then I make the mistake of asking a girl out. And then I don't, you know what I mean? And then it very quickly turns into like that. 99% of the time. Just make me a sandwich, bitch. No, I don't want a girl to make me a sandwich. My roommate is a chef. Both of us probably make a better sandwich than any girl. Like, these girls don't know how to make a fucking sandwich. Also, I'm allergic to gluten, so I'm allergic to gluten and I'm allergic to alliums, as I've recently found out. Which, by the way, now that that's brought up, dude, guys, I feel so much better. I have so much more energy. I haven't lost any weight, okay? I haven't lost any weight. And I'm not going to show my belly because I know nobody wants to see that, but I'll show it like with the shirt. I'm not sucking in my gut there. And I haven't lost any weight. I've just lost bloating from eating gluten and alliums, which apparently I was fucking allergic to. I'm the same weight that I was, but just without like gas and bloating and inflammation. I feel phenomenal lately. I get it. You want to roll a woman out the closet when you feel like it for any reason and then roll back in the closet when you had enough or want to be left alone. No, I don't want that at all. I just want a half black, half Asian girl that is a 10 with an Australian accent that works out but hates working out. So she works out because she knows that she has to, but isn't too into working out. That very occasionally wants to leave the house to do minor fun things that I want to do. But other than that, just wants to fucking play video games. And this girl doesn't exist. And every girl that I meet does not, and is a libertarian, or at least libertarian, you know what I mean? And like, this girl is a fantasy girl that doesn't exist in the world, but I've already got kids, so like I'll rather beat off. I don't want to deal with a woman that doesn't meet at least like two of those fucking criteria. I realize that I don't deserve that girl. I just don't. I don't want to deal with a girl that isn't that. Female Australian accents give me the ick. They add R's to random words. No, sir, you get out of here. Yeah, Mark started dating some girl. She seems pretty. I saw like a picture of her. No. Least attractive accent? Geordie. I'm going with Geordie. Indian's up there, but Geordie is pretty close. Yeah, Mark's with me. It's not how you spell Geordie, but like, hold on, Geordie accent. Let me put this into YouTube. Like, this shit is like nails on a chalkboard as far as I'm concerned.
Michael to sort it out for
Okay.
you.
Oh, talk of the devil.
Morning, Miss Partridge.
Yeah, Michael, I was just saying to Susan, a bit of a job for you. Unfortunately, some vandals have sworn all over my car again.
Vandals, eh, Miss Partridge? You know, makes me wonder what it's all about.
A boot?
Aye, you know, vandals, you know. What is it all about?
Oh, about. Sorry.
Okay, that's not that funny. Hold on, here we go.
So, and I'm going to teach you Geordie.
I'm Leonie. I'm from Germany. I will be learning Geordie.
This is so creepy. This is a very Babbel's videos are very creepy.
I'll read Mara. Hello.
I'll read Mara. Hello.
How's it gone? How are you?
How's it gone? How are you?
A bottle of Broom, please.
A bottle of Broom, please.
This is someone imitating a Geordie accent, and it's still fucking bad. I'm not gonna search forever for a Geordie accent. Why am I constantly? What is this? Oh, sorry. But yeah, Geordie's up there. Why am I getting massively spammed? Oh my God. Don't do del mi vad to do. Okay. All right. But yeah, no, Pakistani, like Indian accents, like most Indian, they're pretty, I don't know, like an Indian accent can be fine on a hot chick, right? Like especially if it's subtle, it can be fine. But like a Geordie accent, even on a hot chick, I'm like, do not fucking talk. I don't know why Quantum Leap is so fucking obsessed with me wanting to put a girl in the broom closet or something. Like, it's wild, man. I think Quantum Leap, I think you just hate your wife. That's the energy I'm picking up. I'm aware it's a joke. I didn't think you actually wanted to like lock women in closets. All right. Tonight should be fun. Before we get started, guys, like, share, subscribe, click the notification bell. If you really want to get notified, then join the Discord. Links are in the skip to 40. I already said no. We've already moved on. You're late. You're slow.
There's a load of us in that back in the
How
day.
did you get that accent?
That fella was from Wisconsin or somewhere like that, so I just listened to it. You know, I had tapes of it and stuff, and you pick it up.
Yeah.
You know,
You have little get-in words, like for Geordie, it's like Kodak colour good.
Hold on. He said Wisconsin, number 2 least attractive accent. North Dakota. People are like, bro, what was that fucking film? I can't remember the name of that film with like the cop film where everyone's from North. Yeah, you know. I was like, oh, bro. Like even when I was like living with my dad for a little bit, while I was like waiting to go into the Fargo, yeah. And people were like, oh, isn't that a great movie? I'm like, fuck Fargo. I could not stand not 30 seconds of dialogue from that entire fucking film. And I knew a fucking girl, there was like a girl that worked at like the local grocery store by my dad's house when I was like waiting to go into the army. And dude, I avoided that lady's line at the grocery store like the plague. Just because I didn't want to hear that fucking North Dakota accent. Oh, yeah. How was your day doing? Like, oh no, fucking, just makes me want to fucking put a nail gun to her temple and pull the trigger. Yeah, no, I'm out. I'm out of that. So number 1's Geordie. Number 2 is North Dakota. I'm sure there's some horrendous accents that I'm just not thinking of in this moment. But like, share, subscribe, click the notification bell. If you want to get notified of the streams, the best way to get notified is to join the Discord. Also, guys, if you want to help out the channel, clip the fucking stream. If there's something funny or something cool, like right now it's just Mark. Mark's holding it down. Like I need other people to like find funny like every now and then one of you guys will clip the stream, but it's just 5-second clips that you made of me saying something really racist out of context. And like I'm not going to turn that into a short. But even that's better than nothing. Like right? Like put stuff in the Stream Clips channel and it'll help me turn it into YouTube shorts, right? I don't have an editor. And so I don't have time to go through, like I don't have somebody that I can pay to go through a 2-hour stream and find the good shorts and turn them into shorts. Like I have to do it all myself. That being said, if anybody knows an editor, you know what I mean? Like somebody wants to help out edit some shit, let me know. If anybody knows somebody that's willing to do it on the, do it real cheap or something, we can work something out maybe. But I don't have a lot of money, all right? And so because I'm doing the editing all by myself, unless you guys are willing to help me edit, fucking make some stream clips. And it makes it a lot easier for me to turn it into shorts. You can always, I always answer super chats, or at least I get to them at a certain point. I'm pretty good about getting to them when they're there or getting to them during the stream. And you can always directly donate in the direct link, but I would much prefer you guys just super chat or pay $3.99 to be a membership, get some cool emojis and badges and stuff like that. Chat engagement gets you to be one of the top fans, which gets you experience, which puts a crown next to your name, and then that crown is meaningless. So I'm not really sure what the pilot program YouTube is doing with it right now, but if you want to chat a lot, it'll be cool when you get a little crown, and I can be like, that guy chats. Baltimore accents suck. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of bad accents. Boston, like poor people, Southie Boston, it's pretty bad. I'm from Appalachia, and Appalachian accents are rough. So there's that. I heart meaningless internet points, exactly. And so, follow me on Twitter if you want to watch me be toxic or whatever. When you debunking tag, I have several times on stream, and it's like tag is stupid. Anyone who believes in tag is not per se stupid. They're just ideologically possessed. Just give him money. Rudy, I appreciate all you do for this channel. Rudy does so much with his Czechoslovakian whatever factory money. Okay, he's a great man. He's a great supporter of this channel. He does memberships all the time. He has given tons of money, and I appreciate it. But I also want you to know that those are Czech dollars, and that is worth $2.32. So don't let him trick you too much into thinking, okay, that like he's done dropping bans in here. He'll drop like 5-10 memberships like on a stream all the time, all right? He's a great supporter. But in this moment, don't think I'm getting bans. I just got $2.32 in Czech money and funny money, and I appreciate every dollar. Every dollar helps. Especially considering that basically all of my videos and live streams are ad view limited. So I get very, very, very minuscule amounts of money from ads themselves. I mean, I do get some, but like it's like 20, 30 cents a stream. And then every now and then I'll get a stream that like didn't get the naughty ad view limited shit or revenue sharing shit. And then I'll get like $10 on that stream. I want to use dollars, but YouTube doesn't let me. Oh, like it makes you use the Czech money because of your IP address? It makes sense. But again, I'm just teasing. I had a Czech lifter. Dude, Eastern Europeans in general are like, most of them are pretty anti-communist. Like there are some that are still believe in communism because they're idiots. And I don't say that about all communists, but I do say that about Eastern Europeans that are communists. Like if you're a communist and Eastern European, you're an idiot. Moral of the story, don't donate none dollars to him. Well, we all know Slope-a-Zope is a troll and can't put his money where his mouth is. We all know that, right? But that's a you thing. We know that that's the moral you got out of it. All right, let's start fucking around. Let's talk about some shit. So there's a couple of things I want to do. I want to I want to react to Sungrad Studios talking about the Nintendo Switch too, because I've heard a whole bunch about it, and I just love this guy's content, and I want to share it with you guys, and it's fun. So we'll do that at some point. I want to read ANCAP Airs on the validity of anarcho-communism. Ryan C. Mullally sent me Teaching the American Dream, talking about pedagogy. And then there's some other fun videos we can get into and stuff, but let me go through the Twitter shit that I wanted to talk about. My money is on Uber Eats. You're never allowed to call me a fat fuck ever again, Slope is Dope. Not till you post pics. Post pics. I want mirror pics where your cell phone is in, and I want to make sure that the cell phone is new enough that it's not an old pic. Because you can't be saying all your discretionary spending is going on Uber Eats and then making fun of me for being overweight. You banned me because of Jews? Oh, yeah, that's right. You're like one of the few people I've banned from Discord. I don't know what to tell you, man. You've been banned twice because you can't follow TOS and can't stop trying to attack the channel or the server. Like, no lie, you're probably one of the people that like pop in my head when I'm like, should I allow chat to be able to put links again? And then I'm like, oh yeah, there's people like Slope is Dope that'll just link shit to attack the channel because they would get super excited and celebrate if like the channel, if I was permanently banned off YouTube. And they'd be like, fuck yeah, let me see if I can take out another libertarian because I support libertarianism and I want to see them all get banned and have no political voice. That's not what happened. It's close to what happened. Gonna react to Objectivist versus Christian? Yeah. I'm gonna react to that as later on. I want to react to Micah Irfan's that Olivia Julianna talking about all the men's issues and how Democrats are going to get the men back. And then somebody sent me a video that looked like it'd be fun so we can just shit on New York. There we go. 1 minute timeout for Slope is Dope will be fun. He's censoring me. All I wanted to do was just repeatedly, after multiple warnings, keep saying that you're an anti-Semite and you're breaking Discord TOS and that your Twitter breaks TOS. And then I don't understand when people ask me to stop and I said, no, just admit that you're wrong and then I'm going to repeatedly do everything I can to take down the server. You should react to Objectivist, the same dude versus David Friedman. I mean, I only have so much time in a day. Banned from the server 109 times, but it's never his fault. Oh, that's a good fucking joke. Oh, that's fucking funny. Even if you tell the truth about a particular group, e.g., can you not starve people and bomb hospitals, etc., then you're an anti-Semite. One thing that I have noticed about politics in general online is everybody does this. Every political tribe does this. It's only a very select few high IQ, good faith people don't do this, which is they always engage in either nut picking or the most extreme examples of like whatever political tribe they're not in. And then whenever the same tactic is used against their political tribe, they're like, oh, you found some fringe crazy. Nobody really believes that. Right? It's like, and I'm not saying this doesn't necessarily apply to like organizations like the ADL or the Southern Poverty Law Center, which are like Jewish organizations that pretend that they aren't just straight up Jewish organizations for Jews. that, like, they clearly have power. ADL isn't fringe. I'm assuming you mean fringe. Yeah. I don't know what you mean by mainstream. They're not mainstream, but they certainly have power. Right? Like, I don't think mainstream is the right word for it, but I get what you're saying. Right? Like, in that instance, it just made me think of it, right? Because it's like, people will be like, oh, well, the left says everything is anti-Semitic. It's like, the left is anti-Semitic. But I do notice there is this thing where it's like, people will bring up examples of, like, even if you say you shouldn't bomb hospitals, the ADL defines that as, anti-Semitism. And I think in this example, that might be the only time that it, like, genuinely is political groups with power. Like, the definition of anti-Semitism is, like, essentially meaningless. They censor the internet. Musk lost millions because of them. Yeah. Does anybody even discount that? Isn't that like, doesn't everybody know that? Also, I don't really think it's hard to prove the counterfactual, but definitely millions of dollars. That meaningless definition is codified in multiple states and you could be prosecuted for it. You cannot be prosecuted in the United States for saying Israel shouldn't bomb hospitals. Like, that's literally just not true. Does Musk notice millions? How many millions of dollars did he lose? Was it 6 million? Or was it more? Or was it less? I would say it's anti-Semitic to say that the ADL costs Elon Musk a penny less than $6 million. You will lose government contracts and get deported. Okay, so not illegal. You just won't have government contracts, which is a form of theft anyways. And if you're not a citizen, you might get deported. Also, who the fuck has been, can you name one person that has been deported for, just one person that has been deported for saying Israel shouldn't bomb hospitals? It would be anti-Semitic to not count. We're getting into dangerous territory. Like, I'm playing with the jokes a little too much. You know what I didn't do? I didn't check if this lady was Jewish. I did not check if this lady was Jewish. All right, so I saw this thing on Twitter today, and like, I want to have like a meta conversation about it, but we're gonna check if she's Jewish, just out of curiosity. So she says you could end homelessness with 8 days of the military budget. And then, of course, I responded and said, welfare is 61% of the federal budget and debt payments are 13%. That's 74% of all federal taxes. Students are getting deported. That's not an answer. This is a dumb socialist myth. You cannot end homelessness. You would just spend billions on NGOs who would build homes homeless people would destroy in 6 months, right? Like, and so, like, that's the beginning of the conversation. Right? It's like, I'm so sick of them saying, oh, with this amount of money, you can end homelessness. You can end homelessness. It's like, dude, we've been fighting poverty, and 3/4 of our entire federal budget, of all a majority of all of the money that Americans make is stolen by the government, either through inflation or some form of taxation. And then a majority of all of the money that we work for is welfare, and we still have poverty. How do we have homelessness crisis if we have all of these government welfare programs to help people and it's just not enough? We just need more welfare money. Oh, 8 days of the military budget. Like, the military budget is 12% of our budget. Welfare is 61% of our budget. Like, what she should have said is you could end homelessness with 2 days of the Social Security budget. Oh, I wonder why. Oh, you wouldn't want to put it that way because you love talking shit on the military budget, which, I mean, I get. Right. So it's just a myth, right? Poor people overwhelmingly are poor because they have mental health issues, either from trauma, drug addiction, from, foster care system, or just because some people are like that. And if you give them a house, they'll just destroy it. We've done this research over and over again. If you just let every homeless person have a place to live, they just utterly destroy the place that they're living, because they're not homeless because they just need a chance. There's plenty of chances for homeless people out there. You put a rich person, a wealthy person that's like, under the age of 50, right? That isn't elderly. And you take away everything that they have and you make them homeless. Within 6 months, they'll have an apartment and a car and a job. I'm not saying they're going to be rich all over again, but assuming they're not like a Nepo baby, if they made their money themselves, they'd be fine in 6 months. Yeah. I mean, fucking Elon Musk offered to pay for it. Yeah, I remember that. You don't know that Harvard students are getting deported for protesting Israel? Again, not true. There's not a single person in this country has been deported because they said Israel shouldn't drop bombs on hospitals. There are students at Columbia University that are taking over public property and damaging public property and calling for violence and handing out leaflets of terrorist literature that have been deported because it violates their green card status. But saying Israel shouldn't drop bombs on hospitals is not been a justification of a single person getting deported. It's just not true. It's just hyperbolic. It's just your hyperbolic fucking schizo worldview because you're a Jewsberg. It's just your mental illness in chat. Gavin Newsom's plan to end homelessness in San Francisco started in 2003. Yeah, and fucking what is it? Kathy Hochul. Kathy Hochul sits on the fucking board that disperses funds to NGOs to fix the homelessness crisis, while also being on the board of one of those places. And they justify her as, I think she's CFO, and they justify her being a CFO by saying that she's gotten millions of dollars in state money. Meanwhile, they've only housed like 80 people in 2 years and taken in something like tens of millions of dollars in state funding. Just let me know if you ever come up with an argument, buddy. Oh, fuck. Rudy got you. Why is my chat messed up? There we go. I had to reset my chat. So, this is the real meta conversation that I wanted to have. Is because I love Grok AI. I love large language models. And I love the internet and how extremely quick it was to just expose this lady. Of course, I'm not an Indian, so I don't have a fucking 1,000 bot farm accounts while I be like, oh, dummy dum. So I don't have a bunch of likes like all of these other, conservative pundits that are just like, is this true? And then post some meme full of disinformation or some clip of black people like beating up a lady at a Waffle House and being like, can't live with them, and then get like 1 billion views because they're bot farmed to shit and they're just farming negative engagement. But nevertheless, I did think that this was interesting. So like the first thing I did was just like, let me click on this lady's profile. And the first thing I see is, hold on, I didn't check. Let me see if Grok. Hold on, let me guess. I do gotta ask, is this lady Jewish? I am curious. Just since we were on, there's no definitive public education info. Raised on Long Island.
She might have been anti-Semitic once. All right, we don't know. We don't know if she's Jewish. All right, but I saw this and I was like, executive director at NYH campaign, VP legislation, New York National Organization for Women, LGBTQ nonprofit co-founder. And then here's her blue sky and her threads. Okay, so we got 55,000 followers. What is this thing that she's the fucking executive director of? Oh, nonprofit activist bullshit. Okay. So then I asked Grok. I was just like, I'm curious, Grok. What do you think about this? I asked Grok about the funding. And it says, oh, well, there's no real specific details, but let's use the context clues. And what do we see? Oh, it's tied with over 300 entities. And this includes a bunch of labor unions, NGOs, political groups, a socialist party, all these things. So this lady is without a doubt and then I found a bio on her like super fucking quick, right? Found a bio on her super quick. She took her kids to the Brett Kavanaugh hearing because her daughters needed to know. Is Grok better than ChatGPT? What's the best? I would say that they're all pretty good, and which one's better kind of depends upon the moment. But because I already pay for Twitter Premium, like because I'm a content creator, right? It's just easier. I use Grok because it's right there and I already pay for it. Like a lot of people use Claude. They like Claude. ChatGPT paid version can be good for certain things. I use Grok because it has better access to Twitter information. Like when I'm searching up somebody on Twitter or on Instagram or something like that, it's usually better about stuff like that, as well as it's better. It can analyze tweets better than anything else. But mostly it's just because I'm not paying for a different AI when I'm already paying for another one, right? I pay for Twitter Premium, so I use the one I pay for. So I'm looking at it and it's like, okay, this lady. And then I found something really interesting, which is volunteered hundreds of hours to flip the 7th state Senate District blue and joined the board of the Port Washington Democratic Club. And it says again here, where's it at? And as a lifelong resident of a coastal community. It's like, okay, she's really important about climate change. And so I looked into it, and her husband, right? Remember this, right? Her husband and her children live in Port Washington, New York. And I was like, oh, okay. Yeah, this is where they live. The average home price, I looked it up, $1.2 million. It's a cordoned off area. Right, here we go. Here's Port Washington and Sands Point. Yeah, Port Washington is a cordoned off wealthy neighborhood with a golf course and a yacht club and the village club. It is all money. Oh, she's not a champagne socialist in the sense. She's a champagne socialist, yes. She's not a silver spoon socialist because supposedly she grew up poor on Long Island. But this is where your taxes go, guys. Like your taxes go. And if we go to her Twitter, right? 7 hours, 9 hours, 9 hours. I guarantee you 80% of these tweets, these meaningless tweets, this is all retweets. You get into homelessness in 8 days. Retweet, 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 retweet. Hashtag billionaires for Cuomo. 23 hours ago. A tweet. June 10th, a tweet. A tweet, a tweet, a tweet, a tweet, a tweet. And then we got the retweets again. I guarantee you she's not even running her own fucking Twitter account. Like these people don't run a Twitter account. What they do is they become a face, they make connections, then they get funded your tax money. Your tax money goes to NGOs and other organizations, and then people working in northern states that are forced to pay union dues, their union dues go towards her little fucking socialist campaigns, and she gets to make so much money that her and her husband live in a gated community with their golf course and their fucking, and she's a nobody. She's a nobody. There are tens of thousands of these people that just work for Democrat or Republican organizations, mostly Democrat organizations. And they just get funneled your taxes so that they can push socialism. And your tax money just goes so that they can fight for more socialism and try and infiltrate socialism throughout the country. So when you're working hard, just remember that she's at the yacht club just a couple roads down from her 1.2 mini mansion in Manhattan, living the best life you could possibly live off of what it is that you're doing at work. So that she can make dumb tweets pushing for socialism and then get massive views from those tweets and massive follows because it's all full of DNC or activist organization bot farms that boost leftist bullshit online. This is the type of shit that we mean when we say drain the swamp. And this is the type of shit that, Doge wants to cut. But Trump doesn't want to cut it. Because Trump's just a piece of shit socialist. He is. You're not going to see hardly any Doge cuts. The bills that he's pushing through are full of, the big beautiful bill is $1,100 of pork. What do you think is buried in that? Money to some organization for some cause, and that's it. The whole sentence. It'll be like, $26,000 to this thing to help homelessness, right? And then what ends up happening? Well, that company puts out the $26,000 gets split in half, right? They take $6,000 in overheads, and then it becomes two $10,000 payments, or two payments of $9,999. And because it's under $10,000, all of a sudden those little branch off philanthropy groups don't have to file any records as a 501c3 or a 501c4. And now every one of those little things has a little person that manages a bunch of these, and then they get to funnel that $9,999. They get to take $6,000 for themselves, and then they get to take $4,000 and pump it into a Democrat getting elected, or pump it into a super PAC, or pump it into one of these little activist organization groups that are doing everything they can to take normal people and turn them into socialists. That's what you're working for. So the next time you're welding something, the next time you're asking someone if they would like fries with that, the next time you're fucking, sitting on a roof somewhere working, the next time you need a little extra money and you're doing Uber Eats deliveries so that you can make some extra cash, just know that half of your money is being funneled away from you so that we can support welfare and so that we can support shit like that. I don't know if we're going to be talking about the Elon Musk and Donald Trump feud tomorrow on Gibbs's channel. It's like me, Rob Knorr, Pentuple, Lactoid, Grid Motorsports, Admiral Gibbs. Like, it's all rightoids or right-leaning libertarians talking about Trump's report card and talking about the feud with Elon Musk and like Doge and stuff like that. So it's going to be like a whole thing tomorrow. So, like, I'm just not going to, get too into the weeds on, like, the Elon Musk situation because I feel like there's a lot of content for that, and it'll happen tomorrow. But Trump is our God, our savior, God, emperor who will save the West? Yeah, exactly. I want to back away from politics for a second. We're still early in the show. I'm going to react to this Nintendo Switch video, mostly because if you're not watching Sungrad Studios, you're fucking up. All right? Sungrad Studios is like one of my favorite YouTubers. And I love it just because he's a dry motherfucker who has worked for Nintendo before and has worked on a bunch of shit. And I love this guy's channel. Definitely give this guy a follow. Let me put the link in chat. Whatever. Let me put the link in chat for you guys because I love this guy, and you guys should love him too. And I just want to talk shit on Nintendo Switch. So far, here's what I know about the Nintendo Switch. The EULA agreement means that if you modify the Nintendo Switch in any way, shape, or form, then they can red ring of death your Nintendo Switch. So you don't own the Nintendo Switch. People are paying $70 for a game at like GameStop or whatever, and it so you can get a physical copy of the game, but it just has a code on it that allows you to download the game onto your Nintendo Switch and allows you to play the game. So you're not even actually getting a physical copy of the game. It requires an internet connection in order to install, and it requires an internet connection connected to them so that you can continue to play the game. Or for $80, you can buy the real copy of the game. And the games look like trash. The technology is behind. Like the new Nintendo Switch still isn't anywhere near as good as a PlayStation or an Xbox, and those things are starting to get dated. The only thing worse is the new release 8 VRAM fucking Xbox handheld that's coming out. The entire fucking console market is crashing because they're run by shit companies. And by the way, you don't own games either. You don't own your console. You don't own shit. Oh, and one more thing. The fucking screens are getting damaged so easily that a stapler from GameStop was cracking fucking screens. Oh, and they made the joysticks in 2022, 2023, even though they're shipping out in 2025. So they have the exact same joystick drift that was a problem with the release of the first Nintendo Switch. Satoru Iwata, or Satoru Iwata, however the fuck you say it, he is rolling over in his fucking grave at how Nintendo has fallen as a company. And let it be known that this is a common theme amongst all of fucking AAA studios, but it's a common theme as well against all of capitalism in our current mixed market economy, right? Strong men create hard times. Strong men create good times create weak men create hard times create strong men, right? But also, anytime, there is a saying from the Middle East, which is, I ride a camel so that my son can drive a car, so that his son may ride in an airplane, so that his son may ride a camel, right? And it is like you have so many titans that have created these beautiful, amazing companies that have done amazing things and these amazing brands. And then their children take it over and they run it into the fucking ground on the desiccated corpse of what the father built. And then by the next generation, they're gone. And that's where most of the AAA studio is. Nobody working, except for like maybe Ian Hazacostas at Blizzard, is the same people that built the Blizzard that everybody loves. It's just a fucking Microsoft company full of a bunch of managers and non-gamers and people that don't know how to make games. And this is true of fucking Ubisoft. This is true of fucking Nintendo. This is true of Sony America and almost true of Sony Japan. This is true of fucking every major company. It's true of fucking Bungie. Like all of the people that built these great brands and made great games, people still have some respect for the brand, but it's just full of marketing people that have no concept of what to do. And that's why China's coming in and kicking ass. That's why people like Larian Studios and Sandfall and fucking Grinding Gears Games, which by the way, Grinding Gears Games, I have a lot of problems. I have some problems with fucking Path of Exile 2. I think it fucking sucks. I think they're doing a really bad job of making it a good game. Soon your clothes will fall to pieces after one trip to the supermarket. Yeah, I mean, fast fashion's always been trash, though. Let's be honest. It's all marketing, accounting people that blow money and have no idea how to make games. And so I'm here to watch Sungrad Studios shit on the Nintendo Switch 2, hopefully. I hope so. Because I hate Nintendo right now. They're horrible.
Thanks for joining me. It's good to see you. My name is Jarrell. I develop games for a living. At the moment, I'm also running an archery course.
I don't know if I should listen to it at 1.25 or at normal because he talks slow, but that's part of the charm. So I'm going to speed it up, but if it's not that funny, it might just be because it's sped up.
So if you're in need of any... 60s, and it's one of the which light maybe more comfortable.
What is happening with this audio? Hold on, I got to make sure that it's not like an audio issue on my end.
From Fox News.
No. Okay, is it this video?
Thanks for joining me. It's good to see you. My name is Jarrell. I develop games for a living. At the moment, I'm also running an archery course.
The audio is, dude is transforming into a robot while recording this. What is happening? Did he re-upload another version?
Hey everyone, good to see you. Thanks for joining me. Is occurring on the Switch 2.
Okay, so his other videos seem fine. Is this supposed to be like a stylistic choice? What's happening?
Archery course. So if you're
All right, well, I guess we might not watch this. I love this dude's channel, but well, you know what? We'll just do this one.
Today, we will walk through these steps
Just for fun.
on how to connect your old Joy-Cons to the Switch 2. If you have previously owned a Nintendo Switch and own Joy-Con and similar peripherals, you may use your existing older Joy-Con on the Switch 2. Navigate to the controllers menu and select Change Grip Order. On the inside of your Joy-Con, you will find a sync button. If you press this button...
Okay, all right. This sucks. I don't know what's happening. I don't know. I thought we were going to cook with this one, boys. I thought we were going to get some gaming content in and have fun making fun of Nintendo. But, you know, apparently not. Just fucking... Oh, shit. I'm not just going to pull a random fucking thing from his channel. That's wild. All right. Well, we'll move on. I had a backup video for fun. You will own nothing and you will be happy. I mean, that might as well be the fucking motto of Nintendo.
Thank you to America.
So somebody sent me this video, and it is Cash Jordan, who has 1.34 million subscribers. And I feel like I saw an Asmongold video at one point react to a video by him. But I don't think I've ever actually watched any of his content. But it is New York City is collapsing as streets turn into ghost towns. And the reason I clicked it and I pressed play, and the first thing I saw was an ad for American financing for home loans. And I was like, is this dude going to get really cheeky about the New York real estate market and what in the money laundering that is happening? But I don't know. I have no idea what this guy's content is really about. I just saw the thumbnail, and so, you know, let's go. Yeah, freeze the rent, right? That'll totally fix everything. Zoran, by the way, is only 2% behind in rank order voting in the second round. So the polls have, like, he's come from like 13 to 8%, and now he's only 2% behind. If he keeps gaining popularity, he's going to be the mayor of New York City. We're going to have a full-blown socialist whose whole campaign is rent control for everyone, for massive socialization and nationalization of all buses, for what else was some other stuff? Nationalized grocery stores so that we can get rid of what is it? Privatized grocery, because food deserts are a thing or whatever. So we're going to start a chain of national grocery stores and to begin the process of making grocery stores illegal in New York, because it's, you know, food is a human right, and therefore we have to make sure that the nation state is in control of all grocery prices and things of that nature. So you'll get cheaper groceries and pay more taxes, and it'll be fine. So we're New York City. Yeah, dude. Come on, dude. Really? What's the point of that? So this is a 30-minute timeout, right? Like, I don't understand what the point is in coming in and trying to get like channels banned. Like, it's like it really is like such a lefty kind of like, I mean, it is like a lefty loser thing to do, to like come in and be like, I'm based and I'm being punished with censorship because he got rid of me and I'm so amazing. And it's like, you're literally just trying to attack people's channels. And I find 9 times out of 10 when people do that, it's because you're a pussy with an intellectual coward and you have no arguments for whatever ideology you actually have. So you just do these things in the hope of like getting political opponents or people that disagree with you, getting their channels taken down. So like, I don't know, man, like take a look at your life, get it together, read some books and come back with an argument, because I'm willing to debate most people on most anything. But that shit is just so lame. It's so gay.
Thank you to American Financing for sponsoring this video.
I'm sure you get where we're going with this one, right? Yeah. So researchers say a single adult needs to make more than about $138,000 to live, and a family of 4 needs more than about $318,000.
Well, with numbers like that, it's no wonder living in New York feels impossible right now. And the most shocking thing is...
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. Right, I mean, that makes sense that like you need about 138,000 sounds like probably the minimum for living in New York City. I mean, I remember New York City has always been like just trash in terms of like, I mean, I know that New York City used to be like this bastion of capitalism, but like it hasn't been that way ever since I was a kid. Like I remember I went to New York City to do like an audition for something. And I went along with my mother. I was like 16. We went to go do like a singing audition thing. And like at the time, no, I must have been 18 or 19. I think, yeah, I was like 18 or 19 because I was smoking. And so I went there and I didn't like have a bunch of money to give anybody, and homeless people kept coming up to me, and I don't give money to homeless people anyways. Like I give them, if they want food or something, sometimes I'll give them food and listen to their story. And in this instance, I was just giving Lucy cigarettes because I brought with me like 3 packs of cigarettes from Virginia. And then I got there and like, even in like 2009, 2008, New York City, like cigarettes were like fucking like $11 a pack. And I was just like, yo, what the fuck? Now they're like $20 a pack. And it was just like homeless people were like, dude, a cigarette? Thank you. Like they were so excited for a loose cigarette. Like it's so New York has always been just like a really, really expensive place to live. But there was like this deal. Even though capitalism fell and they couldn't stop voting in socialists, right? Rudy Giuliani was obviously a Republican socialist, that was like, center right Republican socialist. And he was kind of the last bastion of anything resembling conservatism in New York City. But like New York City is just a trash city. It's been disgusting for 40 years. I mean, like everything about New York City just sucks. And if you live there, like you deserve whatever socialist hellscape it turns into at this point, because it's been that way for as long as I've been alive. You've had plenty of time to move. If you still live there, it's because you like that shit. But even before COVID, there was like this deal, right? And the deal of New York City was it's the city that never sleeps. There's always something to do. There's, Broadway, there's fine dining. Like if you can make it here, you can make it anywhere. There's like opportunities for like, the arts there that don't exist anywhere else, except with the creation of the internet, the opportunities in the arts started drying up. And then it was really just like Broadway and Showtune, things like that were still kind of there. Nobody gives a fuck what the Rockettes do anymore. You know what I mean? Like no one cares. Like when a Thanksgiving Day parade comes on, you're like, oh yeah, fuck, the Rockettes are a thing, and they suck. You've seen the Rockettes lately? They're fucking like, yeah, they have nice legs, but their choreography's trash. There's always 1 or 2 people that are fucking missing. Like they're not crisp like they used to be. Even even the things that are like supposed to be the great things in New York are trash. Not accounting for all of the trash in the city, and I mean that both, literally and the people. It's just like, it's horrible. It's horrible. New York City could like, and it's like the New York Stock Exchange is the only thing keeping that fucking city alive. That plus, money laundering from foreign nationals and from terrorist organizations and from rich people that don't want to pay taxes, where they, buy property and then they don't rent out any of the property, and then they sit on that property. They way, way, way overvalue that property, and then they get bank loans based off of the value of the property, which is way overvalued. And if they were to rent it out, it would prove to the bank that their property is only worth like a third of what they're claiming, and so they can't fund capital investment into other ventures, and they can't launder money. Like it's awful. But once COVID happened, any illusion that New York was worth anything was gone. It was no longer the city that never sleeps. It was a lockdown city. Everything started closing even at night. You couldn't go anywhere. You were like, it was a hellscape where you were locked in. There were no shows. There were no opportunities. There were nothing that was an opportunity for the arts was happening in New York. Like everything about that city was shown to be a sham with COVID. So post-COVID, unless you are homeless in New York, and if you're living in New York, you deserve to have all of your money stolen. Like if the government comes in, if the socialists come in and just tax you to death until you have nothing, you deserve it. Oh my God. Sorry, let me hang up on whoever the fuck that is. Like you deserve it. You deserve all of it. I'm sorry. New York is trash. Moving on.
Is that rents, even though they're sky high right now, don't tell the whole story, as literally everything in this town is...
Let me talk more shit on New York. I just love talking shit on New York right now. Your pizza sucks, New Yorkers. Your pizza's fucking trash. Chicago deep dish pizza, better. New England, New Haven pizza, better. Fucking, oh my God, what is the other form of Italian that's not Sicilian style pizza? It starts with a P, and I can't think of the name of it right now. Doesn't matter. It's better. All New York style it's the water. The water fucking in the New York City water actually makes our pizza. It's greasy slop garbage for garbage people. All of your food isn't even good anymore. Nah, fam. Their pizzas. Are there good pizza places in New York? Without a doubt, Mark. But this idea that like New York City's got the best pizza in the world. No, they fucking don't.
Is waiting to bankrupt someone the moment they leave their apartment. And that's why nobody here can ever say they feel like they've made it.
New York City is the most expensive city.
Well, yeah, no, you can feel like you made it in New York. You just can't feel like you made it if you're working in a corporate job. Like the way that you make it in New York is by being a socialist activist and getting paid millions of dollars to live in fucking Port Washington in your $2 million home next to your yacht club because you do all the right activist things and you steal money from the people that actually build New York and maintain this rotting, decaying corpse of what was once a great city and a bastion of capitalism with their union dues that they're legally not allowed to pay at their shit jobs that don't pay them enough money to survive in the city. Yeah, you can't make it. Not unless you're one of the famous picked elites, or whether or not you make inroads with all of these activist political organizations, or you have some bullshit government job.
In the world, rents are sky high. There are record numbers of violations for private landlords this year.
Yeah, record numbers of private violations by landlords. I wonder why. It's because none of them know whether or not you're going to put moratoriums on their fucking rent. You wouldn't let you let evicted people stay in homes and squat in homes throughout the entire fucking city during COVID. And the number two guy that might end up being the mayor wants to put rent control in the whole fucking city, in the most rent controlled city in America. Yeah, of course, they're not going to invest a bunch of money and then be told they're not allowed to recoup their costs by raising their rent because they're an evil piece of shit landlord and you have so many government regulations that make it impossible for them to do so. This is the socialists' fault.
For 6 years, we've gone into countless homes.
Buying a cut of meat will cut a bigger chunk out of your wallet. Prices are now up 10% with the USDA expecting.
Hold on, how is this?
Cut a bigger chunk out of your wallet. Prices are now
$7.99 a pound for ground beef. is pretty rough. It's pretty rough. But it's not that like beef is expensive across the country. But that's pretty rough. Like $7.99 a pound is like flank steak prices, man. Not fucking ground beef. 86% lean, 14% fat. You know what I mean? Like it's not even like 86-14 is probably, because I know unless they have regulations on New York, I don't follow the meat regulations in New York, but I would be interested to see what the 70-30 is, if they even have it, or 75-25, because it's not even 80-20, it's 86-14. It looks like someone went to the ground beef section that was a journalist and intentionally tried to trick you, because the $9 is they found one that wasn't $8.98 or $8.99. They found one that was 1.13 pounds, so that it would go over $9. And then they zoomed in specifically on the 86-14, even though I guarantee you there's 70-30 or 80-20 ground beef there as well. And on top of this isn't pre-packaged, so this looks like this is probably comes from a butcher shop or something, and so it might actually be a higher quality of meat than just like what you would get at a regular grocery store. Even still, $7.99 is a crazy fucking high price, but I can see multiple ways in which the journalist that has put this out has tried to get, if it bleeds, it leads clicks, and be like, holy fuck, $9, when you can probably find fattier, crappier beef in New York for like $6 for a pound.
Now up 10% with the USDA expecting prices to rise another 20%.
Yeah, again, what do we zoom in on?
Up 10% with the U.S.
Zoomed in on organic Valley milk. And I bet you that this milk, because of the way it's put in, I bet you that this is like at a bodega and not like driving 20 minutes to a grocery store.
USDA expecting prices to rise another 20%.
It's labeled lean, though, which is usually 90-10. There's no standard on what is or isn't lean. There's 70-30 and up to 90-10. And it was 86-14. They definitely didn't show they definitely no, I'm not buying it. Supermarkets put their name on the meat. Yeah.
8% this year.
Higher prices.
$5 for eggs is like a lot less than what I pay for eggs in Virginia, but I only buy pasture raised.
Pretty much across the board. So that does make it more difficult to set.
Ben and Jerry's is $10. Where are these? I guarantee you these are bodega prices.
Extra money aside or make any long-term plans.
We're living in two separate economies. The American dream that was pitched to the Gen Xers and the Boomers is no longer present.
A lot of people. The American economy that was pitched to Gen X and Boomers is no longer present. I put out a tweet earlier. Let's bring this back up. Right? And I think it's important because I was, where's it at? There we go. One of the few times I've quote tweeted I a hypocrite without shitting on him, right? And I put out there, I said, OnlyFans girls are Jezebels of the highest magnitude in human history and a legitimate threat to the stability of Western society. But we do not talk enough about people buying their product. Married boomers who benefit from a welfare state that has funneled all wealth to them, destroying that wealth to get a girlfriend experience from a 20-year-old instead of helping their family. Boomers ushered in the feminist takeover of society while destroying the housing market and reaping the benefits of socialism to steal wealth from successive generations. Now, instead of using their ill-gotten gains to pay off their kids' college debt, help them buy homes, or start/take over family businesses, they're blowing thousands to get attention from a young OnlyFans girl. Boomers stole our wealth and ushered in the cultural decay of the West, and these sad excuses for men are funneling their wealth to the worst people in society. All of this because they're in a sad, sexless marriage, afraid the divorce laws they voted for will come for their hoarded gold. You love Magic the Gathering? Right? So that was me shitting on fucking OnlyFans girls, but being like, look, I hate OnlyFans girls, but we got to talk about these boomers that are buying OnlyFans girl shit. And then this guy said, how exactly did boomers steal the wealth? And I got mad. And I was like, all right, you want a fucking list, boys? Here's a fucking list. Social Security, Medicare, quantitative easing, inflation for monetary policy and deficit spending, subsidized mortgages, land use restrictions, subsidized higher education, economic protectionism, followed by offshoring, occupational licensing. The fucking list goes on. The boomers' legacy in politics is socialism that aided their ability to gain assets, wealth, welfare, education at low cost while ballooning the debt and the value of assets at the expense of the successive generations. They stole from their children's future to fund their own wealth and then pulled the ladder behind them, resting on their laurels while the young can't afford anything except more debt that they can't pay off with jobs shipped overseas. I got mad, right? But again, these motherfuckers voted in Carney, okay? These motherfuckers in Canada were like elbows up and while the young were fucking fighting to try and get housing prices down and get fiscal responsibility. Gen Z young men are all fucking conservative because they know that, like, so this idea of like, oh, the economy was sold to the boomers. Fuck that, dude. The boomers have been voting for this shit for 50 fucking years. They have been voting for all of the things all of the socialism for me, but not for thee. They've been voting for the socialism that gave them extremely cheap college and then watered down the college experience and made it to where kids are going into extreme debt just to go to college with a massive administrative bloat, and they're still fucking doing it. They're all of their voting to keep their fucking gated neighborhoods so fucking great. All of their fucking voting to, have quantitative easing and monetary policy and inflation that, again, is a tax on future generations but not on them. All of the fucking voting for politicians that are doing all of the shit to increase asset wealth. Why? Because that helps the wealthy, that helps the capitalist class, because they leverage debt based off of property owned as opposed to paying, a significant of their taxes or a significant portion of their things based off of, income. Okay. And again, I'm going to show this fucking graph because this is a really fucking important graph. Thanks for the tip,
Peacecraft donated $3. Don't worry. With Libertarian Magic Soil, TM, you can get Infinity Indians to fund boomer healthcare as well.
That ain't the libertarian position. That is the Libertarian Magic Soil TM position, though. But just one last thing to put this in perspective, okay? Because this is the state of our economy. They're like, the boomers sold a false bill, and the poor the new people just don't have those same opportunities, dude. Repeat home buyers, average fucking person in 1990 were 42 years old. Today, they're 61 years old. All home buyers, 35 in 1990, 56 today. First-time home buyers. In 1990, the average age of a first-time home buyer was 28 years old. Today, the average home buyer, first-time home buyer, they've never been able to buy a home before, is 38 years old. They're almost 40 before they can get a house. Meanwhile, we have a dating market where women expect a man to already be a homeowner and already be able to support a family before they even think about dating them, because they get the ick if they're not financially responsible or some shit, unless they're a fucking, a fuck stick Chad that's gonna, have them for the night. But if they want to like seriously date someone, they're like, you better have a strong career and a house and all these things. Meanwhile, the average first time home buyer is 38 today. Nearly 40 years old before the average person can afford to buy a house. Like, so no, I hate this fucking, the economy that was sold to the boomers. Dog, y'all voted for it, and all of the same problems, you've been voting for it for fucking ever. I don't want to hear this shit like the fucking boomers and Gen X are somehow like witless victims in this. This is your fucking crime. Thank God I don't got in OnlyFans so we can be the closest buddies, Fabio. I can still be. I have an ex that does OnlyFans. I could be her friend. She just have to listen to me call her a whore all the time. So I don't think it's gonna work. Fabio definitely watches the microwave and popcorn cooks. I don't cook popcorn in the microwave. All right, I use When I make popcorn for my children because I'm trying to get them a snack, I use this Simply Better purple popcorn. Basically no holes, no antioxidants per serving. It's better popcorn for it's hard to see because of the green screen, but it's better popcorn for than like what you would ever get. I don't use any of that seed oil fucking bullshit. I don't use vegetable oil. The only thing I make it in ghee and I cook it in the pan. And I don't make popcorn for myself. I just make it for my kids occasionally though. But I mean, it's not like I'm not going to eat a couple pieces of popcorn or a little bowl of popcorn when I make it for my kids. All right, rant over.
Particularly the working class and the part of the middle class don't think their children will be as well off as they will. That's a problem.
Over the course of the year, they might make enough money to pay for basic.
Oh, their children might not. Dude, fucking, again, the boomers are wasting all of their fucking money. They're not helping out their kids because they feel like their kids, should pull themselves up by their bootstraps like they did. None of the fucking boomers recognize that they fucked over their children's lives. They don't believe it. They just they have zero accountability for all of the things that they voted for and supported that made their lives much, much easier at the cost of future generations. They had economic protectionism for manufacturing, and then they had politicians go off and make the US dollar the reserve currency of the world and then offshore all of their manufacturing. And they were like, don't worry, we'll just keep funding colleges and then all these college kids can learn to code. It'll be great. They'll come in and code. Turns out that didn't fucking happen. Turns out all that happened is that you offshot all of our fucking manufacturing because it didn't affect you. And you inflated the dollar to such a degree that nobody can buy a home, and they feel they have no responsibility. And so what do? I'm going to go off on my 7th cruise, and it's going to for the month, and I'm going to fund it with my 10. I'm going to fund it with my my multiple homes that I buy as a landlord. But why would I give my daughter? Why would I give my daughter one of the 4 homes that I own? She should pull herself up by her bootstraps, just like I did when I was a kid. When I fucking walked uphill to school both ways, and I got a part-time job as a waitress, and it fully funded my college degree. And then I bought my first home for off of a fucking loan with one job. I had a regular job that made me fucking like $400,000 in today's money. The fuck out of here! You do not hate the boomers enough.
Basic living expenses and cover their bills. But if one major thing happens, then they can get behind.
What do you do? What do you do here for those looking for more comfortable life financially decisions here? They say you should just move to Texas.
Okay.
What?
That's funny.
So this article says if you live in Manhattan, you've got $30,000 of spending power after you pay your bills and eat something. But what nobody's talking about is as bad as the costs of living are here today, they're only going to get worse tomorrow because the unaffordability crisis here is one of the worst in the country. And
yeah, no shit. It's not like politicians have stopped spending. It's not like our government has stopped doing deficit spending. Like taxation, too many people think about taxation as the tax that they pay on their property, or the tax that they pay in sales tax, or the tax that they pay in their income tax. Like what taxation really, the way you should actually think about taxation is government spending. All government spending is taxation, right? And so we can talk about tariffs. We can talk about the impact that they have and how they affect certain markets and behaviors. And that's fine if you really want to be if you want to get in the nitty gritty of economic policy. But at the end of the day, the way that you should predominantly view taxation is every time a dollar is spent by the government, you're being taxed in some way. Even if that money came from some rich fat cat's property taxes, right? That rich fat cat's property taxes means that he spends less money in the market, or he invests less money in the stock market, or he invests less money in his business. And what does that mean? That means the cost of goods go up. That means that there's less jobs available. That means that you get paid less at your job because some rich fat cat had to pay higher property taxes. It doesn't matter where the tax money comes from. What matters is that the government is spending money, and it's even more important when you have year-over-year deficit spending, because that deficit spending, that money printer go burr. When libertarians say money printer go burr, what do they mean? What they mean is that in order to pay past, like we have a $37 trillion negative bank account in America. Okay, well that money doesn't grow on trees, right? Money isn't magic. Okay? In order to come up with that money, you have to print money. And when you print money to be able to pay off debts or other things like that, pay off interest on the debt, that money comes from somewhere. And so if it's created out of nowhere, then it's an increase in the money supply. And there's a reason that we stopped tracking the increase in the money supply, because it has gone up astronomically. And if there's an increase in the money supply, what does that mean? That means inflation. That means it's a devaluing of your dollar. That means you're not seeing any new tax, but your dollar the value of your dollar is less and less because everything else costs more and more. Government spending isn't necessarily tax if we default or repudiate the debt. Yeah, that's correct. I mean, like, evolutionary capitalism has found the one weakness in the argument, which is that if we just tell another country, that owns, or a company that isn't American in any way, shape, or form, that has like bonds or like has some level of investment in our economy, and we just go, we're never paying you back, fuck off, then those people are out of money, but it might not necessarily be in the American market. So it's going to have less of an effect. It's still a form of taxation because it's still damage to the economy, and it still hurts our credit rating, which increases our interest rates. Like, there's still negative effects that occur from that. But like, yes, it wouldn't be a 1-to-1 in that scenario. I love how you can immediately, like, even though we already know that evolutionary capitalism is like a schizo and like he can't carry on a normal conversation, even if you didn't know who evolutionary capitalism was, you could immediately know he's not worth talking to, because he comes into chat and is just furiously typing half sentences and partial sentences one after the other without waiting for a response from anybody, or without like listening further, or like seeing if somebody, or see if I read it, and then like being like, well, what about this? There's no questions, right? It's just claim, like vigorous, and like, it's a telltale sign that like, that somebody's like not right, that they're just spurging, that like that there's not like any real value to a conversation with them.
As you're about to see, anyone making 6 figures a year here, someone who'd normally find themselves in the upper 22% of American households, gets to live like a starving college student as the necessities.
I'm sure they'll happily keep trading with us afterwards. Yeah, they'll happily keep trading with us. But the thing is like, if you default on bonds or on payments, you're gonna get a serious credit problem. And so what's gonna end up happening is you're gonna have to like come up with really good justification as to why you defaulted on a certain thing. Which the easiest way to do that is just start a war with that country, right? So like, China owns like a very small percentage. I think it's like 8% or something last time I checked, of like our a specific type of bond debt, right? But we could repudiate all that debt if we wanted, if we just went to war with China. Then we wouldn't really have to pay any of that and be like, yeah, we're not paying our enemy, right? Fuck that. So that's one way to like, to like do that without it affecting our credit. But of course, now you have to pay for a war. Like, there's no real way to like not pay your debts and it not bite you in the ass in terms of inflation, or in terms of the purchasing power. Like, at the end of the day, the American the people navigating the American economy are going to be impacted by government spending no matter what we do.
Of life, like food and shelter, cost more here for reasons that should not exist, but do. Because in this city, we've passed.
Like, evolutionary capitalism is still just spurging and not engaging with anybody. He's literally just typing out new claims back to back. It's like, dude, oh my God. I'd tell you to take your drugs, but the problem is probably that you took too much Adderall.
truckloads of progressive laws that are meant to help people but just end up driving them straight into the poorhouse. And the first of those would be New York City's hated congestion taxes, which toll every car and truck on the road just for driving. That money is supposed to be used to save Mother Earth and rejuvenate our subway, but it's doing...
I really do not believe that the economy will survive default. I mean, what does it mean for the economy to survive, right? Like, it's not like the whole world is going to nuke each other. I mean, it could happen, right? But the most likely scenario is that we end up moving to a new currency. I mean, like, this happened with Germany, right? Did Germany survive the default? Yeah. I mean, like, plenty of people died, plenty of people starved, right? But like, new currency comes in, a new government comes in, a new order is reestablished, right? I think the more frightful thing about the fiat currency that we're currently using is, I think the more scary thing is that it will be like, it's almost like planned obsolescence. And so what happens is we default. Poverty, we get another depression, a really, really bad depression. And then the government comes in and says, we can fix this. And what we'll do is, we'll give central banking digital currencies, and we will, we'll move, and we'll give you a UBI so that you can use this new currency. And then they kind of create parallel economies. And basically the United States government pulls a rug pull to maintain the power and the structure of the wealthy elite. And you lose a lot of rights, and you lose, and you just kind of have like a spike in the Gini coefficient to an extreme degree.
Neither. And instead, the effects are being passed on to those buying food at grocery stores delivered by truck. Add to that the taxes and fees paid by every business just to exist. And it's no wonder everything you buy here costs an arm and a leg. And that brings us to the real reason living expenses here just go up and up and up and up. It's the law. And those laws, not only are they not changing, but soon they may get even worse. And experts...
Yeah, I mean, this is a very... I like this guy. I'm only a couple minutes in, but I like how it's a very simplistic explanation of what's going on, right? Like, he's not really getting into the weeds. It's for a general audience, right? But it, like, being able to explain, like, hey, man, it's the government, it's the taxes, it's the regulations that are causing all these price increases.
Are saying that in just a few weeks, apartment prices are about to go through the roof. As in addition to managing and repairing these buildings using contractors like plumbers who drive trucks and get taxed just for showing up, landlords will soon be forced to pay the broker's fees for every apartment rented in town, which at first might sound good, but will just end up raising rents because landlords only get their money from one person, and that's the person who pays rent.
This will jack up the price of rent. But I do think that there is something like, so I've noticed this happening in my city. Like, when I went to look for an apartment, is that like they have done this thing where they've just increased the rent, but they're like, yeah, if you come in, it's very minimal brokerage fees and it's very minimal fees to move in. And honestly, I think that that's probably better for everyone. I really do believe that that's better. Obviously, what this does is increases the amount of apartments you can look at, which requires them to hire even more staff and do even more paperwork and do even more background checks, which of course increases the cost of rent. But I do think that it's probably in the best interest for most people that they voluntarily kind of just do this anyways and increase the cost of rent to a higher degree. By allowing more people more options and the ability to look, because there's a lot of poor people or people that are trying to move, and like they basically can only afford to look at like 2, maybe 3 apartment buildings, and then they're kind of forced to like figure out which one they want. Whereas I do think in a lot of people's circumstances, I would like to see this play out more in the market, right? I really would. I would like to see this play out more in the market because you're going to have places with lower rent, but with high fees to apply, and places with higher rent, but with minimal to no fees to apply. And I do wonder if there's a bit of a free rider problem there, because the places with with high rent that is very cheap to apply will have a bunch of people applying, and then they'll just end up picking the one place with lower rent that has a big fee. And so I don't know. It would be interesting to see how that would work in a freer market. But like in terms of like, yes, it increases the price of rent, but it lowers the cost of finding an apartment. And so like it is a higher increase in rent, and therefore you end up paying more money in the end. But like of all of the factors of like rising rent prices, I think this is fairly minimal. Here's $3. Mute that schizophrenic retard in chat. I don't want to even recognize his existence. If you're gonna pay me to stop the Spurg for a while, I'll absolutely stop the Spurg for a while. I'm put user in timeout 5 minutes. He's fucking annoying me too. But like, you know, he hasn't broken TOS or anything. He's just spurging. But if you're gonna pay me to shut him up, and I already kind of want to shut him up, yeah, I'll do that. I'll do that all day long.
And as you're about to see, even if you live in a nice apartment here, you're still fighting.
I miss. It's part of the reason why I'm trying not to be heavy in real estate. The cash flow is pretty minimal unless it's an 8-unit building. I mean, if you want to get invested in real estate, like, I mean, I would say finding cities in America that are growing, not cities that are dwindling, and then going out into the nearby suburbs and buying land. Return my fellow Spurg. I can't unspurg him, but he'll be back in 5 minutes. So I appreciate the money. But I will say this, if it was me, if I had a bunch of capital to invest in real estate, I'd go to some place like Austin, for example, that's like really growing. Even though rent prices are kind of under control, which is bringing in even more people, I would go somewhere like Austin and then go to a suburb and then buy a storage facility or build a storage facility in a suburb while the land is cheap before the suburb expands and has more and more people moving in and the real estate becomes more expensive, and then utilizing the fact that as the land grows, the need for storage facilities goes up, so the prices of your storage facility can go up over time. That's what I would kind of do. But yeah, we're doing an apartment tour right now, but okay.
That's a pretty cool 2-bedroom. Now, the rent is gonna blow your mind. It's $63.95 per month, and if that sounds like a lot, there's another 2-bedroom in here, and it's $1,000 cheaper, but no deck, so you'll have to decide if you want this nice patio or not. But on the plus side,
New York real estate is fucking insane, and it's the government, but it's also money laundering. And if he doesn't bring up the money laundering, then I don't know if he's fully done his research or if he's just trying not to get assassinated.
it's massive compared to everything else you'll find around here. I guess the only problem with it is if you move into a place like this and you feel broke after paying the rent every month for the first year, that feeling might not go away next year, especially if the rent goes up, which it might have to because we're in the middle of a housing crisis. But as you're about to see, that's not the only reason people are having trouble getting by in this city.
Bro, you don't understand. Fucking Trump is deporting illegals at half the rate of Obama, okay? Like and then it's supply and demand, bro. If we just deport 30 million people, like the fucking rent's gonna go way down. Don't you know anything, you big dummy?
This is a mock monthly household budget for an American family in 1985. We can see that most expenses scaled with inflation, with a few exceptions. But these numbers are not accounting for a big X factor.
Millennials have larger student loan balances, bigger mortgages, much bigger car payments than...
So even though some expenses might feel like they've gone way up, a lot of what we pay for regularly has kept pace with inflation, except for
rent, which is like if we look at 1985, incomes have risen, you know, like adjusting for inflation here, right? Like they've risen 3.89 times. Okay. Now rent has gone up 5 point something times, and home prices, and this is median, not average, median home prices have gone up almost 8 times. And so what has occurred is that, like, yes, when we look at food or groceries or like our energy bill or things like that, the nominal value goes up and we're like, oh my God, this is so bad. It's, the groceries are too expensive. When in reality, groceries have mostly kept pace. There's two problems here. Number one is if rent goes way up and if housing cost goes way up, then the amount of discretionary spending, the amount of your budget that you have for all of these other things goes way down. So even though, the nominal goes up, but it goes up basically the same rate as your job. And people are like, see, groceries really aren't that expensive. But in 1985, if 60% of your, if 30% of your budget went to your mortgage, now 60% of your budget goes to your mortgage. And so in 1985, you would have had 70% of your money to go towards gas, car payments, insurance, electric bill, water bill, and groceries. But now that same amount of money in that same house, you're only going to have 40% instead of 70% of your money going towards those expenses. And so it's not a good way to track things. Secondly, the way we do consumer price index and the way we do like a general basket of goods is assuming an overall increase in quality of goods over time. So what we're assuming is that goods get better as time goes on. So this is kind of true with some goods, right? Like with cars, for example. Cars, they may not be, they get safer, they break more easily, they have more plastic shit, they get replaced more often, they don't do as well in a car accident in terms of how much it is to cost to repair it because they're designed to crumple, whereas like, Detroit, Michigan steel, Dart Swinger can hit a fucking tree and it's like, oh, it's got a dent, we'll replace the bumper, whereas like a new car will completely crumble and the whole engine needs to be replaced and basically you have to buy a new car. But those cars do get better over time in other ways, right? They're safer. The reason they crumple and the frame doesn't crumple as easily is to absorb impact. So they're, you're less likely to die in those car accidents. They have more bells and whistles, right? They have like, electronics in them and they have like little smart things and they have, Apple Play and Android Auto and, the AC systems work better and the windshield wipers work better and all these little things, heated seats, heated cup holders. There's all these bells and whistles and things that do get better. And so in many ways, it makes sense to assume the quality of the product increases over time. But especially when you are talking about groceries, this is not true. This is just not true. If you look at the quality of the ingredients in food and the quality of food over time, what you will find is that Kraft mac and cheese from 1985 is basically just pasta, enriched flour maybe, some powdered cheese, and a couple of preservatives. But if you look at Kraft mac and cheese today, they go, oh, see, it kept up with the price of inflation. It's fine. It's actually not that bad. It's like, yeah, except it's got yellow dye number 4, and it's got like 18 fucking ingredients, and 4 of them cause cancer in California and Germany, but somehow they don't cause cancer in Texas or New York City. And so in order to actually buy the same groceries that you were already getting in the 80s and the early 90s, you have to buy organic, low ingredient food. And so it's the same thing with eggs. Eggs have gotten, like, I buy pasture raised eggs because that's the only good quality eggs that have the same protein content and have like, and actually give you, they're healthier for you. But the eggs that you're getting when you're just buying regular ass Walmart eggs are not the same fucking eggs as what existed in 1980. They're worse. So the idea that the price kept up when we're doing CPI, when we're assuming an increase in quality, but all of our food has gotten way, way less quality. And it's like, okay, you don't buy into the seed oil thing, or you don't buy into, the yellow dye thing, or you like whatever ingredient that like TikTokers are currently saying is poison. You don't buy that is poison. And you think it's all overblown and they're just trying to get clicks. And the only thing you need to ask yourself is why is it that Americans can go over to Italy and can do nothing but stuff their face with pasta and food, eating way more calories than they normally would eat, and they lose 10 or 15 pounds. And they go, hey, bro, it's calories in, calories out. They're walking around because they're tourists. And it's like calories in, calories out is the most dumb fucking midwit thing ever. Because yes, it is calories in, calories out. But when you eat poisonous crap, it slows down your metabolism. It causes inflation. It causes you to like fucking nap more. It causes you to be more low energy. You burn less calories. Okay, it's not nutrient dense food, so you end up eating more calories because you're hungry again later because it's not nutrient dense food. Instead, it's a bunch of crap, so your body tries to get more and then stores fat. So yes, it is calories in, calories out, but when you feed your body poison, you end up eating a fuck ton of calories and you end up being slower with more inflammation, more pain, and burning less calories. Weird that Walmart doesn't. I don't shop for groceries at Walmart. I shop for groceries at Costco. I shop for groceries at Target. I shop for groceries at my local grocery store across the street. And then occasionally we'll go and like after a Costco run, we'll go to like Whole Foods and get like one or two products that we can't get. But like Whole Foods is literally like everything there is overpriced, and it's because that's where fucking stay-at-home trophy wives that are all in their workout equipment and are all like 42 years old like go to like get their healthy food because, you know, it's a status thing. It's like the food there, everything there is overpriced, and you can find the same products in other places for much cheaper, the exact same products. But sometimes if there's like a thing that we couldn't get like a healthy version of, like sometimes it's like, oh, Costco and where I'm at doesn't have any beef tallow. All right, I'll go to Whole Foods and grab some beef tallow. Oh, they ran out of pasture-raised eggs. I'll go grab some eggs. Oh, I want to get some cranberry juice, but you literally can't get real cranberry juice unless you go to a health store. We'll go to Whole Foods, right? But like, for the most part, Whole Foods is like it's a scam. But I go there just for the things I'm missing.
The two things you might need to get a place like this. And we're talking about credit card debt and household debt. Household debt would be your student loans. If you've got a degree, you might have those. And with spending power in this city being as low as it already is, if you've got to pay back the cost of your degree on top of that, it is very well possible that you could find yourself fighting a losing battle for financial.
Is margarine a killer? I don't know that it's a killer. It's just not healthy for you. It's all vegetable oil, hydrogenated oils with like bullcrap for you. They came out with a study like 2 months ago that I thought was fucking hilarious. Harvard did a study to prove that seed oils were actually better for you than butter and ghee, than butter. And it was really, really, really fucking funny because they didn't include ghee or tallow in the study. And they grouped seed oils with extra virgin olive oil and avocado oil. And literally nobody that is against fucking seed oils is saying that like olive oil and avocado oil are bad for you, right? So they grouped they grouped seed oils, right? Like hydrogenated oils that go through like, you know, like grapeseed oil and, you know, soybean oil and things like that. Like there's a gradient of, you know, castor oil, shit like that. They grouped that with extra virgin olive oil and avocado oil. And then what they did is they didn't like connect. It's all correlational data and then like a survey. And so they have no idea how much, they didn't even track how much butter people were getting and how much seed oils or, you know, other oils people were using. And it's just like, and then they determined that the people that, you know, use vegetable oils and olive oil and avocado oil more than butter are like healthier than the people that just use butter for everything. It's fucking hilarious. It is like, it's just trash science from Harvard University so that they could try and prove that RFK is a psycho for saying that like maybe we shouldn't be using fucking hydrogenated seed oils.
Independence, especially when you consider that a $100,000 income here is only worth about 30 grand once you've paid your rent and fed yourself. Your money is going to be gone before you know it, especially since the value of that $100,000 pay gives you $500 less.
Hey, what's up, Novum?
Of spending power in 2025 than it did in 2024. And as you're about to see, the traditional methods of taking care of yourself while avoiding bankruptcy aren't available to many like they used to be.
We're living in two separate economies. The American dream that was pitched to the Gen Xers and the Boomers is no longer present in today's world.
Look, I love that guy. He's really nice, and he says his shit very factually without any like trying to hide his anger and bias. But again, It's not the economy sold to the boomers and Gen X, okay? It was the economy created by boomers for the benefit of boomers, and Gen X was able to reap some of those benefits as early adopters before all of the policies that they put forward that fucked over via inflation and fucked over via shipping off jobs overseas and fucked over because of the housing crisis and the laws and the licensing laws and all of the ways in which they fucked over millennials and Gen Z and I guess Gen Alpha at this point, of future generation. It was created by boomers, and Gen X went along with it, asleep at the fucking wheel. And now Gen X are coming out, and they see the problem, but like they did nothing about it for 30 fucking years because they were too busy getting wasted and living in the quote unquote good times, right? They are, like, Gen X are the weak men created by good times, and they don't even fucking know it. They think they're the fucking big badass Billy Badass, and they're like, oh, you millennials with your avocado toast and you get anxiety disorder when you try and order a pizza. We're the real ones. And it's all Facebook boomer memes that they're sharing with each other, coming in trying to act like they have the solutions when they were the ones that went along with all the fucking problems the boomers created. They weren't sold a false bill of goods. Okay, they're just a greedy, fucked generation that can't take accountability for the ways in which they fucked over successive generations. And so now they just want to rest on their laurels and live in a fantasy world where everybody else has it just as easy as they have it. And actually they have it even easier than they had it because they're living in this fantasy land because they can't cope with the fact that they stole the wealth from us.
A lot of people, particularly the working class and the part of the middle class, don't think their children will be as well off as they were. That's the problem.
So this video claims that the American idea of owning a home...
I'm Gen X. Every generation blames the one before. Boomers are not blaming the greatest generation for anything except for fucking like Vietnam back when they were hippies. Stop. Boomers aren't blaming Gen X, the greatest generation, for anything. Like, that's it. Every generation doesn't blame the one before. Like, Gen X is culpable in doing fucking nothing for decades. Boomers created this problem. And millennials are culpable for 90% of this woke shit. That's what millennials, like, is me as someone that is against this shit. That's what my generation did. Instead of my generation coming in, like we came in and we were all fucking fired up when we are the 99%, and when the financial collapse happened, we were teenagers, and then corporations figured out they could trick us into doing woke shit. Okay. And so we're responsible for all of this DEI, this next stage of, late stage capitalism, quote unquote, this corporate fucking mixture of like turning oppressor dynamic away from the thing we ought to be focusing on to race and gender and all that shit. That's millennials' fault. Okay? I take blame for that. And you know what Gen Z has to take blame for? Whores. Millennials might have started it a little bit, but Gen Z came in and they were like, oh, well, we're nihilist. Fuck values. We're just going to fuck Chad. We're just going to we don't care about anything anymore. We're just going to slut it up everywhere. And there's a whole group of like girls that have been completely rejected by the entire gender dynamic. And like they've checked out of the dating market because there's nothing but toxic red pill dudes that are like, like the moment they talk to them, they're like, I'm not paying for your date, you fucking whore. What's your body count? And then they're like, okay, I'm done with the fucking dating market again. And then the other half are like fucking, either doing OnlyFans. Who knows what percentage of them it is, but it's something like 4 or 5% probably of Gen Z girls are fucking doing OnlyFans. Or they're like it's totally normal to fuck 50 guys in college and shit like that. Like they are nihilist. They're nihilist in the same way that Gen X was when they were young, and millennials just adopted anxiety because we lived through fucking the Wall Street collapse. So we adopted fucking anxiety and bullshit, and then someone came in and said, actually, it's a race issue and it's gender issues and all this other shit. So we started all this woke nonsense. And then the younger generation, even the wokies, they're not really woke. Gen Z is not woke like millennials are woke, okay? They're woke because it's like the cool thing being pushed by the corporation, because the only thing they care about is fucking social media likes and reputation management. At the end of the day, they're fucking nihilist. Oh, fuck. What happened? I accidentally clicked a button. I don't know where I was exactly. Somewhere around here, I think. Oh, no, it was right here. Putting generations against each other is no different than dividing by race, gender, or class. No, I'm speaking descriptively. I'm not saying every Gen X is a problem or every boomer is a problem or every millennial is a problem. I'm saying that the cultural context of what a majority of bad ideas that a generation adopted and put into government and put into practice and then put into their daily lives have effects, and that those things are different. I'm lost in the sauce. Doesn't sound like a fucking argument, you cowardly, weaselly little bitch. You ain't got nothing to say, do you? Except lost in the sauce. The only thing I'm lost in right now is a yerba mate drink like a good millennial.
To many like they used to be.
We're living in two separate economies. The American dream that was pitched to the Gen Xers and the Boomers is no longer present in today's world.
A lot of people, particularly the working class and the part of the middle class, don't think their children will be as well off as they were. That's a problem.
So this video claims that the American idea of owning a home and having low debt just doesn't exist like it used to, especially for people who might be exerting themselves to a greater degree than ever just to pay rent. And part of the reason for that is if rents rise 5 to 10% per year in certain parts.
Dude, look at this baby fucking oven and baby fucking dishwasher. That looks so bad.
And your raise is about the same. Your ability to get a job and start climbing an economic ladder just doesn't really exist. And it's certainly not the fault of the landlords. They're not the ones blocking the construction of new buildings that would make them more money and free up housing for renters. They also don't set property tax rates either, which when those go up, essentially force everyone else's rent up. And that's something that nobody talks about. And to many people, rising rent.
I talk about it, all right? Because you just described a bunch of things the government does and a bunch of things boomers do.
Rents, rising grocery store prices, and then fees like congestion taxes, which make it impossible to drive. Those might make it sound like moving out of New York City is a better idea than moving in if you don't have a specific purpose to be here. And as you're about to see, even if you decide to move out of a place like Manhattan and go somewhere else, the grass isn't actually any greener as far as affordability is concerned.
When we look at home buying, as we all know, we're in historically tight housing markets. There are very few homes on the market, and those that are on the market are extremely expensive, not to mention expensive mortgage rates. And the prices of homes has escalated over the last few decades much faster than actual incomes.
I don't understand this stylistic choice of like holding a shaking phone instead of just cutting to the clip. Is it like some art I'm just not getting? Is it fucking Kino to the Gen Z and I'm just not understanding? But it seems weird to like hold a shaking phone with a camera, like instead of just cutting to that clip since you clearly have the video. I don't understand that.
So it is actually.
So let's imagine for a second that one were to move out of New York City and maybe accept a mid to upper level position at a company somewhere else where the cost of living is lower. Well, you still might not experience the financial independence people say they leave the city to go and get. And now
why is he talking into the fridge? This is weird. I guess it's a stylistic choice I'm not getting.
that's because buying a home in 2025 America, well, it's harder than it's ever been. And if you can't buy a home, you're going to be paying rent somewhere, and your rent's just going to always go up and eat into what you are earning. And it's not like things improve in other parts of New York City either. Yes, we're in a premium part of town where there's a popularity tax to the neighborhood, but in Brooklyn and in Queens, you're not exactly saving money either. And we're not even talking about home ownership. If you rent in Brooklyn, you get about an extra 10 grand of spending power. In Queens, it's relatively similar, revealing that there certainly is no such thing as a free lunch in this town or any town in America anymore. And
there's no such thing as a free lunch ever. What are you talking? Like, I get that it's like he's making a joke about a turn of a phrase, but like, that's the real point. Okay, that really speaks to the heart of the issue. Is that boomers and Gen X to a certain degree thought that there was a free lunch, and the socialist commie fucks of millennial generation still believe in this bullshit, right? Like, there is no free lunch ever. There never was a free lunch. Okay, it's just passing on the debt to your children.
in New York City, the housing shortage is just being made worse, in spite of the fact that people are passing laws that are trying to help. And the problem is, prices still keep going up, and our leaders are considering even more extreme measures to try and save people money, which may actually completely destroy that.
Gen X is fairly balanced. I feel like Gen X is like, now that they're waking up, are fairly based, right? Like Gen X are kind of stupid when it comes to politics. They don't really understand difficult concepts, right? They're the last generation to like grow up with lead poisoning. So their IQ is a little stunted. Their ability to critically think, like they were just poisoned by so much lead. It's not like it's Gen X's fault that like the entire world they lived in was full of lead while they were growing up and while they were, you know, in their mother's wombs and stuff. But like, so intellectually they're a little bit stunted, and most of them haven't put in the time to learn about politics, even though they're older, because they kind of just, again, like they were asleep at the wheel. They were living the good times. And so they just kind of didn't do much. That being said, now that Gen X is starting to realize like, oh, this is a fucking problem. Like, oh shit, like we got to do that. I never believed that. I'm Gen X favorite. What did you never? Yeah. If you're an active chatter in an anarcho-capitalist stream and you're here regularly, I'm clearly not fucking talking about you. Okay? You're way more likely to be autistic than everybody else at your age group. You probably have a higher IQ than everybody else in your age group. And the most obvious difference is that you're clearly more interested in politics than anybody else in your age group. Right? Like I'm clearly, like when I'm speaking in generalizations, guys, I'm not saying every Gen Xer is like this. I'm talking about how most Gen Xers are. Fabian ate a lot of free lunch using his black girlfriend's EBT. I mean, again, brother, you can say what you want, but apparently you don't have enough money to pay for YouTube Premium or subscriptions or anything else, because all of your budget goes to, quote, Uber Eats. So I'm pretty sure on top of being a fucking glowy, you're a fat ass. Fabian, relax. I love you. I'm just asking, Jesus Christ. It's not necessarily just you. Like, it's a consensus. People are like, well, not me. You know what I mean? Like, well, not me though. I never believed that. What the fuck are you talking about, brother? Like, if you capitalize what the fuck, and then you and say, are you talking about? And then give me 4 question marks. And then like, I'm like, no, let me explain. And then you're like, relax. I don't know what to tell you. Like, you're communicating that you're not relaxed. like I don't know. Like, you're not here in the room with me. I don't know whether or not you're super chill or not. But if you're like capitalizing what the fuck and like adding extra punctuation, like that's usually the sign that somebody's like, how fucking dare you? Not the autism worship crap. Being detail orientated is not OCD nor autism. I'm not saying everybody here is autistic. I'm just saying that like some of them are, and that the percentage, right? Like for example, I'm not saying every transgender person has a cluster B personality disorder. Okay? But I am going to say if you're transgender, you're way more likely to have a cluster B personality disorder. Okay? I'm not saying all you guys are autistic, but I am saying that you're way more likely to at least in part trait autistic, and way more likely to be autistic if you're sitting at home after work watching a 7-hour ANCAP live stream. I'm not insulting you. My son's autistic. I'm fucking ADHD, right? Like fucking, it is what it is, boys. We're in this together.
The housing market here, considering even more extreme measures to try and save people money.
And Slope is definitely autistic.
Which may actually completely destroy the housing market here even further and faster. And we're not just talking about landlords having to pay more money to rent their apartments. We're talking about other policies that restrict the supply of available apartments when what we need are more apartments. Like a recent policy which eliminated the ability of landlords to bring an apartment.
You said 3 strikes, you're out? Well, fucking dip then, bitch.
When what we need are more apartments. Like a recent policy which eliminated the ability of landlords to bring an apartment to market if it previously had rent control. And as you're about to see, rising home prices do more than just threaten the short-term futures of New Yorkers and Americans. They also put the long-term futures and expectations of all of us in grave jeopardy. And this
Yeah, I mean, if you have rent control and you have rising houses, like what happens? People with capital don't invest. But you know what they do? They fucking money launder. Why are we not talking about the money laundering that's happening in New York City? Like, this is a huge part of, but I'm 5'6" meme facts. This is a huge part of the equation, all right? That there are a lot of places that are empty, that nobody is living in, and that they're not renting them out. And the reason they're not renting them out is because it would force them to evaluate the property at a lower amount. It would force the housing market to balance back out because there's so much money laundering and fraud in the New York real estate market.
This is happening in ways nobody ever expected. With everything happening in the economy, it feels like we're walking on shaky ground. Prices are stuck at really high levels, and it seems like nothing is affordable anymore. It's no wonder why many are relying on credit cards to cover gaps. But because of that, credit card debt is skyrocketing, and it's leaving a lot of people tapped out. But if you're a homeowner, you don't have to face this
What are you talking about, brother? Just put it all on the credit card. Don't you know Trump and AOC are going to cap credit card interest rates at 10%? And that's going to fix all the credit card debt problems in this country. It's totally not going to make it to where poor people can't get credit cards because they don't have the debt to income ratio or the credit score available to get one with a lower interest rate. That would never fucking happen. Or maybe better yet, once that does happen, then Trump or AOC can come in, right? And they can do like HUD did with black people, because black people don't have the credit to buy homes because they're bad with money and because they didn't have a lot of money and they have bad credit. And what they'll do is they'll make it illegal for banks to not give you a credit card. And then when the banks collapse, well, then we'll just fucking bail them out. I mean, it's already worked once. We can do it again. Don't you guys worry. We'll just pass on that inflation to the next generation. Is my kid half black? No, my kids are my mom, the mother of my children is 97% Anglo-Saxon. So you'll be happy to know that despite my penchant for black women, I chose to not mud shark when it came to having my children. All right, I love the black women, but I definitely had to increase the whiteness of my children. Are both whiter than I am. Like we went to the pool this weekend, and like I had to keep reminding myself to bring suntan lotion because my little white blonde blue-eyed baby, well, my son is blue-eyed, my daughter has hazel eyes. I had to make sure that they got suntan lotion because I don't get sunburn, I just tan. Like unless I'm like out all day in direct sunlight, I don't get suntan. I don't sunburn, but then I got to remember that like my kids are extra white compared to me, and then like I gotta load them up with the suntan lotion or they'll cook.
Credit card debt is skyrocketing, and it's leaving a lot of people tapped out. But if you're a homeowner, you don't have to face this uncertainty alone. My friends at American Financing can help you take control. They can help you access the equity in your home to help you pay down that high interest credit card debt, giving you peace of mind and real savings.
This is such a lame fucking ad in the middle that he didn't even make it look like an ad.
On average, people like you are saving around $800 a month, and they may be able to close your loan in as little as 10 days. Don't let the chaos of the economy get the best of you. Call America Financing now. It costs you nothing to get started, and you may be able to delay 2 mortgage payments, giving you a cushion in this uncertain time. Here's what you need to do. Call 866-890-4844. That's 866-890-4844. Or visit AmericanFinancing.net/cash. So, in a country where you can't afford to rent anything, let alone buy anything, the traditional way that Americans have built wealth for themselves and for their families through home ownership is just not there anymore like it used to.
Yeah, I do love it. It's like borrowing money and financing things is bad. So here's a company that'll help you do more of it.
And that's a problem. Whether you live in New York, whether you move and take your money with you, if you can't experience that, there are some people who now think it has doomed our entire country, which may or may not be true.
Not being able to save for a home has big retirement implications for millennials and Gen Z.
Those who don't own homes, now those are people who are in real trouble. They're trying to save to get their own place. They're paying high rent somewhere. They're commuting a long distance or trying to work at home so they can save a check.
So the idea here is that homes are just so expensive and so overpriced that you'll never be able to buy one, and thus that American dream will always be out of reach. But I've got a pretty logical question here. If you go out and buy a home, and it was a home you could barely afford, and you were so fortunate that you were one of the people that earned enough money to go and buy that place, who's gonna come along and buy it from you, right? Like if you were the only person that could buy it.
Yeah, okay, yeah, it's a very simple question, right? It's that chart again. Boomers are going to buy the home from you. Like some people own more than one home, right? Repeat home buyers. Average age in 1990, 42. Average age in 2024, 61. The idea that like, well, there will always be these first time new home buyers. It's not a big deal. It's fine. Like someone's going to buy that home from you. It's like, yeah, first time home buyer was 28 in 1990. First time home buyer now is almost 40 years old. Like this is a dumb question because it assumes that people don't manage real estate by having multiple properties. Like The older generations that are sitting on these rising home prices that are getting more and more equity and thus getting more and more capital from banks are then going to use that increased capital that they have from their multiple properties to buy your property when you were one of the lucky few that was able to get a cheap home. And the thing is that they're going to buy it at a much higher rate, and then they're going to sit on it. And if things continue, the value of that home is going to continue to increase. And then they're going to use the capital from the 4 homes instead of the 3 homes they need now to buy a 5th home. So then they're going to retire that way. And then they're going to spend all their fucking money in a sexless marriage, spending fucking $2,000 a month on some OnlyFans whore because they ushered in all the same feminist bullshit that they have, and they're going to blow all of their fucking money as part of their retirement plan because these young kids don't need help from me. My daughter, whatever, fucking I co-signed her loans for college, so I don't understand why I need to do anything else. I'm going to go live it up because generational wealth isn't a fucking thing to boomers. They don't care about their children. They don't care about all of the people that they stole from.
How do you expect that in 20 years there's going to be millions of people out there who can go and buy your place and allow it to appreciate? If job growth and wages look like they're stagnating while home prices are just going up, the idea that home ownership is a stable 30-year plan to spend nothing on living costs, well, that idea is just gone now, isn't it? Because there might not be anybody around to buy your house in 20 or 30 years. And now the experts are saying buying a home is a bad idea, and most people will lose money doing this. Warren Buffett says that interest, property taxes, and insurance account...
Yeah. We should definitely trust the advice of Warren Buffett. Hey, anybody remember what his advice was in 2007 and 2008? Just anybody, like Warren Buffett's advice? Yeah, oh, interesting, funny how right at the last minute he bought some shorts too and made money off the financial collapse, while at the exact same time telling us that the housing market was doing well. He was shorting the housing market. Isn't that funny how that works? How his own actual decisions were secretly using shell companies to short the housing market once he saw what was happening. But for whatever reason, he was telling everybody else not to do that. Yeah, really. A lot of people did that. And a lot of them did. And one of the things that a lot of people did, Quantum Leap, is the credit reporting agencies like shut down. And a lot of things shut down. And one of the things that happened is a bunch of investment firms that were holding on to subprime mortgages, basically they fraudulently sold them when they, like in the last few days when the collapse was coming, and they committed fraud when they sold them because they sold them as like non-collapse mortgages. They lied about what it was that they sold. One guy went to jail. Out of the entire 2009 financial collapse, one guy went to jail. But every single large investment firm was off selling shit to stooges that didn't know because they weren't, they weren't in like they didn't have the capacity to buy like ISDA agreements and things like that. So they weren't in the know of what was happening. Every single one of the Merrill Lynch, fucking Goldman Sachs, every one of these companies committed massive amounts of fraud to lessen the impact of the financial crisis and to push it on to other smaller investment firms.
For a significant portion of your monthly mortgage payments. And unless you just bought a rundown New York City apartment, you'll probably want to repair the place. Something that our housing crisis here doesn't force homeowners to do, as things appreciate no matter what. But only if you're one of the few who was ever able to buy something here. And instead of scraping your funds together to try and buy a property that's so overpriced you could barely afford it, and no one who comes after you will be able to afford it, perhaps you should look at something other than home ownership. That's what the Warren Buffetts, the Dave Ramseys of the world, and even the Graham Steffens of the world are telling people.
Yeah. My favorite advice from Dave Ramsey is his advice to millennials is that what they should do is that they should get like, I think it was like something like, he told him to get, what was it, a 10-year mortgage. He was like, look, just save up a little bit of money, cut the Starbucks, cut the Uber Eats, cut all those little expenses, and then just save up, and then get a 10-year mortgage on like a median 2 or 3 bedroom home. And it was like, dude, your advice is literally financially infeasible for anybody making less than like $300,000 a year.
The idea is you can do just fine for yourself if you pursue other, easier to acquire investments than a piece of property. And now the prevailing wisdom seems to be that someone could buy stocks or bonds or investments. And according to
that sounds like a fun documentary, but documentaries are very, 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 very bad for getting information. Like RV, like I don't want to say RVs because I just saw it in chat. My brain had a Freudian slip there. Documentaries are fun to watch, but almost all of them are just pure propaganda. It's like it's the worst way to get information. Anytime you watch a documentary, just know that like the information you're getting is more propagandistic and more of a lie than the regular news media.
to the experts, these types of investments don't have any of the
Dude, RVs are getting expensive now. Like mobile home RVs, like kitted out vans for like van life and shit. Those things are skyrocketing, as are containers for container homes.
problems owning a home.
My favorite one was there's this documentary about like the killer whales at SeaWorld, right? And one of the things that they did in the documentary for to show how bad the killer whales at SeaWorld were is they basically annoyed the interviewees over and over and over again and kept asking them the same question until they gave them an answer that they were looking for. And then they clipped the answer that they were looking for and put that in the documentary and cut the full interview where they were like, no, it wasn't quite like that. And they were like, but come on, it was really like this, right? It was really like this. And then they were like, they had already been told that they were going to be paid for the interview and that if they like walked out of the interview that they wouldn't get paid. So they brought on people basically, and they basically bribed people to lie for the documentary. So, but they didn't know that that's what was happening until they were already in the documentary, and they had been so annoyed that they just like gave them the responses that they wanted to hear, like used to happen in police interrogation all the time, so that they could use those for the documentary.
Home would have like the government coming after you with higher property taxes. You certainly don't have to.
It got removed from every streaming platform almost immediately after release. I don't know. It sounds like a pretty good documentary.
Owning a home would have like the government coming after you with higher property taxes. You certainly don't have to pay a whole lot to maintain a stock portfolio. And look, even if your life's a disaster and you're really hard up, you can make some lifestyle choices today that would help you get ahead tomorrow. And none of those involve trying to own some piece of property.
Blaming millennials for spending too much on avocado toast.
It's not student loans or a tough job market keeping millennials from buying homes. It's reportedly avocado toast.
The one piece of advice for young people out there who are spending their money on avocado toast and don't have any goals, what would you say to them? I would say to them, get as much pleasure out of saving as you do spending.
Bro, the fucking avocado toast thing. All right, as a millennial, I will die on avocado. I can't eat fucking avocado toast anymore because I realize now that I have a gluten allergy along with a fucking allium allergy. Okay, but hear me out on this. Okay. This is what is in avocados, okay? A serving of avocado, 3 servings per container, okay? Avocado. So what is that? 50 grams of avocado. 8 grams of fat, only 1 gram of saturated fat, okay? 4 grams of carbs, a gram of protein, though it's not like a real gram of protein because it's not a complete protein, okay? A little bit of iron, a little bit of potassium, a little bit of vitamin C, E, K, some thiamine, some riboflavin, niacin, vitamin B6, 10% of your folates, which folates are actually kind of harder to get than people think. Now, 0 micrograms of folic acid, which most people are like something like 40% of whites are allergic to folic acid, and it's sprayed on all your greens and it's put on all kinds of shit. It's poison. Okay, but this you can get actual folates, microfolates. Okay, phosphorus, magnesium, zinc, copper. Like, dude, fucking. And what are the dietary fibers? 3 grams, 11% of your daily value servings of dietary fibers, which, by the way, also. Dietary fiber 3 grams. So when you're looking at the total grams of carbs, 4 grams. When you're talking about like ketogenic states and things like that, it's really only 1 gram of carbs. Like, fucking avocados are good for you. Stop coming after my goddamn avocado toast and acting like avocado toast is the reason we can't buy a fucking home. To be fair, millennials are champagne socialists when it comes to roommates. If you are single in your 20s, you're kneecapping yourself and keeping yourself poor if you don't have a roommate. I don't know. Most millennials I know have roommates, but yeah.
What would you say to them? I would say to them, get as much pleasure out of saving as you do spending.
So if you were to buy less stuff and please
eat meat only, says the guy who can't stop ordering Uber Eats. You're the fat fuck that they use on nutritional studies when they're like, here's what carnivores' health is like versus what vegans' health are like. Because you're like, I get plenty of my red meat, but really it's just fucking cheeseburgers from your local joint cooked in seed oils and covered in fucking mayo made from more seed oils and fucking French fries covered in fucking Hormel chili and cheese.
places like this candy store, you'd have more money for other
Yeah, your diet's meat only, but you can't stop ordering Uber Eats. You fucking liar.
things that might actually bring you some long-term benefit. Longer than the benefit you'll get from eating these turtle chips or even these Smart Puffs in cosmic white cheddar. Buying your own food, making it at home, that's the best way to start saving some money. And if you're willing to make your own coffee at home, make your own salads, you won't go broke buying something even like fast food, which is now...
This is such a fucking cope, though. Like this advice that people have of like, make your food at home. Like millennials, many millennials are fucking nihilists about it because they recognize that they could save $100, $200 a month maybe. And in order to get the down payment on a house that they actually want, they need 10 grand. Okay. So they're like, okay, so if I cut out all pleasure from my life for 5 years, I might have the down payment for a house, but the housing market keeps going up. So maybe I need to budget for at least 7 or 8 years of only cooking my food at the house and never going out. So they give up.
way more expensive than it used to be. And you certainly won't have to try and live a life of crime to get ahead, which is wrong and doesn't pay. Certainly there's a lot of burglary going on in this neighborhood, but speaking of burglary,
it's wrong and it doesn't pay. I don't know if fucking millennials, right? The woke millennials and fucking boomers together won't stop voting in goddamn Democrats that make it illegal to fucking to go after the people that are stealing your shit. Like New York City is so bad. There's a case in New York where a guy, oh no, this was in Baltimore. I apologize. This is Baltimore that I'm thinking of. Never mind.
Real theft happens from things that we don't even think about, like DoorDash. I mean, delete that immediately. There's no reason to be paying for someone to bring you food from some restaurant. That's just an expensive way to live, and it's going to give you no benefit. And look, if you're so self-conscious that you don't want to be seen without a latte in your hand, you can buy some latte cups on Amazon for cheaper than buying actual lattes at Starbucks.
Dude, this advice, like this entire video is ruined by this advice at the end of like, just stop the DoorDash and stop this stuff. I remember when the 2009 financial collapse hit, millennials stopped eating out at restaurants. This is before like DoorDash and Uber Eats, right? We stopped eating out at restaurants, and there were tons of articles in like 2010, 2011 where the boomers were blaming us for the slow increase of the economy because we weren't eating out at restaurants and we weren't going to movie theaters. They were telling us that we were at fault. The millennials were at fault for not going because we stopped going out to restaurants and we were just saving our money because we didn't have the money to do anything. And they were saying if only millennials would fucking go back out to restaurants and would spend more money at the mall and spend more money, then the economy would get better. And now that Uber Eats is a thing and people have given up on ever owning a home and they have a little bit of money, but they know that the economic reality is that they're not going to be able to do that, right? I agree that it is good advice to not do this shit. But to act like doing this is going to fix our housing problem, or that like an individual that's like that has like, you know, $80,000 in student loan debt and has a job making $70K a year in a city where you're poor if you're making less than $80K a year, that if they just, you know, they're like, just stop getting the Starbucks. And it's like, yeah, some millennial women get Starbucks, but like, You've already taxed us to death. And the men aren't buying this shit anyways. They're not. The Gen Zs are, but the millennials have already given up on most of that shit. And it's like, dude, just cut this 100, $150 a month out of your budget, and then all of a sudden you'll be able to own a home. No, we fucking won't. We'll be better off financially. And there are some people, obviously, that if you stop spending an extra $150 a month, that's the difference that is necessary for them to actually be able to own a home. But you're talking about like a select small percentage of millennials that like can't afford to own a home, but if they just had an extra $150 a month, they could. That's not the story for most people. And it's like this advice is so fucking patronizing. And it's like, how do you do a whole video recognizing and watching a guy that breaks down the extreme change in the price of home, the price of rent, the government taxes, the government control, the NIMBY laws, and you didn't really talk about the taxation, all of that. You didn't talk about the money laundering, but you add those things in. But it's like, oh, stop eating the avocado toast and make your own coffee at home. It's like, dude, you've bought into this meme of like millennial girls in Ugg boots buying coffee at Starbucks. Like Starbucks are starting to close because people stop buying Starbucks already. Like this advice isn't helping.
Starbucks, you can get 100 cups for $25. That's like 6 lattes at Starbucks right there. What's up, man? Does it work? It works. It works? All right. Does it ever get so heavy you got to take it down?
Sometimes you catch any fish that's heavy.
Awesome, man. But the thing here to be wary of is lifestyle creep. If you've got to have that $12, $15 salad after you've had a $7 breakfast somewhere, you're going to dig yourself a financial hole before you even get home. And if that happens, you're not going to be able to take advantage of any of the opportunities that are out there, even if they're different opportunities. What do you think about that? Is lifestyle creep the problem that a lot of people have with their future? Are they mortgaging it away today on stuff like Netflix and salads and Taco Bell? Or is that the American dream, Netflix and Taco Bell? Let me know. Thank you so much for watching.
Yeah, like I said, it's not bad. It's not that it's bad advice. It's that that so many people pretend like this advice is like this big game changer, and that it's this significant factor. It's like it's maybe 10-15% of the problem. And so it's just not it's not like, well, if you just do this, then you'll be fine. It's like, for a lot of people, that's not going to make it's not going to make a significant difference that allows them to own a home. Out with Netflix and chill, in with Netflix and Taco Bell. I don't know that I get that, but all right. All right, so what time is it? It's 7:38. Let's move into the next rage bait. I wanted to look at this. I've seen clips from this on Twitter, okay? And
Olivia, right?
And this shit is, from the clips that I've seen, this is the most out of touch shit I've ever seen in my entire life. Okay? It's a couple weeks now, but this woman, Olivia Julianna, she claims, hold on, let me go to her Twitter account first. Right. She claims in this video, we'll watch this video first. Okay. She claims in this video that it's not true in any way, shape, or form that she has been tasked by the DNC to try and get, men involved, like try and get men back to the Democratic Party, which is a total lie, by the way. She is the head of the chair of the DNC didn't make her the young men czar. Okay. But she is getting funded from NGOs and from activist organizations through her Substack, etc., to reach out to young men on behalf of the Democrats. If she claps in this video, I need someone to make a seal edit. Okay. And so I saw this video, and my response is just, I'm just curious what you guys think about this. I said, why do swamp creatures always have such horrible peripherals? All of these activists with swamp wealth funding, lavish lifestyles, and horrible overproduced podcasts never think to buy a decent keyboard. Like, it's a genuine question. I'm trying to figure out, like, is it just that they're fake, that they don't actually do any work? That like other people working for for like NGOs or whatever write these people scripts, and they're not actually writing a Substack because it's written by other people, and they're astroturfed everywhere, and so they don't actually have a real keyboard because they're not actually typing. Because I saw her fingers, and her fingers are so fucking fat that she's morbidly obese in her hands, and apparently this is her 65 pounds lighter. But like, I saw her keyboard and I was like, if you're a writer and you're sitting at home and you're tweeting and you're writing on Substack and you're writing emails and you're doing all this work, why would you not buy a decent keyboard? And I think it's just a new way for me to tell that someone is just like astroturfed and doesn't actually do the work that they're claiming, that they're just a Manchurian candidate activist that gets to live a lavish lifestyle by being like whatever fucking pawn for the corporate fucking elite, or since Slope is up has fallen asleep, for the Jews. But anyways,
charge of bringing young men back to the Democratic Party.
But like, so we'll watch her like response to some of the online hate before we watch this interview, because I find this shit hilarious.
I'm the person that's in charge of bringing young men back to the Democratic Party, according to Donald Trump Jr., Trump War Room, Libs of TikTok.
Like, look at this bitch's hands. Like, look, man, like, I'm fat. It's easy to get fat. All right. Like, if you've got money, bad for you food is freely available and you end up living a sedentary lifestyle, etc. But like, how do you get to the point where your hands need to lose weight and lose function, and then you gain like another 100 pounds? Because this is her 65-pound weight loss journey. So she was 65 pounds heavier than this, supposedly. Like, she has Fabian hands. Like, my hands are fine, dude. Like, I got a little gut on me. I'm working on my health. It's gone down some, right? But like, yeah, well, like 65 pounds from 465 is still 400 pounds. But like, how the fuck do you look at your hands, and your hands can't even hold a microphone? You gotta like, she's holding a microphone because she can't just hold a fucking microphone. She has to like allow her meat hooks to spread out. And then she got to that point at some point and then gained 65 more pounds. How is that even fucking like, I just don't understand how you do that. Take my shirt off? I mean, like, I already showed my belly earlier because I was telling you, like, I just recently found out, like, by doing an elimination diet that, like, I'm allergic to alliums and I'm allergic to gluten, right? And like, I have way more energy. I'm going back to the gym. I'm gonna start swimming here soon because it's summer and I have access to a pool. But like, I'm doing so much better now that I've figured out like what the fuck has been causing so much inflammation and gut issues and making me tired. But yeah. I got a fat belly. Right? I mean, like, but I'm not morbidly obese in my fucking fingers. Like, I just, like, I don't understand how I'm disgusted with myself. Okay? Like, I look at myself and go, oh, you fat fucking piece of shit. I can't believe that you can't get your life under control. Like, I'm not pointing at myself in the mirror, but like, I see myself in the mirror. It's not a pretty sight. I could be doing better. But like, I'm not at a point where I'm losing functionality out of my fingers. I just don't get that, man. It's like there's some severe fucking trauma and eating disorder things there. And like the fat acceptance thing is just so insane. Like you cannot get that fat without being without having severe mental health problems. Regardless. Never do that again? You asked. I know you like bears, Slope is dope. I know you probably are one yourself because you can't stop eating Uber Eats, but you asked, you wanted to see the goods.
Back to the Democratic Party. According to Donald Trump Jr., Trump War Room, Libs of TikTok. And while none of that's actually true, every single time I saw one of y'all posting about me, I had one main thought at the top of my head. Y'all are...
Wait, did someone say they're 6'6" and 150 pounds? That would... if I'm as someone that's 6'5", if I was 150 pounds, I'm pretty sure that would require my death. Like, I do not think I could physically survive. Like, I'm pretty sure, like, you'd have to, I mean, like, obviously bone structure differences and or whatever, but like, oh, you're only 5'9". Okay. I was like, bro, at fucking 6'6" and fucking 150 pounds, like I would be dead. Like when I got out of AIT in the Army, I was like 220. And like, I still could have lost like another 20 pounds to be in like peak performance. But to lose 70 pounds from that, I'm pretty sure would require my death.
A bunch of... Y'all are the ones that...
Oh, by the way, we're all pussies. This is what she called us, pussies, for some reason.
Main thought at the top of my head. Y'all are a bunch of... Y'all are the ones that made it about a woman and her identity and the way that she looks.
Apparently, we're pussies for laughing at how fucking morbidly obese she is. But she's not a pussy when she's using meow sounds to censor the curse word on Twitter.
Something that y'all consistently claim the Democrats do. You don't actually give a fuck about young men. Instead, a lot of you want to talk about my weight. You're using pictures of me from about 65 pounds ago. So let me ask you this.
If I'm 6'5", it's not over. Yeah. That's pretty funny. I've had a lot of people try and tell me. It's funny how many dudes lie about their height. Cause like, I really wish I was like 6'2", 6'3". Like as 6'5", like I'm too tall for certain things. Like it's uncomfortable. Like there's just a lot of things, like the world isn't built for someone as tall as me, right? Like certain places are just uncomfortable. I don't fit in a lot of shit. People will like redesign their kitchen and put a ceiling fan in when it wasn't originally didn't have a ceiling fan. And and a lot of times those are like 6'2", 6'3" in the air. And so like I'll get my head fucking hit by a ceiling fan. I walk into spider webs and cobwebs all the time when I go out in public. Like I just like walk through areas and I'm the first person that tall to in like a month to go through a doorway or something. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh fuck, what the fuck? I can't hide in a crowd. So like people can just like they can just see me in a crowd like immediately. Like, so if I see something like an ex or something, like there's this weird girl at the grocery store, right? And I asked her out and then she told me that she had a boyfriend and then she was still thinking about going out with me. And like in my brain, I was like, ugh, whore, right? And maybe she just like, her immediate reaction was to say that she has a boyfriend, but then she thought about it and was like, and that's not what's going on. But I was like, no, I'm not here to be the person you cheat on. And why would you tell me if that, ugh. But like every time I walk into the grocery store, immediately like from like across the grocery store, she'll be like, hey, and like point at me and shit. Like, so like I can't go under the radar anywhere. People are always asking me to get shit for them. Like, oh, you're tall. Will you pick this up? People's refrigerators are disgusting. Like their refrigerators are just disgusting. The tops of them, I mean. Like, everywhere I go to people's houses and they're clean. And then I go there and it's just like a year of caked on cooking grease and like dust that's turned into like a thick film on the top of their refrigerator because nobody sees that shit. 6'5", no wonder you had kids. Bro got carried by his height. Probably. I got a lot of negative qualities. Being tall and having a big dick has helped me like through a lot, to be fair. Being smart, I'm like too smart, so like it doesn't really help me out that much. Like I'm funny in short bursts, but over time I'm weird because like I'll bring up some random factoid and everybody's like, oh, cool. Thanks for telling me about the Battle of Cold Harbor in the Civil War, you fucking weirdo. You know, like, so I'm just saying. But yeah, being tall has has helped me. In like, I'm not saying it's all bad. Like, you know what I mean? I'm just saying, wouldn't mind being like 6'2", 6'3" instead of 6'5".
About my weight. You're using pictures of me from about 65 pounds ago. So let me ask you this.
From 65 pounds ago. Like that's like some big thing. It's like, girl, your fingers are too fat to hold a microphone. Like, the fact that people use pictures of you when you were slightly fatter is like not
About
a thing.
my weight. You're using pictures of me from about 65 pounds ago. So let me ask you this. If I lose another 65 pounds, will y'all actually raise young men's wages?
You're the one taxing young men's wages. You're a shill for the Democrat Party. You're the reason young men don't have the ability to gain capital accumulation. I'm like 105 IQ. That's hilarious. It's even more hilarious when someone uses the wrong "your" and doesn't have a space in it. Like, I don't mind improper grammar, like when you're typing in chat or whatever. Like, I do it all the time. I misspell shit all the time, right? It's not that big a deal. But when your 4-word sentence has when your 4-word sentence has 3 typos in it and it's meant to insult my intelligence or whatever, it's funny.
Will you actually increase funding to mental health services? Or are you just going to find another way to deflect from the fact
You should try swimming to lose weight. Being tall is, I just told you guys I'm going to start going to the swimming pool on like Tuesdays, Thursdays. Yeah, I mean, I'm an amazing swimmer. I had swimming lessons as a kid. Like, even as a fat boy, I can still do a lap in the pool, like doing the butterfly. Like, I mean, like, I'll be winded doing the because it's a fucking butterfly, but I can still do like a lap doing the butterfly and like do it straight. Like, I'm actually a really good swimmer.
fact that yes, funding to mental health services? Or are you just going to find another way to deflect from the fact that
Funding for mental health services. This is the biggest problem with Democrats, is that they think centralized authorities can do these things. Like, if you want men to have mental health, then you have to fix gender dynamics. And the only way to fix gender dynamics is to stop stealing money from men and funneling them to women, fucking up the power dynamics because in the name of feminism, and allow men to have capital accumulation and allow men to be able to go out and start businesses and feel and be entrepreneurs or succeed in their life, and so that they can gain purpose and have a family. But if you're going to steal all of the money that men have when they're young so that they can't gain those things, and then when they finally get married, you're going to enforce court and divorce laws and child support laws and things like that to try and funnel all of the money from men that do make money over to women, then like that's where the mental health crisis in men is coming from. It comes from a lack of meaning. It comes from a lack of purpose. And so stealing more of their money so that we can have mental health services that'll still mostly go to women anyways is not going to get men back into the Democratic Party. And it's certainly not some fucking, aha, I got you hypocrisy, of why like Republicans aren't the answer for men.
y'all don't actually have any policy plan to help them? Y'all can keep making this and
Yeah, and that's the thing, is that they think a policy plan must be a program. Like, Democrats are so fucking ideologically subverted into peak retard that they think that a policy means that I'm going to create a socialist program that is designed with tax money taken out of the economy to fix a thing. And their brain can't comprehend that like lowering taxes or defunding programs or reducing regulations is a policy. Like, to them, that's not policy.
into some kind of big joke of, oh yeah, let's send her to every frat house in the country. I'm not afraid to go into frat houses.
Okay, so that's a clip from the show. Like, oh, you're making a joke of send her in every frat. It's because you said you went to frat houses and you like young college boys. It was a fucking creepy kind of, like, it was a creepy comment. But it was, I mean, it's whatever, but they pounced on it because of the double standard, because everybody knows that if a guy had said, oh, I love going into sorority girls' houses because I like them young college girls, that everyone would be like, ugh. How old is she? I don't know. I don't know, but it still came off weird. I mean, I'm guessing like 35, maybe 40.
or to go to college campuses or to talk to Republicans, because unlike y'all, I don't think that they're all
Men have no authority in their relationships, but have all the responsibility. Yeah, but not only that, like they don't even have responsibility in the relationship that can be seen as responsibility in the relationship. Instead, what they do is they work their asses off and get taxed. And then the women think that the responsibility is being upheld by the government because they think of the government as this like magical thing that is like actually fixes problems, which is mostly full of black women employees. And they think that's what's fixing the problem. And they don't even connect it to all of the things that men are doing that are making the world function, that they're getting taxed to death. So the responsibility, they have the responsibility, but it's like disconnected in the female mind from them.
shallow assholes. I think that there are actual people who can hold a conversation, but clearly, based off the way you talk about them and the way that you treat them, you think that they're dumb as shit. Well, I actually don't. So
that's just projection. That's just straight up projection. I don't know. Like Republicans don't think of frat guys in Ivy League colleges as dumb as shit. And you were like, clearly you think that. No, we think your ideas are dumb.
So I'm going to continue to advocate for young men to get the policy agenda that they do deserve. And I'm going to continue to lose.
I like how it's like, it's not even shit that's going to help them. It's just they deserve it. Why do they deserve government services? Why do they deserve to have their money stolen so that the government can control them for their own good? Deserve is actually a very apt description that really gets to the heart of what you actually mean, because you don't mean it in a way that it's actually going to help them. You mean it as it's going to control them and make them better for the feminist frame, because these toxic men need to be controlled by the state.
Weight, and then maybe when I finally do drop that next 65 pounds, we can revisit this conversation.
Welfare in America is a wealth transfer from men to women. More specifically, it's a wealth transfer from Asian and white men to black women. But yes.
Conversation and see if you can actually stand on business. Because this time, none of you fucking did.
Let's see if you can stand on business. Well, I'm standing on business. By the way, this is the same chick, okay? And I just find it hilarious how, like, she tries, like if you go back to that video, you can see that she's using a type of like fisheye lens effect, right, to make her face seem slimmer, along with makeup techniques, along with like the camera angle being way up above. And all of a sudden here, she looks so much rougher. And it's like, nah, man. And this is like, it's like, nah, like this is supposed to be her 65 pounds lighter. It's just funny.
It's a Substack, which probably.
All right, let me speed this up.
Olivia writes a Substack, which probably, statistically speaking, like 89% of y'all read already. But Olivia, I want you to talk about that Substack, and I also want you to.
Yeah, 89% of us are reading it already. Yeah, that's a guy. His name's Micah Irfan. Apparently, he released a response video from all the online hate he was getting, whatever, because, it went out of his target audience. And, well, I looked him up. He's just another DC swamp person. Well, actually, he's not a DC swamp. He's a Texas swamp, right? So he works for the Democratic Party. His podcast is getting funded by DNC money and NGO money, which if you follow the money far enough, in part, this dude's fucking 4K subscriber YouTube channel is absolutely getting taxpayer money. He's working to help Texans, capture the younger generation and help them. It's just like over and over and over again. It's billionaires and your own tax money funneled over to these people to put on a horribly produced podcast that is supposed, and everything feels fake, and you can kind of tell it's fake. Because they're not a real streamer. They're not a real content creator. Okay. They're just people that got picked because they have the right opinions, and they got lucky on the draw to put out their right opinions on behalf of like whatever the fucking like the DNC is spending hundreds of millions of dollars now to try and figure out how they're going to target young men. And it's like, stop stop attacking young men and stop creating government policies that make their life harder, and stop fucking with the woke nonsense that makes it to where they can't say gamer words. Let them have their money back. Leave them alone. Let them have their money back. Stop stealing from them. Reduce all these bullshit programs that are designed to help minorities and women, and instead allow meritocracy to return, and young men will be able to succeed and thrive again. That's it. But you couldn't do that because you're socialists and you hate men and you think of them as oppressors. But then you fucking put out content pretending like those aren't your opinions, and projecting all of your fucking nonsense about what you believe Republicans are and what you on to them, and also what you actually believe against men onto them.
You to talk about one of the newer articles that you wrote about why men drifted.
Let me have my gamer words and I'll be a socialist, dude. Most young men that were like Gen X and shit were Democrats. They were liberals. Why? Because conservatives wanted to silence their speech because of the satanic panic, which, by the way, was also, Tipper Gore and, was also done by the Democrats as well. But like a lot of the right-wing Christian evangelicals are the reason saying you can't say the swear words, and, we got to put content warnings on Eminem's music, and we got to put, and Twisted Sister, the hair metal band, is satanic, and we're going to bring them before Congress. And, and the rebels were people like Bill Hicks, right? That were like, fighting against that system. So yeah, unironically, when you go after the gamer words and you start fucking coming after people's speech and you start gatekeeping what opinions are like they're not allowed to have because they're evil opinions, is the moment you start losing young men, because young men like to be edgy and they like to experiment and they like to be able to say wild shit with the boys without them being attacked like they're like insane, toxic psychos that hate women because they made a fucking joke on Call of Duty.
Right. In the previous election. I consider myself a resident expert on this because I am a man. So I feel like we could have an interesting conversation on the conclusions you reach in that article.
Yeah. So
I am a man coming from the most femboy, the most femboy boy I've ever seen that wasn't wearing a maid outfit and isn't Asian. Like, if you had these same genetics on an Asian person, you would just and put makeup on them, you would not be able to tell that that they have a penis.
I am a man, so I feel like we could have an interesting conversation.
Like the only thing that makes him not look like a 14-year-old boy is the fucking evil and the evil ideology that is constantly attacking oneself, and the stress that has him have worse dark eye circles than me, a 34-year-old man with kids.
Conversation on the conclusions you reach in that article.
Yeah, so my Substack it's called A New Perspective, oliviajulianna.substack.com, and we're actually very close to hitting 100,000 subscribers on Substack. I'm very excited. But I write a lot about politics, and I hate that all these newsletters are the same. There's so many Substacks that you get on, and they're all telling you the same stuff. I don't want to do that. I want to give you a new...
I'm different. I'm the fat stack, food stack. God damn, y'all are mean.
Perspective on the political issues that are going on. And so I keep seeing people talk about young men in the 2020 cycle or in the 2024 cycle, and they keep saying like, well, it's because they're not getting laid enough, and they feel...
Yes. Literally, yes. Now, there are reasons that they're not getting laid enough. Okay, but God's honest, yes. When young men don't get laid in large numbers, they get fucking angry and they start finding people to blame for it. This is just true. You guys created this scenario. Like you put a bunch of dating apps out there, you gaslit every woman into thinking that she's a 10, and then and that like they can have a career and they can have a family and they can have all this other shit too. And so you've engaged in so much misandry for like the last 20, 30 years that like women collectively hate young men, and young men collectively hate women, except everybody sees that the hate that the young men have, and nobody can magically see all of hateful shit that comes out of young women, and they all think them and their friends are all 10s, and like they're like, I keep going on dates with these 6'2", engineers with a six pack that make $300K a year, but me and all my friends are 10s, and like, we deserve better. They're so boring. Whatever happened to the hot Chad that's just like the character of my romance novel, that's romantic but is also toxic and is wanted by every woman, but he chose me? Like, whatever happened to that guy who's also a millionaire? Why can I'm 35 and I'm a career-driven woman and I have caked on makeup, and like, whatever happened to the good men? Like, that speaks to like a whole generation of women right now. And those girls are all fucking the same 100 dudes in every city. And those 100 dudes in every city are just dogging every one of those women and lying and bullshitting that they might go in a relationship with them, and then, smash and then pass, if you will. And then they're like, and all the young men that are like an average dude working an average job can't make ends meet. And the women are like, you work as a mechanic and you only make 90 grand a year? Oh, you're disgusting. I'm worth so much more than you. And so the only women that are available are like fucking single moms that are like 40 years old, that don't look that good anymore, that think they're high and mighty, and they're like, I'm willing to give you a chance. And they don't want that, and they're not getting laid. Yes, not getting laid is a huge part of the equation of this problem. But it's not just that. You have to look at the causes of what those things are and how they influence that. Honestly, I go after more late 20s women. Okay.
Judged, and or alternatively, well, they're just racist and they hate women. So like, it's really, I see these.
And we're getting racist and we hate women. Yes, this is also true. But that's not why they're not voting Democrat. It's because Democrats have made them racist and hate women. It's just true that there are a lot of young men that are becoming more racist and more misogynist. And it's because you made them out to be the enemy, and you played racial identity politics against them, and you told them in school throughout an indoctrination system that white men were a problem, and you gave all of these handouts to everybody else, and you're saying that they need to recognize their privilege. Meanwhile, the entire system is stacked against them, and then you give additional benefits to other people while shitting on them, and then they're looking at other people that are given all these special benefits that their cultures are fucked up, and then they look at you being like, well, it's racist to stop shoplifters when they break into places, and it's racist to say anything about stop Asian hate now that we know that it's just black men. You have gaslit fucking black people into thinking that they're never a problem, and anytime a white person has a problem, they're an evil white racist. And so eventually, yeah, a good chunk of those people just start becoming racist because they're like, look, if I'm going to be the enemy, and if white supremacy is the fucking great enemy of you guys, and you keep telling me that I'm the problem and that I always have to check my privilege and that every white person is always racist, and the only way you can be a good person is if you are constantly examining your race and constantly examining how you're a piece of shit, eventually some of them are going to go, you know what? Fuck it. Yep. White identitarianism. I'm going to stick with if I'm the enemy and you got, like, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. If these guys are the big bad boogeyman that are going to come after all the shit you've done to me, then I guess they ain't that bad. Yeah, they are becoming misogynist and they are becoming racist, and it is unfortunate, but you're causing it.
Takes coming out from both sides of the party wing, I would say. And I just think that all of that is wrong. I think all of it is wrong. And so I wrote this piece called The Politics of Getting Laid and Preachy Females. And I really dive into what I actually perceive it to be. And shocker, it's all economic anxiety. I think the Democrats have a really bad problem.
Shocker, it's all economic anxiety. Anxiety is such a economic anxiety is such a bullshit term because it's this idea that, like, you feel a certain way. No, it's the reality. And the reality is that you guys have been stealing young men's wealth and stealing the ability of capital accumulation and stealing the gender roles that are traditionally given to them, so they have no money and they have no purpose. And now you want to get these guys back. How are you going to get these guys back? Stop doing that. Stop stealing their money and stop taking over the natural role of men, and then they will be able to gain wealth again, and they will be able to gain purpose and meaning in their life. And that's what the Republicans are pretending to offer them, except they're not actually doing it because people like Donald Trump act like that's what they're doing, and then they just do the big, beautiful bill and the more slop, and they talk about how we need to fucking fund IVF treatments. Like, Donald Trump is just more of the problem. And then eventually you wake up to that reality, and what ends up happening is you become like Slope is Dope, and you're like, well, no one's going to talk about the real problem. You're the Jews. And then you're like, why are they all racist and bigoted? All we did is tell them that they're racist and bigoted and that they're great white evil because they're white. And then for whatever reason, they started flocking towards the people that said it's okay to be white. I don't know what happened. Really, bitch? You're that lost in the sauce? You can't figure that out? It's like the Democrats are like an older brother that's like fighting you. And then your mom is coming around the corner and you're crying because the older brother hit you. And then they start hitting you to tell you to stop crying because they don't want to get caught by the mom. Like, that's what Democrats are to young men. Is they punched you in the face over and over again, and now they don't want you to tell on them. They want you to shut up, and they're going to keep hitting you in the hopes that you'll be quiet.
Problem of every time we message to young men, we frame it in a way that is wrapped up in the same principles that we critique. We critique the patriarchy.
Please react to your setup. I don't know, join the Discord and DM me your setup. Put it in the general Discord. I'll look at it.
We critique the way that men have hierarchy and power structures, and then we message to them as if not only is that the reality, but that they have to continue to be like that. So the example I use in the article.
Wait, hold on. So her big claim is that like we tell men to like clean their room and be responsible and like hierarchy and power structures, but really we're all just egalitarian. And if I just tell you guys, you don't have to worry about anything. You don't need any meaning or purpose in your life. Just fucking, we're going to increase the minimum wage and we're going to give you mental health services and we're going to fund the next goy slop Marvel film. And isn't it so cool? Don't you like the preachy Jedi that are communists now telling you what you should think and what you should feel? And if you have problems with it, don't worry. The government is gonna fucking, fix that problem for you by taking more of your money so that they can give you mental health services by an increasingly socialist, misandrous, class of psychologists and counselors that are no longer doing evidence-based medicine or psychotherapy, but instead trying to indoctrinate you into feminist therapy. Isn't that so great? Oh, we've really got it figured out. Nobody's buying what you're selling anymore. Like, Gen Z is not the fucking boomers, man. They're hip to this shit. They see you for what you are. You're a goddamn demon.
As if not only is that the reality, but that they have to continue to be like that. So the example I use in the article is the issue of abortion. When we message to young men on abortion, or men in general, we do it from the position of, well, real men protect women. And if you care about the women in your life, you should be pro-choice. And that might be...
Real men protect women. Like the 51% of babies that you're murdering? Yes, you're correct. Real men protect women. You're correct. Real men would protect the 51% of women that you're murdering every time you get when doing abortions. What are you talking about? Like, you don't even like you can't even conceptualize that men are pro-life because they value life. They genuinely, it's all economic anxiety. Wouldn't you be so much better off with a dead baby? I saw you join the Discord. Let's see. Like, I'm not fucking, like, I'll show it on stream if it's not TOS violation.
Well, real men protect women. And if you care about the women in your life, you should be pro-choice. And that might be true. That is true. But we don't.
It is no. It's not true. But okay, we'll just take for granted that real men support fucking murder. All right.
Come at it from the approach of this is the reality that young men face about that issue. Because it's entirely possible that a young woman in college gets pregnant unexpectedly, and that could upend her life if she doesn't have access to abortion care. But it's also
It could upend her life. You know what she could do? Not be a hoe. You could just fucking, like, you could use one of like the 7 different types of contraceptives that are available, and or better yet, just not have unprotected sex with strangers. But then her life will be upended unless she kills someone else. Then she can continue with her life guilt-free. Except, nah. Talk to women. Talk to women. Talk to women in their 30s and 40s that have had abortions. Even the ones that are indoctrinated. If you fucking grill them, they'll break. And when they break, they'll tell you that they fucking hate what they did.
Also entirely true that the young guy who gets her pregnant, now he's on the hook to not only take care of this child that could.
Who put him on the hook for that? Who put him on the hook for that? Republicans and Democrats. Like, you're part of the problem. Like some dude has a one-night stand and then he has an 18-year obligation because you set up the laws that way. So that you could funnel money from men to women because you believe that men have this provider role, but you don't want to give them any of the respect for the provider role. You only want to use legal guns to enforce the provider role without any of the respect for it. So they get all the responsibility and none of the respect. And you're like, so our messaging is that we will punish you unless you agree with our pro-choice shit. The man doesn't get a choice here. Like, you're saying that the men have no choice in this regard and that they must be on the hook for 18 years. I also agree that men shouldn't be dumping loads in fucking strangers. It's a bad idea. But again,
could be him that could be coming into the world, but also to he's on the hook to not only take care of this child that could be him that could be coming into the world, but also to.
Are women actually going to prison for having abortions in some states? No, not a single woman has gone to prison for having an abortion. Like, the best case they have is a woman did an abortion at home and threw her dead baby into the dumpster. And then she got arrested and like investigated, and then when they investigated, they found that the doctor gave her the abortion pill, and then like she had some crazy shit medical shit going on, and that she might have had like eclampsia or something that like made her like not think quite right, and then they didn't charge her with any crimes after they let her go after they did their investigation. But they were like, yeah, you left a body in a dumpster and then we found it, so we had to do an investigation and we arrested you.
To take care now of the mother of his child. And I think that it would be so much easier if we just understood that the problems we're having with young men shifting to the right, it's not.
So then what's the point of the pro-life movement if they don't want to prosecute? I mean, the pro-life movement has always been about like going after doctors. Because they don't like most of the, even like, I mean, maybe if they go, you know, if they get enough power, they'll go further or whatever. Dude, I just told you I would. You haven't DM'd me. I don't have any message requests. You joined the Discord and you're just there. Like, if you want me, I'll check it out if you want to. I mean, it might be fun for a second, as long as it's not a TOS thing. I'm assuming it's something weird because it's a strange thing to just pop in and be like, rate my setup in the middle. Like, but like, I was like, whatever, fuck it. I will if it's funny or not. I don't care.
Because they don't agree with us on the policy. They do agree with us on the policy. It's because they feel like we don't understand the struggles they're facing, the actual struggles, not the perceived struggles of the masculinity crisis or whatever it is, the actual struggles.
Whatever, this masculinity crisis, it doesn't exist. Like, that's a perceived struggle. Let's not talk about masculinity in any way, shape, or form. Let's not talk about the fact that Gen Z have lower testosterone than their grandfathers. Let's not talk about the fact that, you know, provider roles have been taken over by the state. Let's not talk like this provider, like this masculinity. There's no such thing as a masculinity crisis. We've only been culturally, well, I mean, my plan is to mute media and watch it to see if there's any TOS words, and then, you know, look at the video and then put it on because I don't know who the person is. And if it's worth looking at, it might be funny. Like, there's no masculinity. That's a perceived nonsense. It's really all just economic anxiety. And you know what? It's because Republicans won't raise the minimum wage. You're going to get young men with this message. You are wasting so much money. Give me 10% of what you give these women, and I'll give you the true. And I guarantee you my advice will be way better than this nonsense that she's spouting. Do we have any idea what's causing the lower testosterone? We don't. Could be cultural, environmental impact. It could be, we live in a less dangerous society. It could be microplastics. That is the theory. That is the theory by Erin Brockovich. But nobody talks about Erin Brockovich anymore because she was a hero of the left when she was going after corporations for dumping chemicals, and giving people cancer, and they made that whole movie with Julia Roberts. But now that she's really focused on microplastics and on how it's affecting young men, and now that Democrats are like so entrenched in power that all of their corporate donors like that shit, they just treat her like she's a misandrist and a racist and a bad person, even though she hasn't said any of that shit, and they do everything they can to silence her. And she's working with a lot of doctors to think that it's for sure microplastics. Because for whatever reason, microplastics seem to like settle in testicles and affect hormone levels. The baby tossing woman is still in trouble. The baby was according to my wife, smothered. I haven't heard an update on the case, so maybe they did a further investigation, but that's wild. Isn't the average 20-year-old man presenting lower T levels than the average 80-year-old? Yeah, that's what I said. I said, Gen Z young men having lower T levels than their grandfathers, like their current grandfathers, like have higher T levels. Plastic is behind everything: autism, cancer, neurosis. It's hard to know, like, tracking. That's just not the way science works. Like, I agree with you that, like, we can find correlates, but, like, you have to understand what the mechanism is, right? I would agree. I do think autism rates could very well likely be due to microplastics. And one of the reasons I think that, hypothesize that, is what we know is that we know that autism rates today, not so much in the past, but today, correlate very strongly with aged male sperm. So we know that the older the man is, the more likely it is that the child has autism. And it's pretty fucking rare that genetic diseases and things of that nature are affected by aged male sperm. It's usually the egg, right? It's usually housed on the X chromosome, right? And so, and so if you have a girl, they're both getting an X chromosome. If you have a boy, they're only getting an X chromosome from the mother. And, traits that are, recessive don't tend to show up in girls as much as they do in boys because they can be canceled out by, other traits from the other parent. And so it's weird whenever we see a disease track with men and aged male sperm. And so it would not shock me at all if microplastics in men are a big part of the problem with autism rates, and that it's coming from the male seed.
The actual struggles, not the perceived struggles of the masculinity.
Almost like we evolved to breed in our 20s. We did, but like human beings have, like, men, hypergamy has been a thing since the dawn of time, right? So men have been, obviously, like Cialis, Viagra, whatever, is a recent invention. But like men throughout all of history have been breeding in their 30s and 40s with relatively little issue, right? And so for like the autism rates to skyrocket and for the autism rates to be highly correlated with, and this is true of ADHD as well, but to a lesser degree, but like to be highly correlated with the aged male sperm, and it's increasing, like it's weird, right? Like there has to be an environmental factor that has been entered in here, right? Because if it was to correlate with aged females, right, or or IVF or things like that, you know what I mean? Like it wouldn't be that crazy for it to occur in higher rates today because women are waiting longer and longer to have children. But in terms of men waiting longer and longer to have children, throughout all of history, men have been having children in their 30s and 40s with relatively low risk, right? Like the biological clock just isn't the same for men historically. And yet with autism, we're seeing it, and we're seeing it correlate not with women, which is where almost everything else correlates with, right? Because like a woman that's 35 is a geriatric pregnancy, right? Like that is a high risk, problematic pregnancy. Like a woman should be done with having all of her children by 35, unless she's had a bunch of children, because every time you have a child, it tends to push that reproductive health back about a year, right? So if you have like 3 or 4 kids in your 20s, the risk of being pregnant at 35 is more akin to the risk of being pregnant at like 30, because that's just how female fertility works, right? So the younger you have kids and the more kids you have, the longer your window is remaining to have kids. And so it's just weird when we're having less and less kids and women are waiting longer and longer to have kids. But the whatever disease to correlate with the males instead of the females, which tends to believe that there's something interesting or something, novel happening to men. And what appears in one thing that it very well could be is microplastics. Could it just be obesity? Yeah, but yes and no, because again, it's the men that are the problem with autism. We're pretty sure it's not the women, right? So obesity has very little effect on, it has a little bit of an effect on hormone levels, but it has very little effect on sperm. And on top of that, like, it's pretty consistently happening in the West, and it's like, regardless of obesity rates by country and things like that. It doesn't seem like I would have to look at the research again to see if they controlled for obesity, but I'm pretty sure they tend to control for health issues in general in those studies. And if I remember correctly, the studies already controlled for variables such as obesity, and like other similar health factors.
Crisis or whatever it is, the actual.
I'm assuming there is a root cause. It could be multivariate, right? I'm not assuming anything. I said it's my hypothesis. What I am saying, though, is that if it's heavily correlated with aged male sperm, it's likely something novel, because aged male sperm has been a thing historically, and it's likely something specifically with the males.
Facing
so
the actual struggles, not the perceived struggles of the masculinity crisis or whatever it is, the actual struggles, and instead we just kind of want to blame them for all of our problems.
Right. I think there's a lot of that I just fully agree with. We just don't message to men, right? And like we don't message in a way that resonates to men. Something that you kind of responded to that I've seen a lot is, the reason why Republican messaging resonates with men is because men want bad things, right? So men want to have sex and like own women, right? Like they want to dominate everybody, and Republicans say,
wait, what? He's saying this ironically, right?
I was like we don't message in a way that resonates to men. Something that you kind of responded to that I've seen a lot.
Oh, you've responded to that I've seen a lot. Okay.
The reason why Republican messaging resonates with men is because men want bad things, right? So men want to have sex and like own women, right? Like they want to dominate everybody, and Republicans say you get to do that, and then Democrats can't say that, so we just lost men, it's over, right? What are you talking about? Like a lot of times it will be men that are liberals who will like agree with that shit. I'm like, dude, what is going on? There's a lot of men that don't think that way, obviously, and it's just.
Yeah, it's because the same reason why every Me Too supporter ends up with a Me Too allegation later on down the road. It's like, yeah, those are people, those are lefties that are projecting their own snake-like behavior. When you're talking to liberal men, you're talking to men that like to be the good guy. And so they over-exaggerate how evil men are because it gets them the pink-haired liberal girl pussy, because they're seen as on their side. They're full of shit and they're selling something so that they can it's the notorious male feminists. Yes. That's who you're talking to. You're talking because there's something wrong with you if you're a fucking hardcore Democrat that's like behind all the Democratic policies and you consider and you're a male. You something's wrong with you. I don't know if it's like some mental health issue or what, but they're not the Democrats are the party of women. They're the party of fantasy. They don't live in reality, and they hate men. And you're a man, and you're there, and you're disconnected from reality, and you're engaging in female hierarchy. This is something's automatically wrong with you. It's like being a gay Muslim. Exactly.
It's just such a negative view to take on half of the human race.
Well, I
hold on. Let me do something real quick. Let's do this. All right, that ought to work a little better. Avocado nutritional facts.
I also think it's just so abundantly clear that the people who say these things don't actually spend time talking to.
I find it so hilarious how hard it is for you guys not to type out curse words. it's like it's so difficult for you guys.
Young men, you know this because we know each other in real life, but I spend a lot of time on college campuses, and I spend a lot of time with young men.
Yeah, I've seen this clip. She loves young men.
I love young men. I love frat guys, and in that I realized, like, even the ones that identify as conservative.
Dude, by the way, what frats are you going to that would put up with this lady's shit? Like what event are you going to hang out with a bunch of frat bros being like just the way she talks? Take out every word. Don't close your eyes for a second, guys, and don't listen to any of the words that she says. Just listen to the vocal intonation and the pitch.
I'm on college campuses, and I spend a lot of time with young men. I love young men. I love frat guys, and in that I realized, like, even the ones that identify as conservative,
like, I can hear that shit from across the room and know that I don't want to talk to this lady. It doesn't matter what she says. I can just hear the and you immediately know you're dealing with a Karen. Like, you know that this is a Karen. You know that she's going to fuck up whatever good vibes you have going on right from the get-go. like it's so I don't know what fucking, like, would she go to a fucking frat party and all the dudes were there and be like, check out the honker. She's making some good points about how Democrats are going to help us, which, by the way, the frat guys are, a lot of frat guys are Democrats. They're rich kids. They're wealthy, elite, connected, rich kids. Like, they're not dudes. They're not your typical guy. Because, like, fraternities and sororities are cults designed to create networking for wealthy kids and, like, and bonding and like connections for nepotism, because these kids don't have the same things that traditional men go through, because they don't have trials and tribulations. They don't have any struggles in their life. Mommy and daddy are going to help them. They're not going to join the army. Like, they're not going to have any traditional rites of passage for, like, that, like, you know, men might have in a culture, because they're Hassan and Destiny. More Hassan than Destiny, right? Like, Hassan's more of a frat kid. Destiny's like, you know, I feel like Destiny grew up normal. He just became a grifter. Whereas, like, Hassan grew up the children of billionaires and landlords, and a guy that, you know, and a politician that I'm sure is doing all kinds of evil shit, right? And his brother works for Boeing, you know, in navigating, like, trade with Boeing between Turkey. So, like, I'm pretty sure Hassan's brother is probably one of the people that helps make sure that we get weapons and things that and you know, corporate contracts and money laundering to terrorist organizations throughout the world, you know, but, you know, and then, you know, on behalf of the state, because everything he says is fucking, you know, lies. How dare you look down to an honorable Greek rite of passage of alcohol poisoning?
Frat guys, and I spend.
Don't forget water poisoning. People be overdosing from hazing, be overdosing from water.
Loves young men.
I love young men. I love frat guys, and in that I realized, like, even the ones that identify as conservative are almost always pro-choice. They're almost always
wine is life.
Pro-gay marriage. You'd be surprised at the number of them who supported Black Lives Matter. And so I feel like people just.
No, I would not be surprised that a bunch of rich kids in college support Democrat bullshit. But at the same time, I'm pretty sure you went to a college campus once and put up a table and had a bunch of free shit to give out, and a bunch of dudes that wanted to get laid by girls at the college came up to you and you're like, I'm talking to the frat guys. And really, you're just on a fucking college campus in a group environment where they're not open or honest about their true opinions. Instead, it's a bunch of dudes in college trying to get pussy, and it's a bunch of rich kids.
Just kind of lump them into this box, when the truth is, again, A lot of them are with us on the issues. They're just not part of our coalition because they feel like they're not welcome.
BLM was never based even for anarchist shit.
They're not talked to, right? And yeah, they're not welcome.
There was no like true anarchist sentiment in the BLM riots. They were just burning down businesses and burning down shit and attacking and like accosting white people and being racist.
They're just not part of our coalition because they feel like they're not welcomed in it.
They're not talked to, right? And yeah, they're not welcome. That's true. Like there's a lot of times where it's like being like masculine characteristics or seem like they're frowned upon and they're kind of welcomed and championed by the Republican Party. And like masculine characteristics are not characteristics that are intrinsically bad, right? Like
that's right. Yeah. Well, I mean, talk to your own people there, buddy, because they hate masculinity and they say that all masculinity is toxic masculinity.
And I think that some Democrats have presented it that way. Now, obviously not most Democrats, but it's
obviously not most Democrats. They love masculinity. Shut up, the cope.
It's like this perception that a lot of guys have had. And in terms of issues, like good messaging is messaging that resonates with people's actual anxieties and lived experience, right? And so, yeah, like the Whatever podcast.
Yeah, their anxieties and their lived experience. Like immediately you use those two words in a sentence and you've already lost every real man. Like every man is the moment you said like, well, let's talk about your anxieties and your lived experience. Every person with a penis that isn't on hormone replacement therapy is fucking gone.
Can resonate with men that are like incels or and lived experience, right? And so, yeah, like the Whatever podcast can resonate with men that are like incels or like struggling with women, right? Because a girl was me.
Right. I love this, right? The moment you start talking about the red pill and like Whatever has a lot of rage bait and shit, right? But as far as red pill podcasts go, it's definitely not the worst one, right? I mean, but the idea of like, oh yeah, sure, Whatever podcast resonates with incels who struggle with women and got hurt or something. The idea that you think that all gender issues in our current society are just like, well, look at those dumb incels that like, you know, can't get any pussy is so peak you not understanding anything and you being incapable of messaging to young men that it's pathetic.
Podcast can resonate with men that are like incels or like struggling with women, right? Because a girl was mean to them or whatever, and they're able to project upon like those women which come.
Yeah, one girl was mean, so they just project everything about a mean girl to them. It's like, yeah, there's no discussion. Was like, look, I have my problems with the ortho bros that have taken over the Whatever podcast, right? Like, I think Andrew's the best of them. I think Jim Bob is a bit of a liar and a shyster, and I don't think he debates in good faith ever. I think Jay Dyer is way, way worse. You know, but I think Andrew's all right with a lot of the things that he does. I mean, I think he sees himself as an entertainer, so he does a lot of gimmicky shit and bad arguments, and some of them are in bad faith. But he has a lot of good debates and good arguments as well too. But even setting aside the ortho bros on that, right? Like, there is a lot of conversation about issues. Do I wish the Whatever podcast had on more, you know, a wider range of actual women? Yeah, but it's not like the Whatever podcast doesn't bring on real women. Like, they bring on the clickbait fucking, you know, DEI woke nonsense girls, which are part of the problem. And they also bring on a lot of OnlyFans hoes so that they can get rage bait and so they can get thumbnails, etc. Right? And I think that's, you know, that's part of the entertainment business, right? But they do have long form discussions about a lot of things. And yet and it's partly Brian's fault, right? Brian puts out a lot of clips for the rage bait. And so that's the perception of the channel, because of the way that he clips things, but he puts out other good clips too, and they don't go anywhere, right? Like, he'll put out a clip and it'll be like, you know, debate about, you know, where rights come from. And it'll get like 1,000 things. And then it'll be like, you know, and then the next clip that he'll make will be like, you know, OnlyFans girl says she can have it all or something. And then it'll get like 100 times the views because social media prioritizes negative engagement, and the left doesn't actually engage with any of this shit. They just engage with like the clips that come through on their algorithm, which are the rage bait clips. So like I understand his lack of perception, but if you're trying to talk about how you're going to reach out to young men and how y'all are going to understand the problem, but you don't engage with anything other than your own echo chamber, and then all you do is insult podcasts and talk about how they're all useless and they're all just incel rage bait, then like you're completely missing everything. Therapists want your problems to snowball downhill, so you must continue going to therapy. Yeah, I mean, it depends upon what type of therapist you're talking about, right? So therapists at outpatient procedures facilities are not like that, right? So like therapists, like when you go and you get locked up because you're crazy, and the goal is we want to get you out of here within like 15 to 30 days. They're actually really focused on fixing a problem and things of that nature. And cognitive behavioral therapists are, if you go to a CBT therapist, they're usually pretty good, right? Like cognitive behavioral therapists, mindfulness-based cognitive behavioral therapists, rational emotive behavioral therapists, right? Like, so your CBT, your MCBT, your REBT therapists, these tend to be conservatives. These tend to be people that are goal-orientated. Assertiveness training. No, not, I see the ... You're thinking like cock and ball torture instead of cognitive behavioral therapy. I fucking see you. But like, you know what I mean? But all of these therapists that are, that women go to, because women don't go to therapists that say, let me fix your problem. They go to therapists because they want to do talk therapy, and talk therapy can work, but it only works when it's structured towards a goal. Right. And so all these Freudians, all these narrative therapists, all these behaviorists, all these fucking, dialectical behavioral therapists, all these feminist therapists, all of these fucking therapists are garbage. And the ACA and the APA is run by these people. And the licensing shit is run by these people. So there are definitely a lot of good therapists out there doing good work. But I think if you feel that you might need therapy, but you're worried about going to therapy because they're just going to try and extract money from you and they're just going to make the problem worse, because that's what a lot of therapists do, I implore you to go speak to someone who specializes and mostly engages in cognitive behavioral therapy. If you have like some serious trauma from like PTSD or something, then mindfulness-based cognitive therapy. What's your opinion on trauma therapists? I think some are good. I think a lot of them are trash, and the ones that are good engage heavily in the CBT aspect of mindfulness-based cognitive therapy. But when you see like trauma therapists that are engaged in narrative therapy or engaged in dialectical behaviorism, I think those, for the most part, are going to be trash. And it's sad that whole schools of therapy that have some evidence behind them are trash, but it's like, it's the people that subscribe to them are the people you're talking about. So I don't think therapy is useless. Therapy as an institution is becoming a serious problem because the people in charge of it are all woke nonsense people, and the people in charge of licensing are all woke nonsense people. And a lot of the people doing the therapy that makes the most money, which is to get women in and keep them in forever and ever and ever, are woke nonsense people, and they're causing more problems than they're solving. But that doesn't mean that, like, and by the way, narrative therapy can be really good for eating disorders, right? Like, so again, you'll see some narrative therapists in outpatient facilities where like women have anorexia and they get sent to the hospital because of their anorexia, and then they're like, you need to see a therapist and get this shit under control. And like, because like the hyperfixation of like cognitive behavioral therapy can sometimes not be that effective for people that already hyperfixate, like obsessive compulsive disorder or eating disorders like anorexia. And so, like it's not the best thing for that, but in general, go to those people. They tend to be conservative. They're goal orientated. It's good. Yeah. I mean, dialectical behavioral therapy, the name sounds worse than it is. It's not like the Marxist dialectic, but it is trash therapy.
Come on, and like look really dumb. They're able to say like, yeah, all women are like this. I feel better about myself. But there's all these other things that resonate probably more, which is like, man, shit's expensive, right? Man, I don't feel supported, right? Like, I don't feel like there's anywhere for me to go, right? I feel like if something bad happens to me, no one's there to support me. That's the thing that a lot of
Dude, this whole like male loneliness epidemic shit, it's like I don't feel supported. Yeah, you know why young men aren't supported? They don't feel supported because their dads and their moms split up and they don't have strong family connections. And the policies that you guys champion are the policies that break up these families. So like being like, oh, I don't feel supported, so we're going to use the state to be your fucking emotional support system is the exact opposite thing. If men want to feel healthy and men want to feel happy, they want to feel independent and they want to feel like they have meaning and purpose. So stop stealing their fucking money and stop breaking up families. You can't sly your way in like the snake in the Garden of Eden anymore and fucking whisper in promises of the state feeling of fixing the problems that it created for young men. Like young men might not understand the complexity of these things, but they know a snake when they see one. And we're looking at two of them.
A lot of men deal with because men are a lot of times kind of put in the box of supporting other people. So no one's there to support themselves.
Yep.
And it's like, those are things that we can absolutely talk to. Actually, we could probably speak to.
Yeah, but dialectical behavioral therapy in practice isn't really like that. It's just a different form of narrative therapy. And it deals with contradictions and like resolving those contradictions by viewing those things differently. But like it's not as bad as people pointed out to be. But yes, the name is bad and where it came from is bad. And the results are not as good as other forms of theory. But as it got means tested and turned into a tradition, it's not really as bad as you think.
Better than the Republican Party.
Yeah, I think speaking to that,
this young man must be a vegetarian. I don't fucking know. I just think it's crazy that the guy has bags under his eyes like he's fucking 40 years old, but has the body and face of a 12-year-old boy. It's fucking crazy. Like like you can see the stress on his face despite being so young. It's like the bags under his eyes and around the dark circles. Like, I don't get any sleep and I've been eating like shit and I'm fat and I just recently stopped eating things that I was allergic to because I didn't do an elimination diet and I'm 34 and my eyes don't look this bad. I don't want to breed with them. Well, you're already married, Stacey.
Is also understanding the mentality that they're coming from too. So another example is when you look at the polling.
Must be an engineering student? No, he's not an engineering student. He is he works for the DNC in Texas.
That is also understanding the mentality that they're coming from too. So another example is when you look at the polling of what are the issues that are the most important to young men, one of the top issues consistently is immigration. If you actually talk to a young guy about how he feels about immigration, am I allowed to cuss on this?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, they don't give a shit. They don't give a shit about immigration.
This woman is really genuinely thinking that she's going to get paid millions by the DNC to rewrite polling and data to fit her anecdotal experiences. I talked to some young guys on a college campus while a bunch of women were around, and they weren't talking about how much they care about immigration. They were actually apathetic about it. Honey, these men know that you're going to police their language and they know that all of the women around them are going to attack them and or hate them if they don't say the right things. If you want to talk to young men, you have to talk to young men without the fear of them being exposed. You don't know people's opinions unless you can garner their opinion whilst no fear of anybody else seeing or knowing their opinion. You having conversations with a couple of frat guys at a college and being like, actually, they don't even care about immigration. All the polling data where people were allowed to anonymously answer surveys and there was no fear of repercussion says it's the number one issue. But actually, I talk to these dude bros and I get them in a way that nobody else does. And they don't even care about that.
Am I allowed to cuss on this?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, they don't give a shit. They don't give a shit about.
No, this video has 19K views. It also has 2.4K downvotes estimated and 115 upvotes. Let's add another one.
About immigration. It's this idea of scarcity and competition of If you're a young man in America, you are expected to go to college or go to a trade school, get a certification, get a degree. Then you're expected to get a high-paying job. And then once you get your high-paying job, you're expected to find your wife and to buy a house and to have kids and to do all of these things. And if you don't do that, then you're a failure because you are the man and you are the provider. And if you can't provide,
Correct. That is the right opinion.
then you're not actually a man. And so we set the Republicans specifically, they set this expectation and then they make it almost.
Oh, this is just a Republican expectation. What's the expectation from the Democrats? Do whatever you want, be hedonistic. You are a failure. I did all of those things and then I got divorced.
Impossible for young men to actually do those things, whether it's through not raising minimum wage, whether it's through the price of tuition going up, all these different things. And so what ends up happening,
not raising the minimum wage. Oh my God. The idea that you think raising minimum wage is going to fix this in any way, shape, or form is fucking batshit crazy.
happening is you have these young guys who they're working every single day. They're working on oil rigs. They're working at Amazon warehouses. Maybe they work a 9-to-5 job. They're working every single day, and they're still not getting ahead.
Gays with traditional relationships. There's a fucking oxymoron if I've ever heard one. like a traditional relationship, a gay what the fuck is a gay traditional relationship? Does it make the homemaker less of a man? Yeah, obviously. They're not performing the gender role of man well. Both because they're a homemaker and also because they're getting butt fucked. I mean, like, sure, if you want to define traditional as that, like, that's cool, but it's obviously not. Like, traditional obviously encapsulates more than stay-at-home person and bread maker person. Like, it's far more than that. And being in a gay relationship is already not traditional.
So then we force young men to make this decision.
The traditional gay relationship is marrying a wife as a beard, having kids, and then going to airport bathrooms and glory holes to get your rocks off because you're gay and you don't want anybody to know about it. I'm not saying that's good, but that is the traditional gay relationship.
Working every single day, and they're still not getting ahead. So then we force young men to make this decision of either you can blame yourself or you can blame others. And if you're a young guy and you're working 8 to 12 hours a day,
Hold on. I know how we're going to get men to the Democratic Party. We're going to do everything we can to gaslight them into an external locus of control and blame the oppressor, of which we will constantly call them a part of that class. This'll work. No, you give them fucking opportunities to control their own life. And the way you do that is to stop stealing their money. And to stop making them pay for women while women are given opportunities that they're not given. Men are allowed to go to a trade school. Men are allowed to break their body. Women are allowed to go be pretty and get a fucking job as a DEI hire doing bullshit email jobs that do nothing and middle management jobs that tell men that make the same amount of money as them but are way better educated and actually understand how the business works to come in and have another human resource training and have and to tell these coders how many, organize in like little high school girls with their pen and notepad, but on spreadsheets, how many t-shirts their job takes instead of just letting them do their fucking job.
Self, or you can blame others. And if you're a young guy and you're working 8 to 12 hours a day, if you're paying all your bills, you're doing everything you can, and you're still not getting ahead, why do we expect them to think that they're the problem? They're doing everything that they've been told to do their entire life. And so...
Correct. You're the problem. And you're trying to gaslight them into thinking that the problem is that the minimum wage isn't too high. Like, dudes that are going to a trade school and are working towards a house, but like are failing in this economy despite the work they're putting in, are not making minimum wage. They're making $20, $22, $23, $24, $25 an hour as like a welder or some shit, or even $30 an hour. And they're still struggling because half their fucking money is stolen by people like you for diversity programs and for welfare programs and to go help single mothers because it's a man's duty to protect the single mom, but we don't actually get to be allowed to protect people based off of what we value. We have to protect people based off of what the government says are the protected classes that are better than us and that we're the problem. But we'll just kind of act like we're not going to call you the problem as much anymore, and we'll just create programs that largely benefit women anyways, and then we'll pretend like we're doing you a favor.
That kind of little nagging insecure voice in the back of the head, that's where Republicans really push through that ideology and get to young men, is because then they can convince them, well, this is the person whose fault it is.
You will not get ahead working 8-hour days. I mean, yeah, obviously it depends upon like what job you're doing or whatever, but like, yeah.
It's not your fault that you can't get ahead in America. It's the immigrants who are coming here. It's their fault because they're taking your high-paying jobs.
Right. And this hits on something that's so true. It's not that people are intrinsically prejudiced against immigrants. I mean, certainly some people are, but most people are not. The critical mass of Americans that say they care about immigration are not. It's that Republicans have made immigration an economic issue. They made it an everything issue. I mean, they point to immigrants and they say,
are we going to pretend like immigration isn't an economic issue when you're stealing $50 billion from FEMA so that you can put them in hotels and give them cell phones and ship them to fucking towns that have a population of 80,000 and ship in like 20, 30,000 Haitian immigrants because the corporations there want cheap labor and they're part of a diversity program to not hire the people in their town, but instead hire cheap immigrant labor that was funded via tax money, and then their entire town that used to be a culture that they understood and now has accidents from Haitians that have never driven a car in their entire life but were given a driver's license, and they're accosted and they're treated like second-class citizens while other people are given benefits that they're not given and opportunities that they're not given, and they have no control over the culture in their community or the economics of themselves, and more of their money is being stolen so it can go to these people, and we're going to pretend like this isn't an immigration issue. We're going to be like, Republicans somehow made it an immigration and economic issue. I don't even know. What kind of craziness is that? How could importing 20 to 30 million immigrants in the last decade be like an economic thing? Like, what's that got to do with economics? That's weird. All we got to do is raise the minimum wage and they'll be so much better.
These are the people that are taking away your livelihood, the safety of your family, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And like, that's a lie. It's a vicious lie, but it's a lie that you can perhaps understand people believing if they have no other explanations offered to them. And I think
it's a lie. No counter argument, no discussion on how you're just believing it has. Immigration has zilch to do with economics, and it's just a complete lie. And then that's just it. Like, you cannot gaslight us into fucking. It's like, hold on one second. One second. Open in new tab. What? No, I just want the image in the tab. Oh my God. Hold on one second. This is it. This is what they have decided the Democrats' messaging is going to be to win back young men. The narcissist prayer. That didn't happen. And if it did, it wasn't that bad. And if it was, that's not a big deal. And if it is, that's not my fault. And if it was, I didn't mean it. And if I did it, you deserved it. That's it. That's their messaging. Their messaging is just pure narcissistic gaslighting to young men whilst attacking them and taking away their wealth and then telling them that you're actually bad for believing what the Republicans say. But we'll come in like the Oedipal mother and tell you it's all going to be okay. We'll give you therapy. We'll give you more your little candies, and it's all going to be okay. And they'll just patronize us. Except that shit worked on millennials. It did. It really genuinely did. It worked on millennials. It's not working on Gen Z. Gen Z's not buying your shit. Millennials might have bought what all these lefties and shit were selling, hook, line, and sinker, so that they wouldn't attack the banks that fucked us over and the corporations that have been fucking us over. But it's just not, it's not working on Gen Z. They're becoming more conservative the harder you push.
There's something else about this that's really insightful. It's men are looking for an explanation about why things kind of
I think the biggest issue is people thinking that because they went to their job, that's the end of the workday. I mean, it kind of is. Like life is work. I mean, I guess. You're starting to come off a little. You're like, when you say that, I know that's not what you mean, but hold on. See if I can find a clip that isn't fucking TikTok.
Day is 6 a.m. to noon, and I'm not crazy. You're crazy for thinking it takes 24 hours, just like some dude in a cave did 300 years ago. My second day starts at noon and goes till 6 p.m. That's day 2. And then the next day is 6 p.m. to midnight. What I've done now is I have changed and manipulated time. I now get 21 days a week. Stack that up over a month, I'm gonna kick your butt. Stack it up over a year, you're toast. Stack it up over 5 years, my entire life is different than it would have been otherwise.
That's you right now, Novum. Like, fuck, people think when they go to work that their work day is done. Life is work, all right? I go to a second day of my job on the next 8 hours, and then after that 8 hours, I got another day. I got 3 days in 3 days in one day. Okay, after a week, you're toast, bro. Not like them cavemen 300 years ago. It's like, that's all I heard when you said that. Like, I know that's not what you mean. But it's kind of how you sounded.
Suck in their lives, right? And so if you look at a lot of people, it's men are looking for an explanation about why things kind of suck in their lives, right? And so if you look at a lot of the content that men like watch, well, some of it's, this right-wing content. A lot of it's like self-help stuff, right? Like, who's the most into self-help? It's men. And what does the self-help say? It's your mind. It's your thought process. That's the reason why things suck, right? And some people are even always eager to blame someone else. They're just eager to have an explanation, a solution to the suffering they're facing in their lives.
So the shit that's working is internal locus of control, which is the good shit. And the stuff that's not working is those incel podcasts that are like blaming everything. Okay, so we insult everyone that falls for the incel podcast because you're just a loser that got shit on by women. Oh, and all of the solutions that we're going to give you is external locus of control. And like, I don't know why, like no thought process whatsoever of connecting internal versus external locus of control and recognizing that what men value is being able to achieve and find purpose in and of themselves, and that external government programs to try and redistribute things is not going to be a solution. Please, the pause is so gross. She's gross. That's not my fault. Is this one better? Like, fucking vote harder and you'll get your manhood back, maybe.
Eager to have an explanation, a solution to the suffering they're facing in their lives.
I had a really in-depth conversation a few weeks ago with some other content creators where I was talking about the messaging that the Democratic Party uses so often, and we talk about the diversity, equity, inclusion, DEI, and I think where we've kind of fallen into this trap is we have made the party exclusive.
Solo thotuma ke chaya. Kasoyari kui rado kanki ko. We now can banva podo.
Is that better, Stacey Pastry? Does that make you feel more comfortable? Was that more what you were looking for? All right.
I was talking about the messaging that the Democratic Party uses so often, and we talk about the diversity, equity, inclusion, DEI, and I think where we've kind of fallen into this trap is we have made the party exclusive by trying to make it inclusive. And what I mean by that is every room we walk into, the messaging that we're using is different.
Yeah, it's almost like DEI is anti-white. It just is. And it's especially anti-white man. By trying to sacrifice young white men, we've somehow excluded young white men. By telling them that they're all privileged and that everybody but them deserves extra opportunities, whilst we turn them into tax slaves for a social welfare system that is designed to funnel all of their purpose, meaning, and wealth away from them to make their life harder so that we can give it to privileged classes. We've somehow excluded those people. I don't know what it is, but maybe if we lie harder, we'll be able to fix the messaging.
What I mean by that is every room we walk into, the messaging that we're using is different. Every single one of them. And I think that that's the wrong way to go about it. I think we should have one.
Yeah. Every room that we walk into, the messaging is different. So what you're saying is that you're fucking lying and pandering to every single solitary group of people so that you can make them believe that you have some form of coalition against the evil white man. And for whatever reason, that's not really working because you're all full of shit. And people are beginning to see that you're full of shit.
Using is different. Every single one of them. And I think that that's the wrong way to go about it. I think we should have one specific, this is the message we use on this issue. Because people are going to interpret that message however they want to interpret it. Everyone has their own form of cultural competence.
True. If the message is different, then you are a Hegelian dialectical tool. Exactly.
So, message however they want to interpret it.
I mean, saying Hegelian dialectical tool is maybe a bit wordy for no reason. It kind of feels like you were just like, let me throw the smart words in, but you didn't use them incorrectly. So you are right. like you're right. It just sounds like something that those frat boys that are voting Democrats might be like, shut up, nerd.
This issue, because people are going to interpret that message however they want to interpret it. Everyone has their own form of cultural competency. So, and I think what Trump in particular is they kind of just say that
everybody has their own truth, all right? And they're just going to interpret what we say in their own lens of their cultural competency. Some people get it, and some people just don't. And if you don't get it, it's just because you're dumb in a certain way. You must have really low EQ. All these young boys with their low EQ, maybe if we gaslight them some more, their EQ will go up. EQ is a real thing, guys. If I say it enough, people will believe it's real.
Own form of cultural competency. So, and I think what Trump in particular is they kind of just say the same thing over and over again. And then if they ever change their opinion on it, they just say it with so much confidence that it's hard to convince people that that's not what they meant. So for us, I think
it's the first thing she said that's true. Like Trump be doing that shit a lot. Tariffs are great. Tariffs are a tool. Tariffs are going to bring our country back because it's so great. Tariffs are going to get us free trade things back. Tariffs are good. Tariffs are bad. Tariffs are good. This is the first thing she said that has actually been true 10 and a half minutes into a 17-minute video.
They just say it with so much confidence that it's hard to convince people that that's not what they meant. So for us, I think it's just, we should...
Dude, true. I always carry hot sauce. Are you pandering to me right now? Is it working?
Confidence that it's hard to convince people that that's not what they meant. So for us, I think it's just, we should just be saying the same thing about the same issue over and over and over again and let the voters decide what it means through their own cultural lens instead of telling them specifically.
I love that it's like, we don't need to rethink our policies. We don't need to rethink, like we are assuming that all of our ideas are actually good ideas, but we're going to dumb down the messaging about and focus on specific things and ditch some of the pandering and lying we've been doing to different groups because that pandering and lying isn't working, and we'll just move to a different form of pandering. And we'll start doing inclusive pandering.
And let the voters decide what it means through their own cultural lens instead of telling them specifically what we mean every single time.
Right. The issue with pandering is it looks like you're pandering.
Yeah.
You don't seem genuine whenever you're saying something different in two different rooms with different demographics in them. Even if you are being genuine, but sometimes it's just not.
Even if you are being genuine. So yeah, I mean, we're totally being genuine when we're pandering and saying two different things in two different rooms to two different groups of people. This is like that TED Talk in my intro where it's like the problem, our obsession with the truth might be getting way of getting things done.
something different in two different rooms with different demographics in them, even if you are being genuine. But sometimes it's just not, right? Like the Kamala Harris's agenda for black men, I don't think that really went anywhere because it just seems so kind of contrived. It seems so like...
Well, and this is the same thing. It's the same thing that Hillary Clinton did, where it's, Bill, like, you'll have people on the right throw out these claims of like, well, what are you doing for this group? And we'll have these long-winded like explanations with these details and these figures, and then we can go out and talk about it so we're blue in the face, but at that point the conversation's already moved on because they didn't actually care about the answer. They cared about how they felt about the answer.
Oh my God. The cope when people are saying, what are you going to do to make my life better in this country because times are hard? They don't actually care about any truth, and they don't care about policy, and they don't care about the answer. They only care that they're going to be pandered to. So the reason we were pandering is actually the voters and the people's fault, because we are the high, big-brained elite that understand all of these things. And what they really want is they just want to be pandered to. I mean, that might be true of a majority of Democrat voters, but it's not true of young men in Gen Z. And that's why you're fucking losing them, because they've been given the vibes and millennials fell for it, and Gen Z isn't, because the reality is in their face. When your vibes and your bullshit arguments don't match the problems that they're facing, and when they go, if I think about it just a little bit, you haven't actually answered my question, and you haven't actually given me a solution to the problems I'm facing. You're just giving me platitudes and pandering, and it doesn't work. Like Gen Z men are unironically the real woke ones. And I don't mean this like James Lindsay with the woke right. I mean this like they're actually waking up. They're waking up to the fact that all of this that you've been selling them is just bullshit to use them as a tool. No, this is real. They're describing how they want to talk to their base, like they're conservatives who want to know how a thing works versus the emotional decision making of their actual base. Yeah. Well, yeah, but if you're talking about losing young men in this regard, they're describing the problem and then shifting the blame onto the base.
And so I feel like we just get into these specifics so frequently that frankly, like, people just don't care about.
But we need simple ideas that you articulate all the time, right? It's like, for instance, build more housing, right? And somebody says, well, how does that benefit this group? It's like, well, do you live in housing? Like there's some big economic issues that hit everybody. Affordability is one of the most central ones. And that's something that we should champion. And the good news is it helps everyone, right? It's not just good policy all the time, but it's also like, we don't need to have different messages for different groups, in large part because there isn't different policy solutions for different groups. Like targeted policies are usually ones that are kind of watered down, right? They're kind of...
Oh my God. Oh my God. This is like, I hate to sound Marxist, right? But this is true and not true in the same way. And I'll explain, because it's not actually a contradiction, because contradictions don't exist in reality. It's true that targeted socialist policies, in the way that Democrats view policies, which is a program where we steal money from people and then we target a specific demographic, is worse than policies that are simplistic and benefit everyone. Okay. But the right answer, and the one that conservatives sell but don't act on, is to get the government out of your life and allow all of the different solutions that exist in the market, and that it exists based off of different people's individual and cultural values, to be able to present themselves, right? I say this quote all the time. I'll say it again in chapter 4, right? Hayek's Road to Serfdom. Centralized authority destroys spontaneous order. Okay. And so if you get the government out of people's lives and you stop stealing their money, then people with different values and different cultural contexts can be able to use that money to tackle the challenges in their community and in their families in the way that works for them. And yes, some people will act and do stupid things, and but the government coming in with a one-size-fits-all solution to 330 million Americans is just never going to be as effective. And so this concept of just build more housing, it is completely ignorant. How do you build more housing? Do you do it the way Democrats do it? Because the way Democrats do it is they get rich kids and corrupt individuals that call themselves philanthropists to funnel a bunch of money into NGOs that help get Democrats elected and barely build any houses. Are you going to do it the way Republicans act like they're going to do it, which is deregulating NIMBY laws and deregulating the housing market and reducing tariffs and taxes on things like steel and lumber and reducing interstate commerce taxes between states so that things can travel across the country because certain parts of the country have better, better access to resources that we need, etc.? Like, are you going to get rid of, the shipping regulations that make it illegal for boats to drop off, in Texas and then go to the Philippines without transferring all that over to a domestic ship, right? No, you're against those things. You want more regulations. You want more strangulation of the market. And then you want socialist policies that are going to get corporations and your fucking donors more and more money and are going to fail at building houses, and it's all going to come at the expense of young men and their ability to work and achieve and have meaning and have purpose and be leaders in their community. But you're going to gaslight them into just build more housing. It's going to work. Trust me this time, bro. It is so completely, it's crazy because their policies and their ideas are all bad and their connection to young men are bad. Right? Like I am often, my connection to young men with libertarian policies is a difficult messaging that often doesn't resonate with young men. And it's and Democrats messaging and Republicans messaging often resonates better because the ideas that we have are complicated and they discuss second and third order consequences for people to be able to understand how the state is difficult, or it requires, moving from first principles in high-minded philosophy that requires young men that don't necessarily have an interest in political philosophy to go retarded deep into political philosophy. It's a hard sell. But it's crazy to watch Democrats not only, as always, have horrible policies, but also be horribly out of touch with the demographic and completely lack any level of self-awareness as to how they're the problem with their inability to connect with young men. It's genuinely fascinating to watch these people and know that they're getting DNC money and NGO money and that they, that they have all these following from, bot accounts and they're all retweeting each other with these organizations pretending to be grassroots while totally fucking using Discord servers to boost each other and have this whole apparatus around giving them growth and giving them money so that they can live a comfortable life while parroting all the talking points of corporations. And still, with all of that power behind them and all of that money behind them, fail so miserably. I mean, this guy's doesn't even have double my YouTube subscribers, and I'm a fucking know-nothing ANCAP debate bro streamer with no editor. Which, by the way, if you guys know any editors want to help out, or if you want to make some stream clips to make it easier for me to make YouTube shorts to help grow the channel, please join the Discord. Let me know. DM me. Help me out. All right? We're trying to get some more content out there, and the best way to do that is for you guys to help me. But, okay, but like, it's crazy to have that apparatus behind them and still fail in every domain and be this out of touch with both their policies, prescriptions, and their descriptive understanding of the problem, and completely out of touch with the demographic and their opinions.
Less, increasing funding for specific grant programs for certain races of businesses. I mean, that's great and all, and we've had that for a long time. But
that's great and all. Like, that's so amazing. Yes. You're trying to get young men back, and you're like, well, that messaging isn't really working. It's great. We should all talk about how amazing it is, but it's losing the young white men that don't have access to any of these opportunities. So like, but it's still good. It's a good thing that we stole from you. It's good that we stole from you, but maybe now we'll let you have some breadcrumbs later.
That's not going to fix the big economic inequality and opportunity issues we have in this country. The only thing that can do that is dramatic investments, is a huge expansion of the social support system, et cetera, et cetera. And that's the kind of stuff that we should probably focus on talking about.
The only way to fix this is way, way, way more stealing, way, way, way more fucking over your life. And we promise this time, maybe we won't talk about it so much when we steal from you and give to other demographics.
Well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you look at things like, the healthcare plan, or, homeowners, like first-time loans up to this amount or this percentage. I need Democrats to start talking like well, what's your healthcare policy? My healthcare policy is healthcare should be good and cheap.
Right. Because Trump does. He doesn't explain, like, I'm going to do price transparency, like a price statute, and I'm going to expand the premium tax credit, whatever. Like, Republicans never say the word tax credit. Why do we say the word tax credit all the time?
I think it's because.
Oh my God. Guys, just dumb down the messaging and it'll work. By the way, you guys are the ones that think that frat boys are stupid, and you guys are the ones that, you know, don't realize how intelligent and progressive all these young men are. But anyways, in order for this to work, we need to massively increase the stealing that we're doing from the white men and transferring to other people, and then we need to simplify the messaging because these dum-dums are getting picked up by the Republicans.
It's like we're still operating in this like fallout of Reagan, Bill Clinton mentality. But the difference is that most Democrats don't have the charisma that Bill Clinton had. And so instead of leaning on the charisma, they lean on the details. And I just don't think it translates the same way. We just come off as a bunch of dorks. Like that's just the truth. We just come off as a bunch of dorks. Nobody wants to listen to a dork.
I think voters like.
It's because you hate masculinity and you have driven masculinity out of your party. And then you can't accept reality, which is that charisma and leadership and hierarchy is founded upon masculine traits. Like dorkiness are submissive traits. They're traits that lack confidence. They're traits that lack the ability to communicate to a large audience. Like people that are able to communicate to a large audience and be confident and be able to be succinct in getting their messaging across, they have this charisma. And the reason that charisma sells and feels authentic is because they're masculine. Because both men and women want to follow strong men. That's it. Men especially, actually. As much like women want to follow a strong man in their life, in their interpersonal relationships. But men understand the hierarchy and are willing to accept the reality that another man is leading the charge. Right? Like you I'll give you an example. I think this is probably the best example. This is how you don't sound like a fucking nerd. This is what men want to hear. Real quick, this is a speech from Alexander the Great after some of his soldiers attempted mutiny. Now, granted, some of it is a bit paraphrased because there was no stenographer at the time.
Home.
Here you go.
What I'm about to say isn't meant to stop you returning home. As far as I care, you can go wherever you wish. But I want you to know how you have behaved towards me, and how I have treated you. I'll begin, as is right, with my father, Philip.
So this is how you've been, like he is selling the idea that you have failed me, Alexander the Great, by your behavior. Okay, you have failed me. What Democrat would ever do that? Like the Democrat is all, I'm going to give you pleasure. I'm going to give you pleasure. I'm going to make your life easier. We need more support systems. Like we're here for you. We're here to support you. Alexander the Great would never do that. He challenges you to be better by following his lead.
When he found you, you were mere peasants, wearing hides, tending a few sheep on the mountain slopes, and you could barely defend them from your neighbors. Under him, you began living in cities, with good laws and customs, and he turned you from slaves into rulers over those very barbarians who used to plunder your land.
So now this is my lineage. This is where I come from. This is why even like why I am of superior stock. I am better than you. And at the same time, you are better by the virtue of following me. You were slaves and you were peasants, and we turned you into rulers. We gave you purpose and meaning, and we inspired and civilized you to greater outcomes, into a greater world because of our leadership from my father, King Philip.
He conquered most of Thrace, taking the best harbors so there was trade and prosperity, and put the mines to steady work. The Thessalians, they used to terrify you. Well, we rule them now.
Right. Here's the ethos. Here's what I have, my father accomplished, and here is how he earned his position at the top, because he is competent, because he is great. You used to fear these people, but he turned you into warriors, and now they fear you. You are better by virtue of the great virtue of my father being at the top of this hierarchy.
The Athenians and Thebans, always looking for a chance to attack Macedonia, were so humbled, myself playing my small part in the war, that they no longer take tribute from Macedonia, but instead...
Right, and then he weaves in, and then this is where I began my journey, and I was just like you. I played some small part in this war. My father did these great things, and he groomed me to be this great man. But even from the beginning, I was there. I played a small part. I have suffered the way that you have suffered in this way, and we conquered more together through my lineage.
Instead, depend upon us for their protection. My father went to the Peloponnese and put their house in order. Then he was declared supreme commander of all the Greeks for the campaign against the Persians. An honor not just for himself, but for all Macedonians.
Right, and an honor not just for himself, but for all Macedonians. By me being a leader, and by me being competent, and by me shaping the future, all of you have gained an honor. You have done great things.
This is what my father Philip did for you. Great enough on its own.
Right. What did he do for you? He didn't give you health care, right? He didn't give you freebies. He didn't give you, celebrations by Bacchus, by, giving you wine. He didn't give you fucking support systems. He allowed you to be men. He allowed you to be greater than your fathers and your forefathers. He allowed you the opportunity to step up and rise to the challenge and make your mark on history, even the small part that you play, a small part that I once played in the campaign day.
But small compared to what you've gained from me. I crossed the Hellespont, even though back then the Persians still commanded the sea. I defeated the satraps of the great King Darius and made you rulers of Ionia, Aeolis, Phrygia, and Lydia, and took Miletus by siege. The rest of the land surrendered willingly, and their wealth became yours.
Right, so I have done all of these great things. Right? I have earned my spot here. All of these great things of my father, they are just the stepping stone to a greater generation. As we move into the future, we're able to achieve even more because it's never enough. We always must improve. We always must go towards the next horizon. And then on top of that, you have benefited from this and you have done great things. And the riches of Persia are ours.
All the riches of Egypt and Cyrene, which I won without a fight, are yours now. Syria, Palestine, Mesopotamia, Babylonia, all belong to you.
Putting Palestine in here right after Slope is Dope is like he warned us about the Jews is kind of funny, though.
The wealth of Lydia, the treasures of Persia, the jewels of India and the outer sea. You are now satraps. You are generals and captains.
Right, and then again, weaving, you under Philip, before Philip, you were slaves and you were peasants. And then he made you warriors and he made the riches of Greece yours. And then I did so much more. And I made you a satrap. I made you generals. I made you captains, right? Like I gave you the opportunity, if you put your will and your power behind me under the hierarchy, to achieve things that would never be possible without me. But at the same time, it's not about giving you anything. It's about what we took together, and we took it together because I gave you the opportunity to be men.
What have I held back for myself apart from this purple cloak and diadem?
And what did I take? What did I take from you? I didn't tax you. I didn't get rich. I didn't go to fancy parties. All I took was this diadem, right? This crown and this purple cloak, purple being a symbol of royalty. I've got a cloak and a crown, and the rest of it is for us. This is for the empire. This is for men.
Nothing. No man can point to my riches, only the things I hold in trust for you all. And what would I do with them anyway? I eat what you eat. I get no more rest than you. Many times I have spent the night on watch so that you could sleep soundly. Who among you believes he's worked harder for me than I have for him?
Again, this is how you speak to men. This is how men recognize leadership and charisma, and it's about masculinity, right? I have sacrificed just as much, if not more, than every single fucking one of you. I have proved my competency, and I've gone through the trenches through you. And to a much lesser degree, you see shit like this in Trump, right? Like when he says, it's why the messaging works. When he says that you are the media sees you as the enemy, but I'm in their way. It's hearkening back to that traditional masculine view of like earned hierarchical power. Now, I don't necessarily think that Trump even holds a fucking thimble compared to Alexander the Great, but nevertheless, this is a perfect example of the communication to men.
Come on! If you've got scars, strip and show them to me. I'll show you mine. There isn't one part of my body, the front at least, that doesn't bear a wound.
Again, and so here again he says, it's like, I've been fighting. I've fought with you. I've taken in just as many bullets as anybody else. You see the fucking, Trump taking a bullet kind of thing, right? And then again, there's if you don't understand history or battle, you might have missed the sneak diss, right? If you will here, right? He says, there isn't one part of my body that isn't, he says, the front at least, right? Because it's a shame to have scars on your back, because the only way you get scars on your back is when you're retreating from the enemy. And he's saying, take your fucking shirt off. Let's look at your goddamn scars, because I've got more scars than you. And on top of that, they all happened in the front, because I never ran from a fucking fight. I always fought, and I fought in the front lines. Who here has scars like I have scars? And also, it's like, take your shirt off. Let's see if you've got scars on your back. Let's see your shame. Because shame absolutely works. This bullshit that the lady was talking about, like, how dare they say that you're less of a man because you didn't go to a trade school and you didn't go to a house and all of these things. It's like, you're stealing the opportunity for men to be able to achieve great things by making them tax slaves and then offering them bread and circus and wine. That's not how you inspire men. You inspire men by being in the front line, by having more scars than anybody else has, and by proving your worth and your competency and giving them the ability to prove their worth and their competency.
There isn't one part of my body, the front at least, that doesn't bear a wound. My body's covered in scars from every weapon you can think of. Swords, arrows, stones, clubs. All for the sake of your lives, your glory, and your wealth. And yet here I still am, leading you, as conqueror of land and sea, rivers, mountains, and the plains. We've celebrated our weddings together.
Sorry, Scott, this is cringe. Fuck you, bro.
Many of your children will be cousins of my own. I've paid off your debts without asking how you got them, even though you're paid well enough and pillage every city we take. Many of you wear golden crowns, Badges of courage and honor given you by me.
True, you could pay to get rid of it.
Any one of us who was killed, who met a glorious end, we buried with full honors. Many now stand immortalized by bronze statues in Macedonia. Their families are honored and pay no taxes. Under my command, not one man has been killed fleeing the enemy.
I mean, come on, man. This is how you talk to men. This fucking, I'm going to give you slop, and I'm going to take care of your material conditions, and I'm going to tax you so that you know, so we're all equal, and I'm going to get rid of your economic anxiety. Compare that to this.
And now I wanted to send back some of you who've been wounded or crippled, or have grown old, to be welcomed back home as heroes. But since you all wish to go, then all of you, go! Go home and tell them that your king, Alexander, conqueror of the Persians, Medes, Bactrians, and Scythians, who now rules over the Parthians, Chorasmians, and Hyrcanians as far as the Caspian Sea, who's marched over the mountains of the Hindu Kush, crossed the Oxus and Tanais rivers, even the Indus, first to cross it since Dionysus himself. I would have crossed the Hyphasis too if you hadn't cowered in fear. Who sailed into the great sea from the mouth of the Indus. Who crossed the desert of Gadrosia.
And this is the argument here is, how dare Republicans shame men into achieving things, and how dare they not steal money from them and then give them support systems? And why is it that we are losing young men when we give opportunities to other people and we tell them that they need to sacrifice, not for what it is that they value, not to give them meaning and purpose, not for anything other than other people have it bad?
Where no one had ever led an army.
I'm doing that right after we finish this, which is like only like 2 minutes left on it.
Who took Carmenia, while my fleet sailed the Persian Gulf. When you get home, you tell them that when you made it back to Susa, you abandoned him and went home, leaving him under the protection of the foreigners you'd conquered. Perhaps this report of yours will seem glorious in the eyes of men and worthy in the eyes of the gods.
To be fair, this is after the India campaign, so I get them saying, hey, Alex, let's go home, eh? Yeah, I mean, but like, yes, like, I'm not saying that they're wrong for mutiny, right? What I'm saying is when he gave this speech, after they had done all of this and they had mutinied, not a single man went home. Instead, they all rallied behind him to conquer more. That is how you speak to young men. And that is the understanding of hierarchy in the male mind, and understanding why confidence and charisma is masculinity. And this idea that like, oh, we just sound like nerds because we think about facts. No, it's not facts. It's because you have purged masculinity, you have purged hierarchy, and you have purged a concept of giving men the liberty and giving men the opportunity to achieve meaning and purpose. That all of those things have been purged from the Democrats, and it worked for a period of time when boomers and Gen Xers were eating off of the desiccated corpse of greater men from generations past, and were able to still achieve and still provide for their family and still have that purpose and meaning because of the cultural context that they had taken from their forefathers and from their parents. But now that those opportunities are gone and the socialist state has stolen all of those things, the transitionary generation were millennials, and millennials gave in to the anxieties sold to them by corporations and went into wokeness and tried to do this external locus of control and blame other people for their plight. But Gen Z is turning around because Gen Z is seeing that you've sold them a false bill of goods, and the only thing they want is meaning, because they're so fucking nihilistic. They want meaning, they want purpose, they want opportunity. What they don't want is handouts that come at the cost of all opportunities. This honestly sounds like someone trying to use masculinity to make me serve them. I'm not saying I support Alexander the Great in his campaign of mass fucking murder, man. What I'm saying is look at this speech and understand how masculinity, because this is a talk about messaging and how they completely don't understand how messaging towards men works. And it's because they don't understand hierarchy truly. They only understand hierarchy through force. That is the only way that Democrats can conceive of hierarchy, because they believe that hierarchy is something that is imposed upon men, when in reality, true hierarchy is voluntary. True hierarchy comes from the man finding his own meaning and purpose because of a great leader, and because that great leader has earned his position as better and more badass than you. And when men can find meaning and purpose in their life, and their leader are the leaders that they chose, and their leaders are proving that they are more competent and they are smarter and they are stronger and they are willing to go into the front lines, they will fucking take all of the bullets for that man. Be that good or bad, that is reality of how the male brain works.
People they think are smart, but they don't like people that they don't understand, right? They want to feel like they understand what you're saying and it's smart, not just like, I don't understand what they're saying, therefore they're smart, right? And
so what we have now is a bunch of nerds recognizing that they sound like nerds, projecting their idea that all right-wing and men are stupid onto them, and being like, oh, we need to restructure our language for the dummies and give them more simplistic messaging, and still completely out of touch as to why they're failing.
They also like simple solutions, right? Like we don't need to talk about each detail of each healthcare policy. We can just say, like you said, what we're going to do, right? And you can tell people the basic details about how you're going to do it, but you don't need to really get in the weeds. And you also don't need to talk about 20 things at once. I think that's part of the issue with the Democratic coalition. The Republican coalition is like, we want border security, tax cuts, whatever. There's like 5 things that they actually care about. And then there's minor things. And for the Democrats, it's like, well, we're really diverse, actually. We want a lot of different things, but we need to learn to prioritize, because not every issue deserves to be brought into the spotlight just for any reason. Whenever you go to a door as a Democrat and you knock on the
we got to obfuscate what it is that we want to do. If we want to message to young men, we got to stop pandering to these other people, because they're on to our game of using and by the way, we're genuinely pandering. We're pandering in a genuine way, because the fact that we have a goal means that we're genuine. The fact that we have an end goal of theft and that we're lying to gain that socialist theft means that we're actually genuine and we're good, and the pandering was good, but it's not working. So we'll just dumb it on down, hide a bunch of shit that we plan on doing, and then just sell young men on these ideas of support systems and, free therapy and healthcare. And like, young men will bite that. And it's like, no, dude, boomers bought that. Gen X didn't care. And millennials bought it. It's the young men that are coming up. They're seeing reality. They're seeing the consequences of that. They're living in a world that's fucked, where gender roles are fucked, dynamics are fucked, their ability to buy a home is fucked, the job market is fucked, and you selling them on free therapy, and whilst also saying that white men are still the problem and calling them all incels if they happen to watch the whatever podcast, ain't working.
The door to talk to a voter about the things that your party supports, they should already know what those things are. If they don't, that means that you're not doing a good job messaging. If you go to somebody, you ask them, what does Trump support? They're going to be able to list at least 2 things, probably. They can't list anything for Kamala Harris. $30,000 home buyer tax credit, whatever. No, there's 0% chance they could list anything, because
it's because Donald Trump, for what it's fucking worth, is populist, and he's vibing off of what the people want, and then he's saying he's going to do the things that people want. Kamala Harris is stretched like a structure was stretched on a rack between different organized interest groups trying to pander to every organized interest group because they don't have a positive vision for anything. They only have socialism.
There's just so many ideas and they're all so contrived.
Happy to have you, brother.
Well, no, that's not true. They'll say that she supports sex changes for transgender illegal aliens in prison.
A center of her platform, yes.
It was a central part of her platform.
Yeah, it was a psycho fucking policy that you guys all laugh about now, but you like, what do you mean?
Yeah, I mean, it's just the same thing over and over again. It's kind of like, guys, what are we doing here? I think of it as America, or voters in general, when they're deciding who they want to.
What happened to everybody? We were right at 30, and then it immediately dropped down to 19. What happened?
Go for it. They want a mom and they want a dad. Not to be homophobic, because there can be, same-sex parents here. But they want a mom and a dad. They want someone who, in times of uncertainty, can bring them comfort and can make them.
Oh my God! Yes, young men want to be infantilized with parents forever. That's what they want. I totally understand young men, and I'm going to get them. You know what they want? They want a mommy and a daddy. No, they fucking don't. They want you to stop patronizing them, which is what you're doing again.
Feel like there's someone there for them. And then they also want someone who's going to be stern, who's going to have their back, and who's going to say the tough things that need to be said. And I feel like we try to offer voters comfort, but instead of coming across as like mom or dad, we kind of come across as like,
oh my God, I can feel this lady running an HR meeting. I can just imagine this lady just from her tone and her body language without any fucking words, like giving a PowerPoint presentation about problematic words in the workplace with a bunch of fucking Indian engineers and white engineers and Asian engineers at like some software company, all sitting around trying to act like they're paying attention, ready to fall asleep because there's more and more work piling up at their desk, and they wish this lady would just shut up and get on with her presentation so that they can do their actual job. But she's getting paid just as much as them to do absolutely nothing useful, and then try and do some fucking exercise where the white guy has to talk about how it's problematic to call the Indian guy Pajit, and he almost got fired for it, but nobody in the room is willing to talk or recognize the fact that him and the Indian guy are just ribbing each other because they're best friends and everybody knows it. But one woman somewhere that is a different type of middle management job was offended when she overheard it. So we got to make sure that he doesn't do this shit again. Like, that is all. I can just feel the complete lack of value of women in our economy every time this woman opens her fucking mouth. And it's crazy. And she thinks she's talking to young men. It's like, you're not.
Like the aunt who you kind of don't like her, but she gets you really good Christmas presents. So like every once in a while you'll go visit. Like I feel like that's kind of how we come across as like, well, I don't really trust the Democrats and I don't really like them that much, but the Affordable Care Act was cool. And like that's kind of the extent of it.
Why did I leave out the black female engineers? I'm sorry, I was talking about a private company, not government employees.
Is how people feel about us most of the time.
Well, yeah. Well, that's the family theory of partisan politics in the United States.
I don't know if this is part of a larger interview or something, but it is also kind of funny that these like paid slop interviews, a full interview turns into like 16 minutes and 44 seconds. I don't know. Pull up the Discord. Let's get on to the main event, I guess, for some of you. I don't think I'm ever going to get to these fucking articles by ANCAP Air and Ryan C. Mullally. I keep saying, oh, like we're going to do that at some point, and it just doesn't happen. So I don't know. So what I know about this debate, right? So this guy right here, Michael Leibowitz, he is one of the founders, one of the people for the American Capitalist Party, which is, from what I understand, is and from the Rational Egoist, is an objectivist party. And so the debate is objectivist ethics versus Christian ethics with Jim Bob. I know that he was like trying to dunk on Jim Bob a bunch on Twitter, and then Jim Bob blocked him, which I think is just fucking par for the course, because Jim Bob kept asking him bullshit questions, and like he would write like a whole fucking paragraph, and then Jim Bob would like come up with some argument in complete bad faith about like, oh, what about violence? You need violence for order, and it's like that's not even what he meant in the argument. I've seen a couple of his like things pop through, Michael Leibowitz. It should be fun. I DM'd him, was like, hey, we should talk at some point, and he was like, yes, but we haven't squared out like a time to talk. But maybe we can get that going next week or something, or the week after that. Because I do think we, especially with a lot of us in SnakeTube kind of pushing towards this anarcho-objectivist framework, I think it's time to try and fucking chip away at these objectivists that are so recalcitrant to deal with anarcho-capitalism. And I think so much of that is because it is not a positive prescription, right? It's descriptive. And, it is time that we start marrying those two philosophies together. If we're going to claim, their half on our own, we got to do the same. JDR arguments at half strength and some guy that isn't as fun as Scott. Well, I mean, we're going to get through it. We'll see how far. Maybe I don't get through the whole debate. Jim Bob made the claim on Twitter that he was not allowed to interrogate any claims by Michael Leibowitz, that there was no interrogation of the claims. I'm not sure what that means, because there's opening, rebuttal, Jim Bob rebuttal, Michael rebuttal. And so I guess maybe the way that they structured the debate was that he didn't he did a formal debate, and like, I don't know why Jim Bob was coping about that. Like, I don't know what that means. I think, so I kind of have a feeling that maybe Jim Bob lost the debate and Michael Leibowitz was smart enough to structure the debate into a formal debate style, so that like Jim Bob couldn't just do his online debate bro bullshit, which, I mean, I'm guilty of it as well, right? But we'll see. Maybe Jim Bob made some really good arguments. I find that most of his arguments are cope, and they're designed to distract from things. But at least when it comes to like ethical debates in these domains, when he's dealing with someone that's a little bit friendlier on friendlier territory, he can be pretty good faith, and we can have like interesting conversations about culture and stuff. But the moment he sees you like as an enemy, he just immediately switches from like actually making genuine positive positions to running scared from any positive position, and instead just trying to subvert whatever it is that you're saying and throw out debate bro shit that his own audience doesn't understand. Dyer has had such an impact on the Christian right debate scene. Now there's just multiple people like him, all the same demeanor and mannerisms. Yeah, I could see that. Yeah. Is it possible to strip libertarianism from its left and right wing variants and have a boiled down nonpartisan style view? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, but the thing is that, libertarianism doesn't have there is no right wing, left wing variant of libertarianism isn't prescriptive. So it already is that, right? But if you're going to talk about culture as a person, or you're going to talk about problems, right? Then it's not possible for you to talk about it without any prescriptive claims. I mean, it is possible to do it, but it's like, it sounds robotic. It's anti-human. And of course, anybody listening is going to be like, okay, so what's your solution? Right? And the moment you start getting into solutions is the moment that like your cultural values and your opinions and your prescriptive moral claims are going to enter the conversation. So like, I would say that libertarianism is already stripped of that. Libertarianism is right wing. I teeter totter on the claim, right? Like, I think Hoppe is right that libertarianism is right wing and discriminatory, but I think the claim really stands upon the fact of like, in practice, right? Because libertarianism in practice is going to require a stable society that has order, that has functional values, and is able to discriminate based upon those functional values. So in practice, I would say that libertarianism is inherently right-wing and discriminatory. But in theory, a left-wing libertarianism can totally exist, right? For example, it is commiserate with anarcho-capitalism to go live on a commune and to like share everything on the commune, so long as you're not attempting to like expand your territory or take from others, right? And so long as the children are given, when they grow up, are free to leave if they so choose, right? But in theory, those societies just are dysfunctional societies. Like they're not scalable and they can only last so long. And so like effective libertarianism, that means progress in the world, essentially means functional right-wing societies would have to dominate. Right and left are ambiguous. The original. Yeah. I mean, like, I have no problem defining right wing as believing in hierarchy, believing in order-based politics, believing in, objective, moral laws, believing in, things like that. We'll just leave it at that, right? Like those are some domains of right wing. Right. So like, I do think that there are ideas that I would say are inherently right wing and left wing, but like colloquially right wing is exactly, it's just like, it just means you're to the right of me in values or to the left of me in values. But they have to, that has to be grounded in some value claim in order for that to make any sense. How is it that we know what right wing is and left wing is kind of intuitively when we talk about it? And then it's because I think there are some values that are right wing, and what those values are kind of like some of the things that I said, right? Like the teleology, the order-based politics, the entropic law of society, right? Like left wing, like communists, for example, don't believe in the entropic law of like social structure. They believe the exact opposite, that like we're forever headed towards more progress. Whereas I think right wing people recognize corruption, the iron rule of oligarchy. They recognize that like elites and people will attempt to selfishly use power systems for their own, no matter who is in charge, that has to be guarded against, et cetera, et cetera. Or just religious people in general. I think religion shares a lot of those values, and that's why it's right wing, not because it's religious. All right, but let's go.
Hey guys, welcome to Michael's show. This is my first time doing this, so forgive me if I stutter a little bit. I will be your moderator for
right off the bat. I'm sorry if you're watching this, Michael, all right? Just know, and I'm sorry, Jim Bob, if you're watching this. I'm less sorry, Jim Bob, because I know that you get it. Because I am hypercritical. I'm going to talk shit on everything that I think is negative, and I am often hyperbolic, okay? So right off the bat, having a moderator with no lighting in a dingy room without makeup on, that has never done this before and whose audio quality sucks because they don't have proper equipment, is like a really, really bad start to this. Like, if you're going to do a moderated debate, get someone that is talented in moderation.
For the Objectivist ethics is superior to Christian ethics. That is today's topic. I will not be answering any questions. No fact checking on my end. I am just here to make sure everybody is having a great time, civil debate, and that's pretty much it. We got Michael Leowitz on his side. He is going to
Good God, this moderator should not, like, you should have chosen a moderator with practice in this. Like, no offense to like Jim Bob or Leibowitz in like I'm not trying to clout farm or something, but like somebody like me or somebody like Casimir, right? That has objectivist leanings, but is also a libertarian and ANCAP. We might be biased towards Leibowitz in some degree, but we also have spoken to these right-wing people. We've done stuff like this, or maybe like Andrew Wilson, which would be biased towards Jim Bob, right? But like, has experience in this domain and has dealt with libertarians before, etc. Somebody with experience in debates and in moderating should have been chosen here. This is a really bad choice. And it's nothing against this lady. She just said it's her first time ever doing it, right? Like, if you're gonna debate high profile people, you should have somebody that is well practiced and well versed in this. Her forehead has nothing to do with it here, but she could have cleaned up.
He will be. Sorry, Michael. This is like my first time.
Don't worry about it. It's okay.
He is going to be debating Jim Bob, who is on the Christian ethics sides, and we got the objectivist ethics sides on Michael's. And Michael will be doing his opening statement, and you're ready to go.
Okay, first of all, Allie.
Okay, didn't even explain the fucking time limit, didn't explain the structure of the debate. I only know the structure of the debate because I can see the fucking timestamps. This is bad.
Thank you so much for agreeing to do this on short notice. And you too, Jim Bob, you agreed to take the debate on short notice. It's actually, I've kind of combined both my shows. This is technically streaming on the Capitalist Corner, but I've got the Rational Egoist banner just to do a little advertising. And I want to just say that although I am defending the objectivist ethics, my presentation does differ slightly from a lot of objectivists might do. And I'm not like an official representative of objectivism. I just, because I don't want anyone thinking, oh, wow, this is objectivism. If you want to learn objectivism.
So right off the bat, this is a really, really weak tactic, right? Like just say I'm an objectivist. You don't need to say when you are debating for any position that you are the arbiter or that you're not the arbiter of this thing. Right? Just don't do that. Like, you don't have to apologize beforehand for like your bad debate. And that doesn't mean you do a bad debate. It just means that like right off the bat, you are disestablishing ethos, right? Like good rhetoric is ethos, pathos, logos, right? A good logical argument with well reasoning, syllogisms, thought experiments, rational argumentation, sentence structure and language that makes sense, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? Pathos is, making people feel a certain emotion, telling stories, getting people involved, making things personal, being able to, have people believe that your cause is righteous because of the emotions involved. And then ethos, right? Respecting you, making it seem like you know what it is that you are talking about, making it seem like you're not a liar or that you're not doing things in bad faith. So like when you bring up a study, nobody doubts the validity of the study, because even if the study might be bad, or if the argument that you make from the study is bad, like they recognize that you're not lying about what the study purports to claim. This is literally starting the debate by gaining negative ethos. Like, I'm a nobody. Just because I say something doesn't mean that that's necessarily what objectivism is, etc. He looks surprised in the pause. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me that he was surprised that someone would start off that way. It's just poor rhetoric. It's nothing against the actual argumentation in terms of like the logic of his arguments or anything, but from a debate standpoint, don't do this, guys. If someone comes after you later and being like, you got this wrong, objectivists don't even believe this, blah, 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 just be like, dude, I'm doing an online debate. I'm not an author of objectivism. I'm not the arbiter of objectivism. If I got something wrong, I got something wrong. Or if you disagree with me on something, that's fine, whatever, like shut up.
The best way to learn it is to go study it for yourself. So I say that the objectivist ethics is superior to Christian ethics because it's true, verifiable by observation, and provides guidance for daily life. None of this applies to the Christian ethics. Now,
I would say that Christian ethics provides value for daily life. I would say it's true. I don't know about the rhetorical claim. I don't know how that works. Like, just saying it's true, it's true, but like that's what you're here to argue. So I feel like it's redundant and almost comes off sounding like cocky or smug. You know what I mean? I like it because it's right. Observable, like that's where that should have been the whole claim. I don't know that it's good to start off with objectivism, unlike Christianity, doesn't tell you what to do in your daily life. Like that's going to be a really hard one to defend. You can say that the what the Bible offers you in your daily life is inferior to objectivism because it's contradictory, or because it isn't, because it's it's wrong in some way, right? Like that claim is one thing, but to say that it doesn't, like Christian ethics does give you a prescriptive means by which to act in the world. So I mean, like, I don't know, if I was Jim Bob, I would literally just prove that, and then I've invalidated your entire claim, and I don't actually have to deal with the logical argument of whether or not it is or isn't true, and I don't even need to deal with the observable thing where we can get lost in the weeds of logos. I can just say, like, hey, that's crazy that you're saying it doesn't give you daily life. Like, it gives you commandments. It tells you how to act. It gives you allegories and stories of the failures of man and what happens when you engage in sin. And there are, we have, canonical doctrine of, the moral and ethical questions based upon thousands of years of like how man ought act in these regards. So to claim that Christian ethics doesn't have an ought claim in your day-to-day life is just false. And if you do have these quandaries, you do have these gray areas, as we all do in life, that is why you seek the guidance of your pastor. That is why you go to church. That is why you maintain a community. And then you can even get mystical with it and be like, and there are those moments of your conscience that is gifted by God, and you in acting, going into the world, and the Holy Spirit working through you, and you have that gut feeling that something is wrong, and you don't know where that comes from. That voice of reason is from God. Blah 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 blah. Like, it's a really easy thing to it's a really easy claim to make.
Now, consider, when we observe reality, we perceive entities. We see that some entities can and must act on their environments in order to stay in existence, while others can't act and don't have to act to stay in existence. Let me just bring my paper over here because it's giving me a hard time. Among the first class, these are what we call living entities: fish, bears, lions, humans, for instance. The second class, we see rocks, tables, chairs, and books.
When you do an opening statement, I take a lot of notes, right? But when you do an opening statement, it's usually better to have a screen and to put it on the screen that is near your camera. Because like when you're like looking off screen to like read off of a piece of paper, it just doesn't look good. It looks janky. And he definitely needs better lighting here. Like Jim Bob's lighting is on point. Michael's lighting is like, you can tell he has a light source from one side and it's created shadows. And like it makes him look kind of like it enhances his own wrinkles in his skin by like, and like the furrows in his mouth and the nose wrinkles and things like that by creating shadows, because you're not getting multiple light sources. So he needs better lighting, and he needs to read his script off of the computer if you're going to go off a script.
Among the first class, these are what we call living entities: fish, bears, lions, humans, for instance. The second class, we see rocks, tables, chairs, and books. When I said that some entities have to act to stay in existence, what I was referring to was the fact that living entities must act in order to survive.
That's overly wordy, right? Like, you don't say when, like, you don't need to remind the audience of the thing that you literally just said. You know what I mean? Like it would be better just to say that like living entities have to act and inanimate, entities do not have to act. A rock does not need to act in order to maintain its existence as a rock. A lion must chase down a gazelle in order to maintain its existence as a lion. Otherwise it will die. Just like you and I must eat. We must act.
They must act successfully to procure those things that their existence requires. Sharks eat fish, lions eat gazelles and drink water, pythons eat rodents, for instance. Those things that an entity is dependent on for its survival, in that it has to act to acquire, are what we call values. The value of a given entity is determined by the...
Well, it's not even that we must act, it's that we can't help but act. Yeah. Well, I mean, one could not act and their existence would well, you can't not act because inaction is inaction, right? You have the capacity for action and you must act.
Values.
Right? Like choosing not to eat is an action, right? So it's like to say that like we must act in order to maintain our existence. Like, no, you exist. Therefore you act. You're an acting entity. You just are an acting entity. There's no there's no action, there's no non-action that an acting entity could take unless they lose consciousness, right? The existence of a conscious mind gives an action, is what action is at that point. Like, you're an acting agent no matter what you do.
The value of a given entity is determined by the life of the entity that seeks it. In other words, life gives rise to the concept of value and is the standard of value. This observation leads to the definition of value from Webster's unabridged dictionary: any object or quality desirable as a means or end in itself, and according.
So this is just like a little tip for anybody. If your audience is predominantly right-wing that you're arguing, right, which his audience is going to be like the, objectivist oists and like Jim Bob's audience, right? Don't say like, this leads us to the definition from Webster's or from Oxford or whatever. Like, I understand that, like, you may be thinking that this is adding like ethos, right? It's like, this is like I'm not pulling this definition out of my ass, but like the right-wing person has heard definitions in philosophy, especially, and in like gender politics and shit, be played with so many times that no matter who you're fucking don't go to the dictionary automatically, but you can go to the dictionary, if forced to. It's usually not a good idea to be like, Webster's calls it this, because I guarantee you there's like 10% of Jim Bob's audience, the moment they heard Webster's, just went, oh, Webster says it this way, so it must be true. Even though like you're just trying to appeal to a factual definition that can be agreed upon, what you're kind of doing is you're kind of like lowering your value to a lot of people that already have a bias against like establishment. This is very true. It's literally better to say, I'm not pulling this out of my ass, than say Webster. Yeah.
According to the American Heritage Dictionary, a value is worth in usefulness or importance to the possessor, utility, or merit. Importantly, it's not a matter of opinion what is of value for a given entity. It is entirely dependent on the life of that organism. This is an observable fact. Now,
that's a really janky way of saying that the entity has the entity has inherent values that can be observed. Like, I don't know how I would clean it up, because I don't know that I would start the argument from that perspective, but it feels very janky and hard to deal with.
Non-human living organisms act automatically. They do not have to discover what is good for them. They do not have any choice in their conduct. When we observe humans, however, things are different. Humans have a conceptual consciousness that operates by volition. In other words, humans survive by reason, and we have free will. We don't come into the world knowing what is good for us, nor how to achieve it. We can also intentionally act against our own lives and pursue things that are harmful for.
So I know he's only got a little bit of time, but like, making the claim that there is volition, therefore humans have free will, right, is I agree with the claim, but if I'm writing an intro, let me see if I can find my notes real quick. Torrance, trash question, woke info, work info. What the fuck is trash question? Oh, whatever. Oh, God damn it. God damn it. That's all I was trying to do. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to find my notes. Moving docs, tabletop stuff, torrents. Where the fuck is the folder? Tabletop stuff, moving docs, memes, donks. Is it in here? Did it get like moved somewhere? Or maybe it's in my Fabian Liberty folder. Here we go. Right. So like existence exists. Free will. Here we go. Right. So like, I think if you're going to make a claim on free will, even though the audience might agree with it, I think you need to actually like do more than just volition exists. Right. So I would say what you would do here is axiom 1, existence exists. Axiom 2, everything that exists has an identity or is an entity, right? It's, I think, the phrase he's using. Consciousness is the faculty that perceives existence. He's kind of touched on it, but it is like he hasn't stated what is seeing it. He's claiming that he's kind of saying it without saying it, right? But like, how do we perceive entities? How do we perceive existence? It is consciousness that does it. So then premise 1 is consciousness is volitional, right? This is his argument. It functions actively rather than passively. So you need to, and then, so like you need to explain what, like when he says it's volitional, he's making a claim here or a premise in this argument, but I think he needs to expand upon like what that means to the audience. And then premise 2 would be, reason, the method by which we understand existence, requires volition. So you cannot passively reason. He might get into this, right? But you cannot passively reason. You have to actively reason. It requires you to actively reason. It requires you to, in order to think through a logical argument, you cannot passively think through a logical argument. You have to volitionally do so. And then lastly, causality applies to consciousness just as it does to physical entities, right? So you can't like separate the two from causality. So therefore, human beings possess free will because the action of choosing to think or to focus on an entity, right? Like to observe something or to act in any particular way is inherent to the nature of consciousness or human consciousness. Or maybe not human consciousness, because there could be beings out there that are like volitional beings that we don't know about yet, right? So the consciousness of a moral actor that has volitional, et cetera, et cetera. And that this free will is the capacity to choose your actions in accordance with your reason, in accordance with your judgment, your value judgment as he's putting forward. And so this would be like your proof for free will from an objectivist framework. But just saying it requires volition, therefore free will true. I mean, like, yes, but he's missing all the steps in between, and I don't know if that like loses people. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's better to just say volition, free will, and then like if challenged upon it, you can go into that later. Because it's just an opening statement. But I don't know, like I would say all of those building block elements are, I feel like, necessary towards the concept that he's saying that we can see objective moral, like we can see entities, we can reason about those entities. And so I think establishing free will in that way, going through all of the axioms and premises, establishes kind of his whole claim, to be honest. I think just mentioning you can't passively reason would have been good rant. Yeah, okay. It's less of a rant. Yeah, it was just my notes on objective. But then again, to be fair, this debate format isn't there's no cross-examination here, right? So maybe it's better to have Jim Bob attack that position and then give the reasoning afterwards. And maybe I'm just more used to like having to really have a good foundation in the opening that doesn't leave any cracks, because I know somebody like Jim Bob is going to do everything he can for the entire debate to subvert your ideas, ask you bullshit hypotheticals, focus on a word that you got wrong and then try and make that word the entire debate, because he doesn't ever want to like defend a positive position or put forward anything positive. He just wants to attack whatever position you have, and he wants to use fallacies and word games to try and detract from the nature of your argument itself, and instead try and disprove some aspect of your argument, and therefore the rest of the argument falls down because he's able to nail down that like that one part of your argument was like illogical or like lacking something. Right, like that's his goal. He's very leftist in the way that he argues, right? Like he doesn't argue like a traditional right winger, because his arguments in his debate is never about like truth or coming to a conclusion about like truth or anything. It's just very, very limited positive positions, because and that might just be because he's dealing with me as a libertarian. And so it's the default position of like a Christian ethics in society that has a lot of Christian people, or most people's ethics are derived from Christianity, is like, so he doesn't feel like he needs to put it forward. Maybe against other opponents it's different. But yeah.
For us, as is evidenced by overeaters, drug addicts, alcoholics, etc. What this means is that humans must discover what has value to us and choose to pursue it. We have to think and plan for our long-term survival also. Otherwise, we can undercut our long-term interest by what we do today. Something might feel good now, but destroys my plans for the future, could even lead to my early demise. The way that we think long range is by means of concepts. For our long-term survival, we must conceptualize and codify the values upon which our lives depend. Importantly, this means to survive as who we are, meaning as beings with the potential for rationality and volition, with the potential for free choice. In other words, I want to survive as me, as Michael Leibowitz, with the potential for rationality, with my memories, with my emotions, etc., etc. This is the codification of values. The codification of our
I'm with you. The et cetera thing is does get a little annoying. I'm with you now.
Values is what is referred to as ethics. Ethics is a code of values adapted by choice to guide human behavior.
I love you too, all.
As ethics. Ethics is a code of values adapted by choice to guide human behavior. As life is the standard of value, human life is the standard of ethical value. Now, we'll get into the values and virtues of objectivism later. Right now, I just want to lay out the foundation. But you have to note that everything that I've claimed so far is entirely observable. I've given an objective measure of value determined by the life of a given organism. Ethical value is determined by human life. As the standard of ethics is human life, the objectivist ethics offers guidance for successful living. Now for Christian ethics. It's important because in order to disprove my claim that objectivist ethics is not superior to Christian ethics, Jim Bob can't just show that there's flaws in my reasoning. He has to show that Christian ethics is good. Now, in order to prove the truth of Christian ethics, he has to prove the existence of God, because God is supposed to be the base of Christian ethics. He has to prove that.
When dealing with someone like Jim Bob, it is usually a bad idea to attempt to put words in his mouth. I would say if you do your research on someone like Jim Bob or Jay Dyer or Andrew Wilson or any of the ortho bros, this is a really big mistake, because what they will do, even if you're 100% accurate in what it is that they must prove and what it is that they believe, right? Even if you're perfectly accurate, what they will do is they will say that you're inaccurate. Then they will go on a little tangent about like rewording things. And then they will kind of like put their knee down and run out the clock. And you will recognize it as sophistry, but the audience won't. The audience will be like, oh, he said I had to do all this, and he said that I said this. Well, why don't I say what I'm going to say? And then what I'm going to say is this and this and this. And then they'll go through a point by point of like what they believe. And in a lot of ways, they'll probably just be restating what you said in different words. And then they'll be painting you as dishonest and as engaging in bad faith via their sophistry. And the majority of the audience is not going to understand what's happening. And so it's usually best not to try and say, this is what Christians are, this is what Christians is. Like, right? Like when I did the Christian nationalism debate, I was very careful about defining in any broad way what Christian nationalism is. And then I allowed him to say what he was for, which is Christian nationalism. And in that, I had to remind the audience several times, and most of the audience still doesn't get it, which was all he said Christian nationalism is any government that has Christians in it and where people vote for Christians. So Christian nationalism thus has nothing to do with nationalism as a political philosophy. It's like liberal democracy is Christian nationalism if you vote for Christians. And so, Jim Bob is terrified of giving positive positions. Jim Bob is an absolutely Like it's the scariest thing to him because he's terrified of all of the tactics that he uses against other people being turned against him, and then he loses the momentum of his sophistry. And so you really, really got to be careful about putting words in his mouth, because then you give him the ability to make the claim that you're the bad guy, and like for him to make positive claims that are like rewording and going into different places. And then nobody remembers that he has a really weak, incomprehensible positive claim that says a lot of nothing. All they remember is that you put words in his mouth and you said that they were things that they weren't. And then it actually makes it easier for him to have no positive positions. Isn't that no positive claim the same method JPP used on Jubilee? I didn't watch the Jubilee video. Jubilee can kind of go fuck themselves, because I can't watch it on stream because they copyright strike and will take down your stream during the stream. And so it's just like, I don't really I'm out. You know what I mean? Like, so I just don't have a desire to, like, on my own personal time, sit down and watch like an hour or 2 hour Jubilee debate stream, especially not when it's like JBP taking a Christian position, which he's not. You'd have the hots for Xena for sure. Who the fuck is Xena? Bro. Yo. Don't do that to me. Yo, I'm trying to focus, boys.
God exists. He can't skip this step. He also has to prove that this God, and he's going to have to define it in us and tell us what it is. He's going to have to show that this God is the Christian God. Now, given the myriad of contradictions in the Bible, which I'm happy to go over later, if no one wants to take my word for it, that's fine. And given that contradictions prove error, it's evident that the Bible is full of error. And if you had a perfectly omniscient being, why would there be errors, contradictions in his word, in his book? Now, as for guidance in living, Christianity in multiple places counsels hatred for this world. So it's hard for me to see how it can offer guidance for how to live in it. For instance, John 2:15. Do not love the world or the things in the world. If anyone loves the world, the love of the Father is not in him.
God, this is such a bad idea, Michael. Like, I understand the desire to take down Christianity because it's mysticism, especially like objectivists, like pure objectivists, are like real mad at it, right? Because it's primacy of primacy of consciousness versus, oh my God, primacy of oh my God, I can't think of the two freaking, regardless, right? Of existence. So it's a long stream, boys. It's 5.5 hours in. We've been doing a lot. Like, I understand their desire to go after against the mysticism and like the ire for Christianity and its false narratives and things of that nature from their perspective. And I agree. I don't have the same ire that the pure objectivists have. You know what I mean? Like, I am predominantly objectivist in my philosophy, but I don't have that same like hatred for it. I feel like there's bigger fish to fry. And like they can be wrong, but if they are defanged from power, if they want to go live in their own little fucking area and believe in their fucking sky daddy, like, have at it. And to be honest with you, like, some of those sky daddy societies are probably going to be more functional and you know, than a lot of atheist societies. So like, I just don't have the same ire for it. I think there's a lot of functionalism and a lot of wisdom in the Bible and in the church tradition. Even if I do ultimately agree that it has contradiction, it's wrong. But like, trying to pin down ortho bros on like Bible verses, it reminds me of that thing where it's like, don't try to argue with stupid because they'll just drag you down and beat you with experience. right? Like you're trying to go into their domain, and they are, and like you will, the obfuscations and the falsities and like the, like, well, you're not a Christian, and like the appropriate interpretation of that, right? And then you'll get into a debate about what is or isn't the appropriate interpretation, what is a mystical claim versus a literal claim, right? And it is a mistake that objectivists often make, is to view the Bible the same way leftist academics view the Bible, right? Which is to take everything in the Bible as like, yes, Christians believe that it is the word of God, but that doesn't mean that everything in it is true in that way. A lot of things are true as stories in a functional way. The evangelical interpretation of like the Christian texts, that everything is absolutely true, is like a fairly modern thing, right? Like Christian fundamentalism. Now, obviously, Jim Bob is a Christian fundamentalist, so like, it might work against him in this regard, right? But like the Christian fundamentalist position is relatively new, right? It really doesn't gain any traction until the Second Great Awakening in America, right? Much of the interpretation, like you read Aquinas, right? Like Aquinas is going to tell you that like reason is tantamount, and that there is the word of God, and then there is, the reality in the world, and these things cannot contradict. And so if there is contradiction, either your scientific evidence is incorrect, your reason is incorrect, your rationality is incorrect, your hypothesis is incorrect, or your interpretation of the word of God is incorrect, right? And so like, yeah, I just like getting into like a Bible debate with Christians that are Christian fundamentalists that believe it hardcore. They'll twist themselves in knots just to fucking not deal with contradiction. I mean, the Puritans were fundamentalists. It's always been around, just always the minority. Yeah, well, I said it doesn't really gain traction until the Second Great Awakening. I'm not saying that there weren't fundamentalists. They've been there, they've been in Christianity forever.
Luke 14:26. If anyone comes to me and does not hate father and mother, wife and children, brother and sisters, yes, even their own life, such a person cannot be my disciple. Colossians 3:2. Set your minds on things that are above, not on things that are on earth. Romans 12:2. Do not be conformed to the world, but be transformed by the renewal of your mind. Matthew 16:24-26. If anyone desires to come after me, let him deny himself and take up his cross and follow me.
Yeah, again, all of this shit goes hard to an objectivist, right? But to a general normie audience and to Christians, like you sound like a smug humanitarian secularist atheist, right? Like you don't like I'm not saying Michael Leibowitz is wrong here. I'm just saying that like this shit only goes hard to the objectivist crowd. Like reading, like normal people are not objectivists. They believe in mystical things when they lack answers or explanations. Like even if they're atheists, like some of them believe in ghosts, right? Like when they get to the realm of what they don't understand, their nature is not to deny mystical answers or hypotheses in situations where they are unaware or where they're lacking knowledge. That's not what how the normal person views the world. That's how an objectivist views the world. And so like this mysticism and this nonsense of the Bible that says to ignore reality or to ignore the world for the heavenly kingdom, again, they're just going to take it as like a metaphor about like how you shouldn't be so bound up in your current life, and that you should look towards higher aims and virtues and things. Like there's so many ways to twist this to make the normal person think that is the superior doctrine as opposed to objectivists. It's far better to just stick to the logos, and then if you want to use a pathos or emotional argument, you talk about the effects of socialism, you talk about the effects of collectivism, you talk about, how Christianity and things of this nature drive towards suicide cult behavior, and give historical examples and things like that.
So in short, the objectivist ethics is true. It's observable. It offers us guidance in our everyday living. Christian ethics is not true. It's not provable. And it does not offer us guidance in our daily living.
Again, that last claim is just like really weakening his entire argument.
And with that, I will turn it over to you, Allie, and you can have Jim Bob go.
Okay, thank you, Michael.
You're welcome.
All right, Jim Bob, your timer starts now.
The topic of the debate is objectivist ethics superior to Christian ethics. Now, in the opening statement, I'm not even sure I understood or grasped what exactly the ethical system is, other than valuing arbitrary goals for individual survival. In regards,
yeah, and see, like, this is like it's not an argument. It's like I didn't get your argument. First of all, why would you like? I hate when people do this. And it's fine that Jim Bob does it because it is a practice. It's just like a pet peeve of mine. I automatically view someone negatively when someone has a prepared opening statement and then your opening statement goes into subverting their opening statement. Like, the opening statement is where you make your positive claim. And if your opening statement is to go second and then begin to attack the opening statement of the opponent, that to me is really, really bad faith. Like, it's not following the structure of the debate. That doesn't mean that he's wrong or that he's right or that, like, it is a common practice, right? Like, I would hope to see, like, a Christian ethicist, right, come and give their own, like, ought to be prepared, with an opening statement that substantiates their claims. Like, even if you're going to make the tag argument or something, right? Like, write a statement, go through it, go through the logic of it, and explain your positive position. But instead, we get an opening where he immediately says, I'm going to dismiss all of your arguments with a straw man and, like, make fun of you. That's not an opening statement. That's just like being an asshole. He's making OS logic look weaker than Christian logic, and Jim Bob hasn't even had a chance to avoid making an argument. Yeah, right? That's funny. That's fucked up, but, that last thing, man, that, like, Christianity doesn't give you stuff for your daily life or, like, prescriptive things on how one ought act in day-to-day life. That goes hard for an objectivist, right? Because there's, like, creeds that one must follow. But there is not, like, in a framework of how man ought act, really, right? Like to take Nietzsche, for example, in the three metamorphoses, right? It is the job of the, the load bearing animal under the burden of the dragon of thou shalt, right? And then you must become the lion to slay the dragon of thou shalt, and then eventually you must become, the inquisitive child to go out and view and find your values for yourself. Right, like Nietzsche kind of already figured this out in his time before Rand, right? That we must discover our values for ourselves as rational beings observing the world. And so, like, if you're a high-minded philosophy bro, or if you understand objectivist ethics, it actually goes hard. It goes hard, but he didn't explain why it goes hard. Like, you have to explain that Christianity isn't really giving you. It gives you examples of moral dictates. It gives you kind of like vague values of how one ought act. And it gives you a whole bunch of things that you're not supposed to do. It gives you a whole bunch of ought nots. But ultimately, Christianity, unlike objectivist ethics, does not have a moral imperative that applies to every situation. Right? And the moral imperative of objectivist ethics is that one ought act in their own rational self-interest so long as they are not aggressing upon another person. Right? That is an ethic that can be utilized for every human action. And saying one ought do things like they love God, one ought do, like, these other things, these are vague claims that don't allow a human to engage in self-discovery, because the religion is dictates of a God that doesn't directly communicate with you. And so he's right. Christian ethics does not present an argument for how man ought act. It gives a lot of vague assertions of what God wants, and it gives a whole fuck ton of ought nots, but only objectivism is actually giving you a universal ethic that applies to all human action. But he didn't explain any of that in his opening statement. And so it really opens him up to Jim Bob just being like, man ought act like he loves God, and he ought follow his father, and he'll give you like all of these things, and these will be like, yeah, these are good values in my day-to-day life, because the normie isn't going to engage at the level that Michael Leibowitz is talking. But Michael Leibowitz failed to, in his opening statement, to substantiate the claim that to the non-objectivists, like to the initiated, it sounds like it makes sense, but he didn't back it up in his opening statement. No, they would be saying God equals ultimate reality. I'm missing something.
Other than valuing arbitrary goals for individual survival. In regards to what's superior, we would need, from his position, he's affirming, what's the standard for superiority if we look at the two ethical systems? Does the objectivist ethical system have a set of obligations and duties for the objectivist? Could you tell a fellow objectivist that they're not doing it correctly? Well, under the Christian paradigm, you could do that.
You can do that under objectivism as well, right? If you're engaged in an action that's not in your own rational self-interest, then you are failing in your duty to act in your own rational self-interest. You're failing in your duty to act morally. Now, one might argue about whether or not that is true, because humans lack perfect knowledge, right? So there may be some knowledge that the other person says. You were missing my objectivist precept argument again. Okay, where is it? Where is it? In making those at least implicit presuppositions, Jim Bob is using the objectivist worldview in order to argue against it, thus engaging in a performative contradiction. Yeah, here's the thing. By arguing Jim Bob is presupposing there is an objective reality that exists independent of consciousness. Consciousness is capable of grasping reality, the law of identity, and all that. Yeah, but he'll just say, "Nuh-uh, God gives us logic."
You could look at the Christian paradigm and the Christian ethical system and say, are you following Christian ethics?
I know, because I've done it with him before, and that's his claim.
If you're not, are you fulfilling your duties and obligations under a Christian system? The fact that Christianity has a model to refer to and a tradition to refer to in regards to whether or not someone is properly being a Christian in their ethical system is already superior to the one that Michael presented, which not only was missing the standard by which he determined something superior or not. All I heard is survival. A lot of things could be justified for.
Yeah, I mean, like, Jim Bob isn't wrong here in that Michael Leibowitz failed to communicate to the normie. Like, everything that Michael Leibowitz said is true, but it requires further argumentation for the normal person to actually understand what is being claimed here, right? It's kind of like when you talk to people and you say, well, you're being irrational. When you hear someone say you're being irrational, every normal person just goes, oh, you're being a little emotional. Maybe you're exaggerating a little bit, or, like, they're not really that offended. But when you tell an objectivist you're being irrational, this is the greatest claim of evil that exists. Well, to the uninitiated, you have to explain why. You have to explain why acting irrationally is the great height of evil. And so it's like it's almost like Leibowitz is saying, well, you're being irrational. And in his own mind, he's like, that shit went hard. And all the objectivists watching are like, that shit went hard. And all the normal people are like, what a weak insult. You know what I mean?
Survival. She determined something superior or not. All I heard is survival. A lot of things could be justified for survival, by the way. But the other thing is, if it's better, it actually would have embedded in it an obligation to reproduce. So, the Christian ethical paradigm does actually have some deontology, some prescriptives in regards to being fruitful and multiplying. The Christian ethical system has a distinction of what it means to be a human being. We are made in the image of God. There's metaphysical status that we hold to that the objectivist has none. He made the distinction that without a difference between animals reacting to stimuli and human beings having some advanced reaction to stimuli he calls reasoning. Michael's
Yeah, this is why I said, like, the concept of free will, like, he didn't explain why it's so important that volition in conscious action is proof of free will, right? Like, and so because he didn't do that, Jim Bob is now being like, oh, it's all arbitrary. It's not arbitrary, but Leibowitz didn't give the full syllogism so that you could see that it wasn't arbitrary. But again, a classic Jim Bob thus far, right? Like the positive positions are, here's some examples of cool things Christianity says that are good. I have yet to give any reason as to why they are good, or what is the foundation as to what makes these things good. I will call you arbitrary, but the things that I say aren't arbitrary. We just assume them to be good, and I will give no argumentation as to why these things are good. Like, I agree that they're good. Well, at least I agree that, being fruitful and multiplying is good. But he hasn't presented that. He's just presented this thing is good, right? So therefore it's superior. But there's no argumentation behind it. And a majority of his argument thus far has been to strawman Michael Leibowitz's argument. I do have to give Jim Bob some grace, though, which is that Michael Leibowitz made claims and he gave evidence for the claims, but it almost requires like the Gnostic knowledge. I hate to say it that way. I'm not trying to be insulting, but it almost requires an understanding of objectivist philosophy in order to understand why those arguments were actually evidenced. And without that, it opens up the normal person to just being like, oh, these are arbitrary claims. You got to walk through the things and explain them.
Objectivist view has no justification for reasoning, truth, argumentation, philosophy, moralizing. Why does a human have dignity and a crab doesn't have the same dignity as a human? The only thing he could really point to is naturalism and say, well, the human seems to be more complex in their thinking than the pig or the ant or the bird.
Yeah, this is more attacking what Leibowitz said, and this one is just bad faith, right? He didn't say that there seemed to be more complex, right? He said that consciousness and to requires volition. That is the argument. Now, you can say like that's not strong enough. I need more than that. Like this is just a claim. You know what I mean? Like and like attack that. But he's not actually attacking the argument. He's attacking a straw man, right? He's saying that he just said that it seems to be that they're more complicated. It's all arbitrary. So he's not attacking the claim that he made.
This doesn't tell us why we ought to value human beings above animals at all, let alone value other human beings in favor of our own preferences. The other.
That one is true, right? Michael Leibowitz didn't bring up aggression or didn't bring up, he didn't even really bring up rational self-interest, right? He didn't really bring up a strong ought claim. And didn't get into he just said we'll get into those values later, which you only have so much time in an opening statement.
Other part that's really
right. I'm not saying Michael Leibowitz is wrong here. I'm just saying that Jim Bob's critique here is that something is missing from the argument is just true. But I mean, the fuck do you expect in a 7-minute opening statement?
Really, sort of alarming here is that. He's pointing to, he openly said, we observe ethics. We do not observe ethics. There's nothing in nature that you can point to that's ethical, that's ethic. Like you can't pick up ethic. You can't measure ethic. You can't use your reasoning to navigate something out in the world called ethics. He pointed to survival. He defined value as desirable means to.
So ethics is, his claim here is that because ethics is immaterial, you cannot observe ethics. I think what he was right, but Michael's claim is not that you observe ethics on the ethics tree, right? Michael's claim is that man acts with free will, and that entities that are conscious act towards their own survival, and that human beings have volition, and thus we must discover our own values for ourselves. But that, and Michael did make a mistake here, which is that he claimed that I don't want to say he claimed we ought. What did he say? He said about volition is that we have to, he didn't say we have to act according to our survival. I think it was almost like an ought claim about we ought act towards our survival. But the thing is that we do act. We just are by nature of our consciousness. So, I mean, I don't think Michael made the claim at any point. Maybe I missed it. That we observe ethics. I think he made the claim that we observe entities, and that we observe that entities have values towards their own survival, and that human beings must discover their values because they have volition and free will. But I don't think he made the claim thus far that like man ought act in his own rational self-interest, or that like we can observe what is, we can observe, via analysis what works and doesn't work towards own rational self-interest. I don't think he went into that. Did I miss something? But yeah, you can't observe ethics, but what I'm saying is I'm trying to think through everything Leibowitz said. I don't remember him saying that at all. I think Jim Bob is just, maybe he's misunderstanding, or maybe he's just making shit up. I don't know. Maybe I missed something. We observe patterns. We use reason to integrate concepts. Saying, quote, we observe ethics is confusing as it is missing steps. Yeah, I mean, like most of Michael Leibowitz's arguments seem to be missing steps here, but also you only have so much time in an opening statement. If it was me personally, I would have gotten rid of all that "this is what Christianity must do" shit and quoting Bibles verses that seem to contradict what objectivist claims are, and I would have added in those missing steps, right? And maybe made a stronger positive argument.
And then, well, I'm sorry, but power is a value to people. You couldn't possibly argue against a group of people saying, let's get together. We value power. In fact, I value terminating everything that's in the way of my value of gaining power. Why would that be wrong? It's completely consistent with nature. It's completely consistent with the world that we see. In fact,
so this is a weird thing this Jim Bob is doing, right? Is that he's trying to reformulate Michael Leibowitz's argument as a natural fallacy, and then using that straw man to say that to play power games and things of that nature. This is just bad faith nonsense.
Power being the epitome of good is actually consistent with his paradigm, not the Christian paradigm. The Christian paradigm has an ought claim, a value claim on being married. Why should we stay married from an objective?
Yeah, and this is again this is the weakness that Leibowitz presented by not adequately explaining that the objectivist value claim is universal, whereas the Christians' claims are a collection of oughts and ought nots, right? I think a good Christian apologist could argue against that, right? I think a good Christian apologist could bring forth evidence of the Bible stating that one ought align with God, right? And one ought align with the highest virtue that is, going into the kingdom of heaven, or I'm not a Christian apologist, so I'm, you know what I mean? I don't have in my repertoire every argument and every Bible verse, but I'm pretty sure a good Christian ethicist could argue against that claim, even though I would obviously disagree with the claim, could do that. But even then, he didn't get into adequately explaining that the problem with Christianity is that it doesn't have a universal ought like objectivism does, right? And the universal ought that objectivism does is man ought act in their own rational self-interest as long as they do not aggress upon others. And you could kind of even it's kind of like Kant's, I know they hate being compared to Kant. It's kind of like Kant's second categorical imperative, right? Where he was kind of forced to add in man ought not lie. And he was it was implied when I said that, man ought not treat people as a means to an end, but as a means in and of themselves, that lying goes against that. And people were no, you need to add in that man ought not lie, right? But, you could just say man ought act in his own rational self-interest, but for the audience's sake, I would say you would need to also add in to explain, much like Kant had to with his man ought not lie, add in so long as you do not aggress upon other people.
Objectivist position. If we're determining what is superior or inferior, obviously we're going to be looking at application to the current society, right? Or any given society for that matter. Well, the Christian paradigm not only has a system that makes sense of marriage through not only a pragmatic view, but it makes sense of it through a metaphysical view. Marriage is actually an expression of Christianity, and it's consistent. An objectivist couldn't say you should get married or you shouldn't get married. It's totally arbitrary. There's nothing.
Yeah, and now that he's tied it to a naturalist fallacy, now he can just say that the objectivist has no measure of what men ought or ought not do, which is psycho, right?
Obviously that's not true. from the objectivist view that says you ought to settle down and have families and multiply this thing called humanity. They don't have that in their system. He also said something completely erroneous here. He said, in order to prove Christian ethics is superior to objectivist ethics, you need to prove God exists. That's actually absolutely false. In fact, you could very well abide by a Christian ethical system and not believe any of the claims of Christianity insofar as God existing, miracles, revelation, and so forth. You could adopt, case in point, Jordan Peterson, case in point, Richard Dawkins, and many more look at the Christian ethical system and they say, you know, I don't believe any of it. However, it seems to be a superior model in its application.
That's an interesting argument. Well, you would only be adopting it in part, right? It's an interesting argument if you could say that, but that's cafeteria religion, right? Like, are you saying, like, is Jim Bob claiming that Christian ethics has no volition to believe in God or to not, you know what I mean? Like, well, I guess the not worship other false gods, right? But is his claim, which I would presume is backed up by like a bunch of verses and shit, like a bunch of like but again, I'm not super familiar with orthodoxy, and I know that like they have like kind of their own like Christian ethics like framework from like, you know, arguments amongst priests and shit like that, right? But is his claim here that one can like Christian ethics is superior if one adopts Christian ethics only in part and ignores the parts that found Christian ethics? I mean, because if you're following Christian, like maybe, I don't know I think that might be a good argument. I think that might be Jim Bob's first really good argument here, right? Which is that one ought not, like to avoid the entire discussion around the proving of God, right? Now, by avoiding the discussion of proving God, he's engaged in a consequentialist framework, and he's just a leftist at that point if he thinks that it's not foundational upon the God existing, right? But to say that, like by what metric is Christian ethics better if God doesn't exist, or if one doesn't need to believe in God? How, like, it's better by what analysis? It's better by the self-referencing Christian ethics. Well, it can't be that. So is it better from a consequentialist standpoint? Like what is his measurement here? Like by its own reasoning, it would be arbitrary, which is his entire claim that Leibowitz is arbitrary and therefore it's false because it's arbitrary. But if one is a Christian ethicist but doesn't believe in God, then they are just arbitrarily deciding to follow the Christian ethics worldview because they believe it's better. By what means? By what means is it better?
I don't believe any of it. However, it seems to be a superior model in its application. That is to take a pragmatic view, which ironically is my opponent's entire view, is pragmatism. Why? I'm sorry. My opponent believes in human rights. I'm sorry. Can you produce and demonstrate a human right exists? It might actually be the case, Michael, that believing in a human right might be better for people. You might even take that approach, but you would never say, well, in order for you to adopt a view that might actually be a fantasy, human rights existing, total fiction, maybe the fiction's useful. Maybe believing in the fiction, maybe it's the fact that humans don't have any dignity or value. Maybe that's the fact. Well,
I mean, he didn't really make a rights-based argument in his opening statement, so I'm not sure why Jim Bob went to go with this route, but I guess probably because he knows Leibowitz believes in human rights and would be like triggered by that. So I mean, it's a good tactic from a debate perspective. But again, what is the metric here? Like if we're if we're saying that a fantasy can be superior, what makes it superior then? He says, well, it's better. Well, by what means is it better?
Is it better to believe that we do have value? Well, if that was a lie, would it be less true that it was adoptable as a superior model than looking at the world through a naturalistic lens and saying there's no real value, there's no real truth, there's no real meaning, there's no real teleology, there's no real higher purpose of anything here. We're just fixed in a fixed state of flux and change and scarcity, and we're trying to survive. I would say even if the Christian view was entirely false.
Yeah, this is just like the argument is really, really weak from a logos perspective, but it's really, really fucking strong from a pathos perspective, right? Because the audience is hearing you're arbitrary, you're arbitrary, you're arbitrary, right? Why don't you just arbitrarily believe in my fantasy? Because my fantasy gives life meaning, gives life all of this. And so he's painting objectivist ethics as nihilism and Christianity as the answer to nihilism and the answer of meaning. So from pathos perspective, Jim Bob is he's just smacking. But none of this holds up to his own internal critique because either God is real or God isn't real. Okay? If God is real, that's the foundation of logic and all these other things. Okay? You know what I mean? It's like by what metric is something better or worse? You're talking about values that most of the audience share, but what if they didn't share those values? They do have those values, so let's talk about why potentially that they might, etc.
And made up and completely contrived. You could still make a well-crafted argument and position that Christian ethics is still better than a secular model or an objectivist model. I'm not sure what else to say here. I mean, Michael's the one affirming the position that an objectivist view, which he says is not orthodox to the normal objectivist position. I'd like to hear is how he's distinguishing the two, but I'd also like to hear what his standard for superiority and inferiority is. Is it outcome-based? Is it purely survival? Well, it seems to be the case that Christians are multiplying faster and better and more effectively than any of the.
Notice here that Jim Bob didn't give. I mean, his entire opening statement has no objective, it has no framework. So I mean, from a purely logical perspective, Michael Leibowitz obviously has already won. Unless Jim Bob makes a positive statement, his statement is everything is arbitrary, and he hasn't made the argument that Christian ethics isn't arbitrary. He's trying to internal critique via straw man, right? It's like his argument thus far is I would say it's internal critique via straw man, right? Which is to make the claim that his is a naturalist fallacy, and that it is completely arbitrary. And then he's internal critiquing about, well, since everything is arbitrary, why not just pick the better system? And he's not explaining why his system is better, because it doesn't matter, because everything is arbitrary. Again, logically, it's nonsense, but from a debate perspective, it's smart because it's all just subversive strawmans.
The secularists or I would say the objectivist thinkers. We're the ones who are actually multiplying the earth. We're the ones who are providing the next generations of kids. Why is that the case? Well, it's because of our Christian ethical system. Other than that, we have a hierarchical structure that reflects reality more accurately than the objectivist view. The objectivist view has no argument why power shouldn't exist or should be limited or what's going to inform those limitations. We're a Christian ethical system.
That's a wild claim that objectivism has nothing to say about power or how power ought to be used. That's fucking what? That's fucking crazy. Okay.
Sees the world limited or what's going to inform those limitations. We're a Christian ethical system. Sees the world through a hierarchical standard, through the Christian paradigm, which is patriarchal, which is accurately descriptive of reality, and hierarchical. That is to say, we all have duties in the world. Our view makes better sense of the duties of men and women in the world. The objectivist view has none of that. So
I mean, it's like if you just want to keep talking about duties and all you want to talk about is be fruitful and multiply, Michael Leibowitz, this is the perfect opportunity to just ask him, okay, if the population rate was at 0.1, would you say that women have a duty to be married off to people that they hate and that they don't love, and be raped so that we can save the human race from depopulation crisis? They have a moral obligation to be fruitful and multiply. So why should they have the right to pick a partner under a Christian marriage if the population is in such decline that all of the evidence shows that like people are not being fruitful and multiplying? Who has the right to force women to be fruitful and multiply if they're not going to be fruitful and multiply? Right? Like, we live in our Christian ethic, but for whatever reason, people are not being fruitful and multiplying. Okay, so do we have a right to force women to be fruitful and multiply? So would you today, like, is there a circumstance where you would say that Christian ethics says we ought to mass gang rape women to ensure that they are fruitful and multiply? You say this, you keep bringing it up, this is like the most important shit. And the evidence that Christianity is doing better is that Christians are breeding at higher rates than non-Christians. Okay, so if the ultimate, you say everything's arbitrary, but you didn't give a positive position on what is or isn't arbitrary. The only thing I've heard from you is that, you know, it is good that you have a moral duty and an obligation to be fruitful and multiply. So if that's not happening, how bad does it have to get? Like, if it gets sufficiently bad that we are not being fruitful and multiplying, and we're, you know, defying God by that metric, like, is it wrong to just rape women until they are fruitful and multiplying by force? Because, as you said, it is a moral duty and an obligation, and a failure of the Christian ethics to not do it. How about Jim Bob? You have a duty to give your fucking position.
So I don't know.
I think Michael Leibowitz really hates the debate bro shit, so I know he's not going to do it. But like, that's what I would do in this situation. Like, if your entire moral framework in your argument is just accusing the other side of being arbitrary, not backing up anything that you have, and then just keep positing that being fruitful and multiplying is good because God says be fruitful and multiply, without actually any connection there. Either way, wouldn't it just be good to mass rape women so that they're fruitful and multiply? Like what metric would that be wrong, according to you?
I'm not even sure how the objectivist view has survived. I consider it one of Ayn Rand's worst silent but deadly farts she's ever done in her lonely little apartment. With that said, I'm interested in going back and forth with Michael tonight.
Okay, thank you, Jim Bob. Michael, let me reset the timer and then I'll let you know. Okay, Michael, you have the floor. Your 7 minutes start now.
Does anybody have a debate with does anybody have a debate with Jim Bob where he like debates like somebody that has thousands of viewers? Cause like I see this thing every time he's like on screen where he like puts his YouTube count on the screen in programs. And it feels kind of cringe to me. Like he's almost trying to be like, look how much better I am than you by my views. I'm just curious if he does the same thing on programs where the other people have way more views. He doesn't know Rand was married and had an affair to who she wasn't that lonely is true. I wouldn't say that that's a moral thing of hers in my personal opinion, but yeah.
Okay, the first question I want to answer is what determines an ethical system superiority. And it's important to note what ethics are. Ethics is a code of values adopted by choice to guide human behavior. Why do we need human behavior? Why do we need guidance in human behavior? Because we don't come equipped knowing how to live. The standard of value comes into existence once you have life. Once you have a living organism, you have an organism that has to act in order to sustain itself. That's where you get value. There is no other standard of superiority than that which betters human survival. Now, here's the thing. Notice there's a slip, because this is one of the reasons I said you have to prove God's existence.
It's pretty good.
Because in his outline to demonstrate that Christianity is superior, he uses the Christian standard, right? He says, look, we're commanded to be married, to stay married. How can objectivists tell someone to stay married?
No, he should have said that he used the objectivist standard in order to argue for his own Christian ethics. And then he just cited Christian doctrine in it.
Married. We can't. But you have to demonstrate why staying married is necessarily the right thing. You have to demonstrate why having children is necessarily the right thing. You can't do that based on your God unless you prove that your God exists. You said that even if God doesn't exist, Christian ethics can still provide a better ethics than objective.
I love when Jim Bob does this shit where he just goes, mm-mm, mm-mm. Like he does these tells. It's actually pretty smart from like an entertainment and debate perspective, right? I catch myself doing it sometimes too, and it is good. It's disrespectful, but like this is I mean, like this is the debates on the internet, bro. Like that's not what we're doing here, right? You know what I mean? Like that's the name of the game. It's a smart thing when he goes like, you have to do this, and then he just goes, mm-mm. It's like he's letting the audience know while he's speaking, I don't have to do that. I don't have to have a foundation for anything. I can just be arbitrary because you're arbitrary, because I proved you're arbitrary, because I said so. If natalism, then orphans are evil. It's just about reproduction, but also helping the children who do not exist, that have no parents to guide them. Those are certainly words.
Objectivism. Even if God doesn't exist, Christian ethics can still provide a better ethics than objectivism. How? By what standard? Well, I'm going to guess it's by the standard that your God puts forward. That's a problem. It's circular reasoning, and it's very problematic. You switch the topic. Well, you got into rights for a minute, which is kind of strange to me because this debate has nothing to do with rights. It's all about ethics. Rights wasn't in the proposition. It shouldn't even come up because we're talking about only ethics.
Yeah, this is like it's not special pleading, but like it is like, come on, dude. Like people are going to go off top. This isn't like a Harvard style debate. Like people are going to say other things. And Jim Bob said it as a means of critiquing, you know, your worldview about like what you believe. Like you believe this, but where does this come from? Right. And he was talking about it in the sense of like you're arbitrary. Now I think it's what he was doing is wrong. I think it's a straw man, but like, I don't think it's like to preclude what you might or might not believe in as a means of communicating why he thinks your worldview or your ideas are not working, and is like perfectly fine.
Wasn't in the proposition. It shouldn't even come up because we're talking about only ethics. But you also switch the subject to epistemology. Reason is man's means of survival and man's only means of gaining knowledge. Now you said, well, how can you justify reason? Basically what you're saying is that without a fundamental absolute giver like God, you can't justify reason. The problem is reason is axiomatic. You're asking me to prove reason. It's like saying, provide me evidence that evidence is important. Reason is the very base of knowledge. It's the starting point. You can't critique reason and claim to know anything because reason is the means of survival. Now, as far as he says that I'm making arbitrary.
Yeah, that's a good argument, right? But it needs one last punch, right? Which is you can't make arguments yourself, Jim Bob, without an appeal to reason. You are already engaged in the act of reason. Just like existence exists, right? It's an unavoidable axiom. Like reason existing is in a sense an unavoidable axiom because you can't make a reasoned argument without reason.
Claims. Actually, I'm not. It's
reason technically isn't axiomatic, right? No, it is, but much like existence exists, it's an unavoidable axiom.
Objective fact, what is good for a living organism. It's objective fact, what is good for human beings. That's what a value is. It doesn't matter if that's not how Jim Bob uses the term value. It doesn't matter if that's not how Jim Bob thinks of ethics. The fact of the matter is the definitions of values and ethics that I'm relying on go back a very, very.
Yeah, actually, this one is Slope is Dope is right on this one. Reason is not technically an axiom because it's self-evident.
Long definitions of values and ethics that I
had to like look back at my objectivist notes to tell myself what to think on that one because I'm fucking dummy. I'm a dummy on that one. I was just wrong. Yeah,
relying on go back a very, very long time. So let's take a look at what some of the values that objectivism actually offers. Oh, and I didn't say, I'm not saying that I didn't say my view is much different from orthodox objectivism. I said my presentation. And what I'm referring to ultimately is how I define value.
Bro, I'm 6 hours into stream, all right? Like, relax.
Because there's some objectivism. I said my presentation. And what I'm referring to ultimately is how I define value, because there's some differences, and I've had debates with other objectivists about it. But ultimately, my view and the conclusions I'm coming to are part of objectivism. I just want to be clear that I'm not the spokesperson for objectivism. So,
yeah, I can't. Why are you bringing this up again? Like, stop that. Like, you in this moment, you are the spokesperson of objectivism. Like, it's okay. You know what I mean? Like it's fine. You know, like, you don't have to. You don't like it. It's chill. Like, you don't have like. This is like someone makes a generalized claim, and then someone else goes, "Not all women," right? I'm just like, yeah, it's fine. Like you don't have to inoculate against the hashtag "not all women." You don't have to say every time, well, I don't mean all women, but generally, right? Like, you can just say generally women do this shit, right? And then if someone comes in, it's like, well, not all men are like this, and then you can just be like, hey, dumb fuck, I'm making a generalization. Like, it's like if someone's like, that's not what objectivists believe, I'm like, that's what I fucking believe. This is my argument. I'm an objectivist, all right? If there's some disagreement on a thing, whatever, like, I'm having a debate, about objectivism, like, piss off.
If you look at a human being,
it's too much humility, and so it comes off as a weakness. It's just rhetorical advice, right? Like, I'm just saying.
I just want to be clear that I'm not the spokesperson for objectivism. So, if you look at a human being and you think about what are some of the principles that we need to go by, what are some of the values that a human being has to have? Well, we know that reason is man's means of survival and only means of knowledge, right? And we know that we have to learn those things that are.
What did I miss? Like, there's like someone arguing against Trinitarians in chat, and like, I was like, wait, what? What happened?
That reason is man's means of survival and only means of knowledge, right? And we know that we have to learn those things that are good and bad for us. So the first value we have to hold is reason. We need to cultivate our reasoning, learn how to think logically, learn how to get rid of logical fallacies and logical errors, how to weigh evidence, how to choose, how to make decisions. What type of relationship should I get into that are going to benefit me long term, that are going to fulfill my life, make me happier, make me want to continue living? So you value reason. Now, reason cannot operate without a goal. It can't operate in a vacuum. In order to work, it has to be directed. It has to have purpose. In order for human beings to sustain themselves long term, we have to have a purpose. We dedicate ourselves to a career, to a family, to a workout routine, whatever. But we need short-term purposes. We need long-term purposes. The short-term cannot undercut the long-term, because then we would be destroying the very reason that we have purpose. Now, we also know from observation and from numerous psychological studies that if people don't feel that they're capable of accomplishing their goals, they won't even pursue them. So if you're going to achieve the purpose you set out, you have to feel good about yourself. You have to have self-confidence. Also, what about a person who considered themselves completely worthless? I don't even know.
Well, I mean, sure. Yeah. I mean, I'm not sure what that has to do, but like, I'll let him cook. I was just like, yeah, and I'm not sure where that's
exists. But a hypothetical, completely worthless. If somebody doesn't feel themselves worthy, they're not going to take the steps necessary to keep going, to survive, to flourish. So the person has to have a feeling of self-worth or self-respect. That's what we call self-esteem. So the three fundamental values in objectivism are reason, purpose, and self-esteem. These are the things that help a human being to flourish across a lifespan. Importantly, when we're talking about human life,
Michael, you have under a minute.
This is actually good. That was a good rebuttal, right? Like establishing it in establishing reason and volition, an objectivist framework of like these additional like derived fundamental values of self-worth, of purpose, and of survival, et cetera, is a good way of like further kind of like bringing along this thing that was left somewhat unexplained and seemed arbitrary in the beginning.
To flourish across a lifespan. Importantly, when we're talking about human life,
Michael, you have under a minute.
Okay, we're not talking about survival as a brute or a vegetable. We're talking about survival as a person. If it's me, it's as Michael Leibowitz. Objectivism does this. It offers us guidance for our everyday living. Christianity simply does not, because it's anti-world and it's full of contradictions.
All right. Thank you, Michael. All right, Jim Bob, you have 7 minutes. The rebuttal floor is yours.
Yeah, again, the anti-world thing is like, it's like it goes hard for objectivists. And it's like, I don't know if this is necessarily a problem of Michael Leibowitz. Maybe it's a problem of like Randians, right? Where like they have this idea that like philosophy, like the entire philosophy, it's like we're searching for the philosophers that are worthy of going to Galt's Gulch, right? And so sometimes it's almost like they don't try to appeal to a larger audience. They're only trying to appeal to potential philosophers. And like, maybe they're right. You know what I mean? Like maybe I'm missing something. Maybe they're correct in that assessment and in the way that they ought argue. But in terms of like a content creator, to gain a larger audience, to find more, you have to be able to appeal to the major audience. I'm not saying you ought you ought water down your reasoning or things like that. But I am saying that like you ought focus on like getting it to a point where normal people can kind of understand where you're coming from. And this, like, the Bible is anti-world. He's done this twice, but he hasn't explained why that's a problem to the normal person. The normal person that hasn't read, Atlas Shrugged, hasn't read, Fountainhead, hasn't read any Randian articles or whatever, like they don't have an innate, distaste of like anti-world philosophy, right? They might have an intuition that like natalism or environmentalism or like suicide cult, things like that are like bad, but they don't really have a framework by which like anti-world or out of, thinking of the kingdom of heaven or mysticism, are problematic. And so if you're not going to substantiate those claims, I know he kind of feels like he has, or maybe he's targeting the objectivists for like the win here. I'm not sure what the overall strategy is here, but like twice he's ended on a thing that he hasn't really explained well to the normal person. And so if I'm looking at this debate from like its ability to proselytize to the normal person, it's like it's falling short because of that.
So in that like that spoken essay, the question is, what's the standard for superiority? I didn't get anything in that.
In that spoken essay, it's like, dude, is like, that's the format of the debate. Quit bitching.
He just made more assertions about
like he did the same thing. He did the same thing when I absolutely bodied him in my opening statement. He was like, that's a wonderful story, but it means nothing and you made no arguments. Over and over and over again, he just claimed that there was no arguments there. And then I started reading them and he got pissed because I was reading arguments that I made from my intro statement. I was like, you want me to send it over to you? And he was getting really mad because I was proving that he was just full of shit and lying because my opening statement was so strong. He had to do whatever he could to try and poison his audience against it. So I mean, like, he's doing this shit again, like in that long essay. It's like, you mean where he spoke and gave arguments in the format of the debate, which is the rebuttal? Like, what are you talking about?
What's the standard for superiority? I didn't get anything in that. He just made more assertions about value and reason and what it is, but he didn't actually give us, how does he determine an objectivist view, which he says is axiomatic and gives them all.
He absolutely did. You just disagree with it. So attack the argument. You know what I mean?
These assertions. How is it that objectivism actually is superior? How do you measure superiority? He kept saying survival, right? He said reason is man's mean of survival. Okay, well, if I'm in the woods with my daughter and it turns out that I want to survive.
Yeah, so like there is a really good answer to this, right? Which is and the answer to this is pretty simple, right? The answer is, okay, if it were true that all of the ought claims and all of the ought not claims of Christianity were in man's rational best interest towards his own values, and those were the actions that man should take in order to have a flourishing life of self-esteem and purpose and continuing one's legacy, et cetera, right? Then the objectivist worldview would adopt every single ought and ought not claim of Christianity, and Christian ethics at that point would just be objectivist ethics because it would be devoid of a belief in God. If if those things matched what it is that man values, that when he is focusing on his self-esteem, when he is not aggressing upon others, when he is, when he is engaging in what is in his own rational self-interest, if all of those things are indeed better than what it is that objectivists are currently doing, they would adopt those things under an objectivist ethical framework. But what would be unnecessary, right? Just like, the model of the planets with God in it. Why is there no God here? Because it's unnecessary, right? And so objectivist ethics would just be a set of moral oughts and ought nots that would Christian ethics would just be a set of moral oughts and ought nots that lacks the framework objectivist has, which is a universal ought in this regard, which is that man ought act in his own rational self-interest for his own values, as opposed to what are truly arbitrary. He keeps claiming that objectivism is arbitrary, but what is truly arbitrary are the dictates of God, not backed up by God. Like, that would be truly arbitrary. Only objectivism in this regard would have the means of discovering whether or not those oughts and ought nots were, effective towards any particular individual at their own flourishment and their own values towards their self-worth and purpose. I guess the standard view be that while each person is distinct from each other, but identical to God, but that doesn't seem to make sense because identity is transitive. Was it Schopenhauer who viewed everything in threes? Or was that Descartes or someone else? I don't fucking remember.
And it turns out that I reason that it's better for humanity that I survive in place of her. If it came down to it, should I not only eliminate
I automatically distrust anybody that has any claims about what Hegel did or didn't do. It's like, look, I'm really, really, really fucking smart. I can't understand Hegel. And like, when people are like, I understand Hegel, it's because I'm super smart. I'm like, I don't believe you. Like, it's like reading the rantings of a madman in a cave.
Humanity that
it just feels like incoherent nonsense, like you said, Chris X Du Bois. And it's just like it's nonsensical and it's full of contradiction, but the contradictions supposedly resolve themselves if you really understand it. And it's like no, it's indoctrination into academia to a bunch of people that pretend to have the Gnostic knowledge of understanding Hegel. It's bullshit.
Out that I want to survive, and it turns out that I reason that it's better for humanity that I survive in place of her. If it came down to it, should I not only eliminate my daughter, but let's say she dies, right? And I didn't eliminate her. Can I use my reasoning to eat her? I mean, that's using reasoning for survival. So if you notice, when we're measuring ethical systems, if one...
Right, but again, this is where Jim Bob consistently fails. He's not going to back up why one ought not eat their daughter. Because if he does that, then he has to say because it would be against God's will. Okay, we'll prove God. Well, I can't really prove God. God is real. And then, or he'll have to go into like a tag thing, right? So he's the one making arbitrary things and just appealing to what instinctively everyone already believes, right? Instinctively, everyone would go, eating or murdering your own daughter is horrible and evil. Everyone already believes that. And so he's appealing to a belief that everybody already has, but he's doing so arbitrarily. And he's trying to make the claim that an objectivist, wouldn't have a reason or volition or something against that. And so it's really sneaky. But again, Michael Leibowitz has challenged him not once, but twice to substantiate his claims. And it looks like we're going for the rebuttal by Jim Bob, and it looks like he's not going to substantiate anything or make positive claims. It seems like he's just going to attempt to subvert, which is, it's unfortunate and pathetic, I think.
For survival. So if you notice, when we're measuring ethical systems, if one system, the one Michael holds, actually permits, based on the survival and reasoning, that you can eat your own family if they die, it's totally reasonable if you want to survive, eat your family. I mean, that's completely simple. I mean, that's simple reasoning, right? Well, the Christian paradigm wouldn't actually look at things that way. They wouldn't say whatever you can do to survive is just and good. That's what Michael's basically saying here. He said something about purpose. What purpose? Well,
unfortunately, Michael has not explained why aggression is bad. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't know why he hasn't, because he's just allowing Jim Bob to get into this position where he can he because Michael Leibowitz hasn't explained why aggression is bad, then he has opened the floor up for Jim Bob to just say anything that is aggressive that is also for one's own survival is good. And then, of course, he's going to go into these extreme absurdities of like cannibalism and things like that because people have a revulsion against cannibalism.
Is just and good. That's what Michael's basically saying here. He said something about purpose. What purpose? Well, I'm sorry. Where is this purpose you're deriving from pure reason? There's no purpose you're deriving. You're saying reasoning is the purpose. Okay, toward what? To more reasoning? It doesn't tell us why we ought to survive. And what gives a human being a higher level of value than other animals, Michael? You're just saying because they reason? Well, why should humans survive above other animals? What's distinct? What's the threshold breaker between all of the other living organisms?
Yeah, again, this is like I don't know what Jim Bob's doing here. I don't know if it's like I guess it's just a bad faith tactic, but like he's asking questions of him. It's just like there should be a cross-examination portion, right? And I think not having I actually kind of agree with Jim Bob, right? When he was on Twitter and saying, well, like you precluded me from having a cross-examination, and so that's a problem. I kind of agree with Jim Bob at this point. Like there ought to be at least some level of cross-examination here because he's asking these questions of him and it appears bad faith and it kind of is bad faith, but the format is restrictive, right? So like when he puts forward this question, right?
Level of value than other animals, Michael. You're just saying because they reason? Well, why should humans survive above other animals? Why?
So it's perfectly valid for him to ask that question, and then you can get into answering, like this is the point of a cross-examination, is that Michael Leibowitz would have the time to answer that question in a meaningful way where the audience remembers, which is like, why can't they do that? And be like, well, animals are not rational actors. They do not have moral value because they do not have values in that way. Or whatever his argumentation might be. What is bad faith that Jim Bob does is he then gives Michael Leibowitz's answer here, right? In the middle, he asks the question, then gives his straw man, his straw man answer, and then asks the question again so that it appears as if he's just asking a question when really what he's doing is he's filling in for Michael Leibowitz what it is that he would say. And then asking the question again, it makes it look like it's a question when it's not actually a question. It's I'm positing a question, then I'm going to give the audience what your answer is, even though he hasn't explained that in his argumentation.
Michael, you're just saying we ought to survive. And what gives a human being a higher level of value than other animals, Michael?
So that's a question.
You're just saying because they reason? Well,
okay, you're just saying this. Well, he didn't give you an answer to that question.
Why should humans survive above other animals? Why?
So then he has another question for the answer that isn't Michael Leibowitz's, but he gives a follow-up question for an answer that Michael didn't give.
What's distinct? What's the threshold breaker between all of the other living organisms that you say have a reason to survive and do all of this horrendous shit to each other? And you're saying, well, humans are also animals, but we use reason and therefore we're valuable. Well, no, that doesn't tell us why it is, right? We're just
right. And then he's saying, you're saying this, but again, he's walked the audience. It's smart. It's again, like I feel like there ought to be a cross-examination for this type of content, right? Like I don't know that you can do this kind of like Soho forum debate style thing. Even then they have a cross-examination during the Q&A. So I think Jim Bob is trying to get away from the format by giving answers that he thinks Leibowitz would give or give straw mans so that he can then continuously ask questions so that he can continuously subvert his argument. But again, he isn't putting forward, he's not answering any of Michael Leibowitz's questions, and he's not putting forward any positive positions, and he's not, other than like, there's a moral duty or obligation to breed, which is problematic in and of itself.
Just more advanced animals from your view. So you can't answer this question. Why should humans survive over other animals? Why is that the case? What is it about humans that under an objectivist view can provide a threshold breaker between a symmetry breaker between animals, all other creatures, and us? Well, the Christian paradigm does have that. We do have that distinction. You also mentioned person. You said, Mike.
Well, what is that distinction? You know what I mean? Like, I want to hear it, you know? And it's
Oh, I'm a person. Well, I don't even grant you person under Objectivist view. Your metaphysics can't even tell me what personhood is. You're actually borrowing from the Christian paradigm. Personhood. That is a metaphysical statement. That's not found in reality. There's no personhood found under a tree or inside a
I do love here where like everything, like he seems to be making the argument over and over again, which is a very bad argument. And it's not a very good argument. Maybe it works on like normies or something, right? Which is anytime you deal with any immaterial concept, you're borrowing from Christianity. That seems to be his argument. And it's like, what? It's like, there's no personhood tree. Therefore, you must be borrowing from Christianity. It's like, well, no, you're assuming logic to be axiomatically true. You're assuming laws of logic. You're the one borrowing from objectivism, which is that you assume that man has reason and has the capacity for reason.
body. You can't extract personhood. From your view, you're basically going to reduce to naturalism, physicalism. You're just an organism in a meat sack reacting to stimuli for means of survival. Well, I'm sorry to say, but there are a lot of things you can do, Michael, for survival, and under your view that have to be justified, and under my view, they're not justified. So I'm not even sure what you're arguing tonight. I still haven't heard what the standard is. If you take one ethical system and another, in this case, Christian ethics and objectivist ethics, what is the measuring tape? What is the ruler you're using?
I do love that, like, this is like peak projection by Jim Bob, because he's not giving a standard, which I guess maybe because the prompt is like that objectivist ethic, like the title says objectivist ethics versus Christian ethics, but Michael Leibowitz kind of fucked himself here because he took the propositional claim that objectivist ethics is better than Christian ethics. But he has given you that standard multiple times, which is that there is a universal ethic of what man ought do under objectivist ethics, and that doesn't exist under Christian ethics. And then you just keep saying, you're arbitrary, you haven't given me an answer to this question. Even though he did give an answer, you're just not engaging with it. So at this point, Jim Bob is just lying and hoping that his audience will think that he's like got the dub with his lies.
Still didn't hear the ruler you're using to determine one is superior to the other. What is it? How much time do I have?
You have 3 minutes and 12 seconds.
3 minutes. Okay. So I want to go back to this. So he also said it's axiomatic. He said your reasoning's axiomatic. No, this whole foundationalist view where you grant yourself self-evident truths about reality, I don't grant that to you. I don't grant you any of that. From your view, the concept of person or purpose or any of these things, any of the values you have, they're just as illusory under your view as God would be. And you went back and you said it again. You said, in order to prove Christian ethical system is superior to an objectivist system, you have to prove God's existence. That's false. I've already demonstrated that a secularist could very well adopt a Christian ethical system in practice and not believe that God exists at all. People do it all the time.
Yeah, this is just false. Like because the Christian ethics is true by virtue of the fact that God exists. Okay, so if God doesn't exist, like you're just talking about an objectivist at that point that is adopting that framework via objectivism. They would still be an objectivist just by adopting the moral oughts and ought nots of Christian ethics. Under an objectivist framework doesn't magically make them a Christian ethicist. Like to substantiate Christian ethics, you have to substantiate God's existence. If God does not exist, or if the person has no belief in God, then they are only taking the moral oughts and ought not claims. They're throwing out the moral oughts that you ought believe in God, which is obviously a part of Christian ethics, right? They're throwing out a part of Christian ethics, and then they're just adopting into their daily life things that are similar, things from Christian ethics, because they believe they are functional and they're doing so from an objectivist perspective. So even if an objectivist was to adopt all of the Christians' ought and ought nots, save for the ones that demand that they ought, that they ought believe in God, ought believe in God, and that they ought not, denounce God, or that they ought not, say the Lord's name in vain. Same all of the things that require a belief in God, and they were only to take, the be fruitful and multiply and respect the Father and, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Then they would just be an objectivist that had taken on many of the, the ought and ought not claims of Christianity. They would not be a Christian ethicist.
They borrow from a Christian view.
Yeah, no, you said you get really annoyed when you say et cetera 2 times in a row. So I went with et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
They mimic the Christian view. They take some of the Christian view and they put it into practice, and they say it's a superior model. You could even debate someone in the future, Michael, named Pine Creek Doug. He can argue pretty well to adopt a Christian ethical system. He'd rather live in a Christian society than a secularist society for certain reasons. He doesn't mean he has to prove. There's nowhere Pine Creek Doug has to prove that God exists for him to say, well, according to my values, the Christian ethical system, if I were to buy it and pick it up on the shelf of ethical paradigms and put it in the basket, I think it's superior to this other thing. There's no contradiction in someone holding a Christian ethical system without sufficiently proving God's existence. Now, you're trying to strap.
No, there absolutely is a contradiction, which is that they're not holding a Christian ethical system. They're holding all of the moral ought claims and moral ought not claims of Christian ethics, save for all of the ones that require you to believe in God and the ones that require you not to denounce God, right? He's trying to have his cake and eat it too. Like if they adopt the Christian ethics that they must believe in God, then they are a Christian ethicist. And you know what I mean? I don't understand his argument here. Am I missing something? Is it just because I'm like almost 7 hours in and I'm retarded? Like, this seems like a really bad argument. Like, part of Christian ethics is the belief in God. And it is what is the foundation of it, is that all these things are true because God said so. And so if you get rid of God from the equation, then they're just a bunch of arbitrary moral ought claims and ought not claims. And if they're voluntarily doing so because they believe that it is better and in their rational self-interest to engage in these things, then they're just an objectivist using an objectivist moral framework that happens to take on the ought and ought not claims of Christian ethics. At that point, that would be proof that objectivism is superior to Christian ethics, because it would be proof that objectivism gives the ability for an individual to take all of the oughts and ought not claims while still having a universal ethic that man ought act in his rational self-interest, and having a means and a mechanism by which to judge the value of Christian ethical moral ought claims without needing the existence of proving God, which is self-referential. So what he's arguing is, but what if I prove objectivism for you?
Sort of like smuggle that in, but it's actually not the case. The reason I brought up rights isn't because you're defending rights. I brought up rights because it's an example of an example of something that could very well be a false belief. And someone could argue that believing in rights and practicing in a society as if they exist might be superior to another ethical system that denies them. I'm not sure how you're gonna get out of that. Isn't it better if there were two societies, from your view, that one adopts ultimately a fiction that rights exist, but it's superior?
Yeah, 1 minute, Jim Bob.
Can it be superior to denying that, even if it's fictional? The answer is yes. I'll consider the rest of my time.
Awesome. Okay, I want to make a clarification because I do have the StreamYard pulled up. Yes, these are timed rounds. Each round is 7 minutes. Michael and Jim Bob both have 2 rounds left, and then there will be a 5-minute ending closing statement from each.
Sorry.
All right, let me reset the timer. All right, Michael, your time starts now.
Jim Bob says that I did not give the standard for superiority, but actually I did, because value, and when you're measuring if something is better than something else, you are measuring its value. Human life is the standard of ethical value. An ethical system is a system that guides human behavior. So the human life, which ethical system does better for human life, is superior. Now, Jim Bob continues to say that you don't need to prove God to prove Christianity is superior. But if you have no God, Jim Bob, then what is your standard to make that claim? You've said, well, people can argue. People can argue a lot of things, doesn't make it true. You said people can say, that also doesn't make it true. You said somebody can say, according to their values, Christian ethics are good. Again, you're not providing any standard. If you can't prove God exists, you have no standard to measure any of the claims that you're making. If you do, then tell me what it is. Tell me what standard, independent of what your God claims or you claim to have said, tell me what standard you're going by that you could judge Christian ethics to be superior without God. Now, you made this claim about animals. I've never said humans are more valuable than animals. Now, if you're asking me
Humans are more valuable than animals.
Why humans should treat animals different than humans, that I can answer. And the answer is because we get enormous value from dealing with other humans, from dealing with creatures that are capable of rationality, from forming human relationships, for having romantic relationships, for being able to trade, to be able to get knowledge from other human beings. It's understood in objectivism that initiating force is wrong. Why? Because it's ultimately not in the interest of the person to do so. You initiate force against somebody, you're rendering ineffective his rational faculty. You're stepping between yourself and his mind and saying you cannot make your decisions. But it's in our interest to deal with people rationally. No, I said initiate force because we can defend ourselves if somebody else attacks us. But the main thing here that
yeah, and this is where objectivism starts to fall apart, right? As far as I'm concerned, and that's why anarcho-objectivism with libertarianism is superior. Is like this idea that like, oh, it's not in your rational self-interest to aggress upon someone. It's like that's like if it's purely based off like that's if you don't universalize that, if you contextualize that, then there's no argument. Right. Like if I'm alone somewhere and I happen upon, and I'm starving, and I happen upon a house in the woods. Right. And it's reasonable to assume that no one will be able to discover if I murder the whole family there and steal all of their food. And now I can survive and live. Like, yeah, I might have to live with that guilt, but I live. Right. And so they're dead. But like, you're not like the idea of like the non-aggression principle, like it's a good value. But it doesn't ultimately get anywhere, if you just say that the reason you ought not violate non-aggression is because, like, it's a general claim. It's not a universal claim. Like under the objectivist argument that he's making, right? I'm not saying this is the objectivist argument, but under the argument that he's making, it's not a universalizable claim because there are going to be instances where aggressing upon another person is going to help and aid in my survival, both in the short term and in the long term, and especially if no one finds out about it. Right? The libertarian says it's a performative contradiction, and it goes into like the violation of human autonomy. Like he kind of almost mentions the libertarian argument there, right? Which is you're denying them their faculties, right? That's where the contradiction starts coming in. But the objectivist, kind of wants to, they want to have their cake and eat it too, because they want to claim that a minarchist state is, somehow good. And then some of them will argue for, involuntary taxes to protect property rights and borders and contracts, and some won't. And then the ones that won't, it's like, well, at this point, why not just be a fucking libertarian if you're saying there can't be any involuntary taxes? And, so this is where the objectivist argument starts to fall apart. Is when engaging in the non-aggression principle from the Randian perspective. Please do not make a cursed fucking AI image of Kant and Ayn Rand making out. Please don't do that.
Oh, and I also never ever said that ethics is derived from an axiom. You've said that a couple times. In regard to reason, I didn't say reason is the purpose. I said reason needs a purpose to function. Now, clearly, I can set a purpose for myself. There doesn't need to be a God for me to say, okay, in the next 10 minutes, I want to accomplish the task of carrying this pen downstairs. My purpose is to carry the pen downstairs. I take the pen, I carry it downstairs. There doesn't need to be a God. I can choose my career. I can say that my long-term purpose is to cure cancer.
Yeah, this is good.
To solve the mystery of quantum mechanics, or I can say I just want to be an entrepreneur and make a lot of money. Those all would be my purposes, and I don't need God.
Bro. He just fucked up so bad. He's gonna have so many objectivists hating him. He's like, I can say my purpose is to solve quantum mechanics. Oh man, there's gonna be so many objectivists that are like, only Newtonian physics is true. Quantum mechanics is anti-rational. Like, it presupposes contradictions can exist. Like there's gonna be so many fucking mad objectivists. The science nerd objectivists are gonna get so mad at Michael. I'm sorry you did this, buddy. I'm sorry that this happened to you.
Cure cancer, to solve the mystery of quantum mechanics, or I can say I just want to be an entrepreneur and make a lot of money. Those all would be my purposes, and I don't need God to do so. So family, career, those can be my purposes. The differentiation between human and animals, the difference is the rational conceptual faculty of man. Human beings can reason. We also have propositional speech. We can make agreements with each other, and we also operate by choice. Those are the fundamental differences between humans and animals, and it's why humans are more valuable to me than animals. I don't see anything else that I need to cover.
Again, like, I think this is like, they're not rational actors, so they don't have any moral value. So again, this is the problem of like the objectivist perspective of rights, right? So because rights are this like thing about like, you know, rational self-interest, and it's not universalizable, you get into this problem of like, okay, well, if you're not really codifying rights in a strict universalizable claim. Libertarians do. And whereas, you know, the anarcho-objectivist perspective is going to be that an animal is not a rational actor, and therefore, because they are not a rational actor, or they don't have volition in their actions. They act upon instinct. And even if they do have some level of volition, right? Like dolphins have volition and things like that. Even if they do have some level of volition, they are not capable of making moral claims or making moral judgments and then choosing to act or not act based upon their moral evaluation. Okay, and it is that thing that makes them not have rights. Human beings have rights because they are rational actors, because they are moral actors. And as moral actors, it would be to violate the non-aggression principle against them would be you engaging in a performative contradiction if you attempted to say that you have rights as well. So the moment, like, you can go out and live in the law of the jungle, live like an animal, live like a lion. But the moment you try and claim that I ought not aggress upon you, you have already proven that to be false, because you've engaged in the refutation of ethics itself. And so animals aren't moral actors. They don't have a right to bodily autonomy. And so I can do with them whatever the fuck I want to do with them. I can rape an animal. I can fucking murder an animal. Well, I can't murder an animal because it's not a moral actor, but I could kill an animal, etc. Now, I don't think certain actions are good to engage against with animals, because I think it does psychological harm for the people to do it. I think it is correlationally a metric by which I would judge other people to stay away from me, because of, you know, the potentiality of transference of those behaviors onto other humans, right? So if I find out someone engages in dog fights all the time and like kicks dogs, or engages in, sex with dogs, or like tortures animals, all of these things showcase that I'm dealing with a potential psychopath, that I'm dealing with someone that is a potential threat, that I'm dealing with somebody that has severe mental issues and problems. And so I'm for my own rational self-interest, right, as a moral actor, I'm going to remove that person from my property. I'm not going to engage with that person. What I don't have a right to do is I don't have a right to grab my guns and break into Michael Vick's house and steal his dogs, because his dogs are his property. But what I do have a right to do is say, fuck Michael Vick. Michael Vick is an evil piece of shit. And Michael Vick shouldn't have any goddamn play in the NFL. And I don't care that he or et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Right? So this is where the objectivist framework in terms of rights and oughts gets to be a bit of a problem if their claims aren't universalizable.
He's saying that I tried to smuggle in the idea of that he has to prove the existence of God. I say he has.
You better put that shit in the Discord right now. You better put that shit in the Discord right now. If you've got a good AI image of Ayn Rand and fucking Immanuel Kant kissing, I want that shit in the Discord right now.
To prove it again, because without God, he has no standard. So I will ask him, if there's no God, then what is your standard to judge the superiority of something? I've said the superiority of an ethical system should be judged by the benefits it gives to human life, because human life is the standard of value. So unless you're going to accept the standard of value that is human life, in which case I win, you're going to have to provide your own. And it has to be discoverable independent of your God, or else you have to prove him. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, he just keeps shaking his head no, because he like that's a dub there at that point at the end. But his whole rights thing is I mean, I think it's just the weakness of objectivism, not anything else.
Okay. Do you need to say something, Ellie, or?
Yes. Thank you, Michael. All right. Okay, Jim Bob, your time starts now.
No, it's still completely incorrect. I've already demonstrated. All I need is a counterexample. He's saying if you can't prove God is existing, how can you argue that a Christian ethical system is superior? You could look at the outcomes that are preferred by people who are alive. You say, I want an all-in-group society, like a covenant community that shares the view of a world, even if it's not true. I like that we all have a view on.
But again, you're not giving any metric. And if the metric is human life and values based upon that, then the objectivist wins. What are you talking about, Jim Bob? Stop running. You're running scared.
Stealing. We have a view on abortion. We have a view on these things. You have a shared in-group preference. A shared in-group preference for Christianity already debunks your claim that a Christian ethical system can't be superior to another one that doesn't have an in-group shared cohesive.
Again, no, it doesn't fucking debunk the claim. This is just bullshit. This is such a bad argument. It's like he's just running at this point. I had no idea how weak Jim Bob was when he doesn't have the ability to interrupt and meme and shit, and it's a back and forth. I was really skeptical of this lacking a cross examination, and I still think it would be better to have a cross examination. But I guess dub to Michael Leibowitz in picking the format that way, because he's just Michael Leibowitz, I think most of his is I've presented a lot of issues with his argumentation and stuff, but Jesus Christ, Jim Bob is going, no, more straw mans, and it's so exposed, and so I figured that out, that's his tactic, but it just looks so bad and so cowardly. It's so feminine. You know what I mean? It's such bitch energy he's giving off by just being like, I'm right, and just not answering any of the fucking prompts or questions or giving any positive positions.
Ethical framework. It's already practically. So if you're going to look for another way to judge, which still you haven't given a standard for how you're going to judge, one is superior to the other. I can tell you right now, holding a Christian ethical paradigm to your objectivist view.
Real quick, boys. Fucking yo, let's go, boys. I'm saving this in my memes dunks folder to just send to troll fucking objectivists on Twitter. There's 110% going in my little folder to fuck with people. Next time I'm pissed off at an objectivist, just sending them fucking Immanuel Kant and be like, oh man, this bitch really liked to cheat. Did you know that she fucking made out with Kant? That's crazy, dude. Just to watch one of these fucking spurgs be like, they weren't even alive. They're not even contemporaries.
I already hold a view, even if God wasn't real. I hold a view with other people that believe that it's our duty to multiply. We have procreation. You don't have an obligation to procreation. We have a duty to merge ourselves to another, marry ourselves, to become one flesh. Even if God isn't real, that's an obligation and duty that people can share. That is valuable in society. Families are valuable for society.
Right. This is just more arbitrary nonsense. Why is it valuable, dude? He refused. He's just saying it's valuable because it is. He's trying to avoid the circular logic of attempting to deal with the precept of God by just ignoring all foundations for any of his arguments whatsoever. Nothing he's saying is backed up by anything if you refuse to attempt to even back it up. If without God, then by what standard? Yeah, he's just you don't need a standard. It's no, if objectivists adopted the standard, the moral ought claims and things of that by their own standards, then it would be superior to Christian ethics. You can't just divorce Christian ethics from a belief in God and then just say that it's better without giving something to back it up.
societies, right? They're bonding structures. They're small governments, if you will. A large shared community that believes the same thing. Ultimately, even if they
I'm speeding it up because he's saying nothing.
Are wrong that there's an afterlife and a God. You're arguing right now that there isn't an in real world application of value of a shared in-group preference of a worldview and an ethical framework. Of course there is. Of course there's a value. It doesn't. If you were to take your own argument on your,
of course it's a valuable. You're actually arguing this, huh? Well, of course I'm right. Oh shit, let me pack it up, boys. Fuck, I have nothing for. Of course I'm right. I'm right. What the fuck? Yo, Jim Bob. Oh, fuck, this is wild. Like, Michael Leibowitz, I think, is not doing that well, but Jim Bob is doing so poorly at this point that Michael Leibowitz is just running with the dub.
Yourself, you couldn't prove that personhood exists, Michael. You couldn't prove that values exist. Did you find a value under a rock, sir? Your God is values, right? Your God is these like notions where there's value and morality. There's no morality, dude, in reality. According to your own standard, you can't provide a superior standard because
right. This is just again, he's sneaking in a proposition, which is an insane proposition, right? Which is God is necessary for immaterial concepts or for analogies or for thought or for reason. Like, he's kind of sneaking in an assumption of tag whilst being too afraid to do so. Have a good night, Alt.
if you used your own model on yourself, your own argument on yourself, you'd say, if I can't prove morality exists out there in the world, if I can't prove that personhood exists in the world, then I can't provide a superior model. It's impossible. I've demonstrated that's actually wrong. We could look at just outcomes between Christians.
Dude, he just keeps saying I'm right because I'm right. It's like, what if objectivists using an objectivist framework adopted some of the moral oughts and ought not claims of Christian ethics that would prove the superiority of Christian ethics? No, it wouldn't, because the standard would be objectivist ethics. So it would be objectivist ethics. It would just so happen to be that under objectivist ethics, you will eventually discover that these things are good for you.
Christian ethical systems and objectivist ethical systems. The deontology alone makes mine superior. Look, it's really simple. If an ethical view would be good for society, then the one that has a set of obligations and duties for society would already be a step ahead of than the one that didn't. Well, what I've demonstrated tonight without even a crosstalk.
By what standard are these obligations and duties valuable to society? By what standard are these things better? You're just going off of the intuition of the audience that agrees with certain things. Like, most people agree that, like, you ought do good things, and then you're taking things that most people agree are good, and then you're not substantiating why they're good at all, but your audience is just under the assumption that you're right because they agree that those things are good, and they're not hearing it from the objectivist framework. But many of the things that you're saying from the objectivist framework that are good, most objectivists would agree are good.
Section of this debate,
like you know what I mean? Like, be fruitful and multiply, right? I think many I consider myself an objectivist in some ways. All right, I consider myself an anarcho-objectivist at this point. I'm adopting that, right? And so I would say that, like, being fruitful and multiplying is within your own rational self-interest. I think it gives you immense purpose and meaning and fulfillment in your life to have children, to pass on your values. I do think for some people, it is not good to be fruitful and multiply. I think for some people, it is better that they there is a select group of people that will find more purpose and more meaning out of becoming the greatest scientist the world has ever known, or becoming the greatest X the world has ever known, and leaving their mark on society and on the world through achievements in culture or technology or music that stand the test of time as things that create a paradigm shift in the world for how genius or beautiful they are. I would say, though, for an overwhelming majority of people, what is in one's rational self-interest is to have a family. I think the fulfillment of that is far superior than a career or some other thing. And to have a big family and to pass on, your values and to pass on your wisdom to another generation. I think under an overwhelming category of those people, that is true. And so be fruitful and multiply as a general ethic is something I, as an anarcho-objectivist, agree with. And so if be fruitful and multiply is a command by God that everyone must follow, then it begs two questions as far as I'm concerned. The first question it begs is, what of those people that have, diseases that would cause immense suffering towards another person, and they were guaranteed to pass on those diseases to other people? Ought they, like by your standard, it is a moral duty and obligation. It is a sin to not go out and be fruitful and multiply. Well, there's a problem there, right? Like if I'm going to birth people, let's say I have a genetic marker for like Tay-Sachs disease, and let's say for whatever reason it's not recessive, right? So it's like no matter what, every child I have will have Tay-Sachs disease. They're going to die by the time they're 4 years old. Why is it a moral duty or obligation that I must be fruitful and multiply in that regard? Now, granted, we could get into like the annulment of marriages, as Jesus Christ spoke, and like, natural born eunuch. And you could say maybe that person is a natural born eunuch, which means, Jesus's word actually precludes that individual from, engaging that regard. And so that's, and that's fine. You know what I mean? Like that, like a good Christian apologist might bring that up. And, and so now all of a sudden it's not actually a universalizable thing. What's Tay-Sachs? It's a disease. A lot of Jews have it. It's real fucked up. It leads to a lot of suffering, and you basically die by the time you're 4 years old. At least as far as medical technology is concerned now. So the second thing, well, that's why Jews get a lot of genetic testing done to make sure that their partner and themselves both don't carry the recessive trait. Because I don't want to say it's common, but it's not that rare amongst Jews. Amongst Ashkenazi, by the way, not necessarily Sephardic Jews. And then the other question, which is one I said I would have brought up way before this, is if you have a moral duty to be fruitful and multiply, and if the society is dying off because nobody is being fruitful and multiplying, by what metric does a woman have a right to not be raped, to not be gang raped, and filled with the seed of dozens of men back to back? Bonnie blew every woman against her will violently in society so that we can ensure that the women are following the commandment of God to be fruitful and multiply. I'm sure there are arguments to be made from the Bible, right? But again, all of these arguments are presupposed that God's will is right. And so it's kind of a moot point. But but at the same time, you kind of have to make these emotional arguments to win the audience back. Because even though Jim Bob is getting fucking bodied here, Michael Leibowitz is, and I think Michael Leibowitz has some problems, and I think that just stems from objectivism. But the other problems is, rhetorically, he's not giving those appeals to emotion. He's giving a lot of appeal, he's appealing to reason very well. His ethos is lacking a bit, but a better camera, better lighting, stop apologizing for giving the objectivist position, but not being a representative of objectivism. Just do it. Just lock in. You know what I mean? Just do that. But he isn't giving those like moments that make Jim Bob look like he's hammering him on being squirrely and not answering the questions and not giving a rational, reasonable argument, and instead just loading up fallacies upon fallacies while running scared from any position. But he's not giving those, like, he's not getting that gut feeling of, ooh, that's gross, right? Jim Bob's giving that gut feeling of, ooh, that's gross, by claiming that, objectivism would support cannibalism, or that objectivism would be like degenerate to society, etc.
Is objectivism, and Michael's form of it, has zero obligations and duties to society. Zero. Absolutely none. He still can't make this jump, by the way, between a lion and a man. He said, well, reasoning faculties. I'm sorry, Michael, but there are a lot of human beings who have no reasoning faculties. They're vegetated, or they're retarded, or they can't function the same way. They can't use their brains the same way you can. So now you have to make a distinction. Well,
Jim Bob is right on this one. It's the problem of objectivism in that regard. as opposed to a system that has rights, like actual grounded rights, not just like rights because, you know, we believe the rights ought to be there because because of like general statements about what tends to be better.
Oh, what makes them still in the category of humanity such that they have the same dignity as you, but don't share your faculty and reasoning capabilities? You can't answer that question. Why? Because you don't have the distinction made in God's image. You have a naturalistic view of the world. It's an evolutionary view of the world, really, even though you didn't argue that tonight.
Right, and here we go, because we have the distinction made in God's image, but I don't have to prove God's existence.
Make no distinctions between these other animals and these sort of spectrum of being able to reason. A crow can reason. A crow can reason. Why should I not kill a crow and eat it? It can reason. It can solve problems that some 3-year-olds can't even solve, Michael. Why can't I kill the crow? Why can't I kill the crow and eat it over a barbecue, but not the child?
Well, again, he's not wrong here, but but again, but a crow's not a moral actor.
Okay. Jim Bob, you still have 2 minutes and 46 seconds left. Do you concede your time?
I'll give you 1 more minute here. Ultimately, Michael's entire paradigm not only is without a ruler, he still can't tell you definitively. All he does is assert reasoning. We have reasoning, and reasoning gives you values. I'm sorry, the lion values killing the gazelle. I value killing the deer and eating it, right? The deer has...
Yeah, well, the lion doesn't have values.
Some level of will and reasoning capabilities, by your own admission, but you're making this arbitrary jump between animals and man, right? You don't have a justification for why humans are valuable at all. At all. You have no justification for why they're valuable.
Now he's just positing now his claims are getting absurd, right? Like you have no like that's just not true, right?
You don't have a justification for why humans are valuable at all.
You have no justification for why humans are valuable at all. Now you can deal with the argument, but again, he's not going to deal with the argument. He's just going to claim that you never made an argument and hope that his audience will forget the arguments that you made. And again, that's just coward shit.
At all. You have no justification for why they're valuable. And you also said instigating or using force, right? Initiating force is bad or something. I'm sorry, we do that to other rational animals who have reasoning capabilities. They just have less. So you're totally okay with hunting an animal that has some level of reasoning capacity. It just doesn't match yours. But you can't tell me why it's the case that I can hunt an animal with some reasoning.
Yeah, over and over again, this like you can't tell me this shit is so fucking annoying. But his critique here isn't wrong, absent that lie. Right, like which is the argumentation that he has given forward thus far does not differentiate between animals that have some capacity for reason and why you ought not why you ought not do that. I mean, he gave an argument, but I think it is a very weak argument, right? Which is I gain more value from my interactions with humans. Well, I gain a lot of fucking survival value by killing a cow and eating them. Right, like I'm gaining value by killing them. You know what I mean? Like it's kind of wishy-washy because he hasn't done a good job of substantiating exactly what he means.
Faculties and kill it and eat it, but I can't do that to a human.
He should bring up the argumentation ethic. That'd be fucking funny if Jim Bob started arguing argumentation ethics against Leibowitz.
You have no justification for this jump between animal and man. Christianity does, and guess what? Even if God didn't exist, a group of people holding the view that humans are made in the image of God, right? Whose very being is the standard of good and truth and humility and grace and sacrifice, right? That's still better than any shit you can come up with from some Ayn Randian novel.
Now you're just throwing out words people like and being like Christianity has the good words. Like what? That's not an argument.
Okay, thank you, Jim Bob. All right, I'm restarting the timer. Michael, this is your final rebuttal. Your time starts now.
Okay, once again, Jim Bob said, I never provided a standard of superiority. I've said it, I think, 3 times now. The standard for superiority is human life. The ethical system that is better for human life is the one that is superior. And I also stated numerous times that unless Jim Bob can provide an independent...
I was just interested to see the Objectivist versus the Christian ethics. I thought it would be cool. And because I saw on Twitter, like the spat between the two of them before Jim Bob ran away and blocked him. And I was like, oh man, Jim Bob's blocking people over this debate. Like, this has got to be fun. Like, I'm betting he's getting cooked.
And I also stated numerous times that unless Jim Bob can provide an independent standard to judge the superiority of Christianity, independent of what his God says, or he claims the God says, he has no standard, which is why he says things like shared in-group preference. These people choose, they want to live that way. The Manson family wanted to live a certain way. Does that make that ethical? Because they chose to? That would render ethics completely subjective. If it's determined by in-group preferences, then it's completely subjective and there's no standard of superiority. So again, Jim Bob, what is the standard of superiority when you get to your turn that you're using if it's not something God said. And if it's not an objective standard, then it's completely arbitrary and subjective, and you have no basis to say anything's superior or inferior to anyone else. He said there's no morality.
He's doing the eye squint, like, what? How dare you use, how dare it? What? That's crazy. And it's like, yeah, dude, it's the argument you use against people all the time by saying if God's not real, you have no objective standard. And now he's just kind of using your own tactic against you. And it seems to be working phenomenally because you're running from attempting to prove the existence of God.
In reality, the idea that because I can't see or touch a relational concept means that the concept is non-existent, then friendship doesn't exist. Then boyfriend and girlfriends don't exist. What we observe in life are relationships. We see actions, human actions, and we conceptualize things like friendship, things like romantic relationships, things like a person, he liked that movie. I can't reach out and touch like. You said personhood can't exist without God. I can experience personhood firsthand by introspection. I can see that I'm a person. You said you kind of mock the idea that humans and animals are different because of reasoning. It's not just that humans and animals can think about things and problem solve. It's that human beings have a conceptual concept. Conceptual faculty. We form concepts. We think long range. We make choices in a way that animals do not. Now, I'm not even saying that there's not some nascent
the Jim Bob thing. It's like it's the feminine energy from him tonight is fucking off the charts. It's really fucking funny to watch him squirm.
Sort of morality that might exist in some of the higher animals. Maybe there is, and it just hasn't been discovered yet. I ultimately don't know. I'm not an expert on animal morality, but I do know that
tangent, right? I do think there might be some argument that some species of whale, to include dolphins, might be moral actors. We can't prove that they are as of yet, but the complexity of their language, I've seen the complexity of their language, which seems to suggest like a level of intellect. The fact that dolphins use a universal language that they sometimes switch to when they engage with other species of dolphin and other schools of dolphin when they like in their migratory patterns. And the thing that really got me was research studies showcasing dolphins that were trained on the concept of create a game. Right? They weren't trained on like a specific game. They were trained to understand, create a new game to play. And then the thing that they did is they took these dolphins after they had trained them with that concept and put them together and gave them both the command to create a game with each other. And they were capable of creating a game, not one that was taught to them, but one that they conceived of themselves with another dolphin. That level of thinking, I think, you know, like leads me to question, like I would say that like the Faroe Islands may be genocide at that point. Like we may be dealing with rational actors at that point, or moral actors. That is the best evidence I've seen of anything. Now, in terms of basically every other species on the planet, like mirror neurons is not good enough. Being able to interact in a mirror is not good enough. Being able to memorize fucking sign language is not good enough. Like their ability to communicate like gorillas and shit, it sucks. They're not really communicating complicated ideas. Like you have people come in and they'll try and like pretend that like a lot of the studies I've seen with monkeys, they're done poorly, and it's because like activist types end up doing a lot of these studies and they're trying to prove that they have cognition that they don't have, when really it's just pattern recognition and then repeating patterns because they recognize that they get food if they repeat the patterns. It's like saying are LLMs conscious because they're capable of, you know, getting us information, but it's a Chinese Chinese translation problem or the Chinese room problem. But the dolphins one is pretty like, ooh, that might actually be a fucking thing there. Yeah, Coco couldn't actually talk. It was just Pavlovian. Yeah.
That there's no animal on this planet other than us that can engage in propositional speech, that can engage in long-range planning, and that has freedom of the will. Those are huge distinctions between.
Yeah, and I, by and large, agree with him, but there is some evidence to suggest some species of whale / dolphin, which dolphins are a species of whale, may meet that criteria. But if they do, they meet it in a very, very minimal way, but they may meet that criteria.
Man and animals. He said that I claimed that reason gives you values. No, I never said that reasoning gives values. What I said is reason discovers values, that values are in the world. You can see that some things are good for living organisms and some things are bad. I said that the rational faculty of human beings, given that it's conceptual and volitional, is what gives rise to the subject of ethics. That's true. Because you have human beings that don't come into this world knowing what to do, knowing how to procure the things that are good for them, knowing how to avoid the things that are bad for them. And given that we have
ticky-tack. I'm just going to use 2 words and I'm not getting into it. At fucking 12:15 at night, 7 hours and 15 minutes into stream, because I want to at least get to closing statements. Argumentation ethics.
Have to plan long range. We need a code of values. We need to conceptualize and codify how we're going to live our lives long range. But before I stop this, I just want to make it very clear that throughout.
Yeah, but Priya, the difference between a moral actor is being able to act like, so to be a moral actor, you have to go, this is bad, and then this is good, and then justify those moral propositional claims, which, speech might be required to be able to communicate that to another person, but they might still be able to do it internally, right? But you're not just, you can't, you're not a moral actor if you just say eating fish is good, I like fish. Eating berries sucks because I don't like berries, right? You have to say like eating berries is bad, eating fish good, I like fish, right? What you would have to say is eating fish is good because it makes me feel better, and therefore I ought eat fish in lieu of eating berries. Like that's when you start getting into being able to be a moral actor, right? Is that you're not just making decisions based off of like feelings, but instead you're justifying with logic in your mind or communicating that logic to others, why you make one decision over another decision. I'm not saying dolphins are fucking moral actors. What I'm saying is I've seen enough evidence to suggest that there is a slim possibility that they are moral actors.
Entire discussion, Jim Bob has said that I have not provided a standard for superiority. I've provided it numerous times. Jim Bob has not provided a standard for superiority outside of what he thinks God commands. And that's why he has to prove God in order to justify that standard. If he cannot prove God, he has no objective for superiority. He has no standard for superiority. I mean, he simply is asserting it, which is why we end up with people prefer an in-group preference, and it can be argued and things of that nature. With that, I will concede the rest of my time and turn it over to Ali and Jim Bob for, I think this is his final 7 minutes, if I'm not mistaken.
You would be correct. Thank you, Michael. All right, Jim Bob, your final rebuttal starts now.
Okay, so when I ask him what's the standard, he says the standard is human value and determining what's better for humans. That doesn't tell me the standard for what determines what's better. It just shifts over the claim to the term better now, right? That's what's in question. It's better because it's better. How is it better?
That is not the claim. It's better for because it's better. What are you talking about? Jim, this is such code.
Better. Why is it better? What's the ruler for better? All Michael did in this entire debate is when I ask what's the standard such that you can look at objectivism and say this is a better ethical standard than Christianity.
I do kind of like the idea that dolphins are moral actors just so that we can engage in public execution of dolphins that rape. Because dolphins do rape, okay? And like, if they're moral actors, then that means that they're guilty of the crime of rape. And I just kind of want to see like a dolphin get wheeled in one of those, like those like cranes where they have like the blanket underneath them when they go from like one tank to another, and like wheel one out and be like, do you have any final words, as they put like a noose around a dolphin neck and be like, and then like hit the fucking rope and like, and the children are like, oh, not Shamu. Oh. Like, I don't know why, but that image is just funny to me.
He says, well, the standard is that reasons and human value are better for humans. That's all I heard. The word better with no ruler. Whereas I even used his own standard, his ambiguous, nebulous standard. And I pointed to, he said, I didn't provide any standard. No, I actually demonstrated that even without God being.
I just used his standard. No, you fucking didn't. You just claimed it would be better and that it would be Christian ethics. It wouldn't be Christian ethics.
Even true. I pointed to exact standards, the way of measuring. I told you on deontology, a set of people who call themselves Christians, isn't it better for humans to procreate? The answer is yes. Does objectivism have a moral obligation to procreate?
By what standard? You're not doing any internal critique. Like he's trying to do everything. Like he's trying to subvert the argument, but he's not. But he's just claiming he's not making claims that he did make, not dealing with those claims, and then not putting forward a positive position or his standards?
No. Do Christians have a moral obligation to procreate? Yes. Do Christians have a moral obligation to maintain families? Are families good or better for society, right, than a bunch of splintered individuals who don't work together? Yeah. Families demonstrate a practice in unity, in collaboration, in workability, in valuing other families, right? There's an in-group preference for that. Just the set of preferences that can be produced from Christianity is already superior to objectivism. So I've already listed.
If they are rational, self-interested values that are better, then the objectivists can adopt those. And if they are proven to be better, then the objectivists, by the own objectivist standard, ought adopt those. What you're doing is he's trying to do an internal critique of objectivist ethics, but he's failing at it so fucking bad that he's basically proving objectivist ethics and thinks he's like getting a dunk.
A couple things. Is it better for a group of people? There's two groups of people, right? One group of people believes they were made in the image of God and all human beings have dignity. That's a view. Even if that wasn't true, isn't it still better if people believe that than a group of people who didn't? Well, I'm sorry to say, but Michael's view, even though he claims humans have value, he can't tell you why. How is it they have value? Were they created with value? Did he just discover I'm more valuable than the animals? Well, there's no justification for him claiming that, where the Christian view does have a justification. We actually have a category of what is a human and what a category of everything else that's living creatures. That is why the world actually makes sense through a Christian paradigm. So
he gave you that justification. Like, what are you talking about? He literally just finished giving you that justification. Like, if you think that it's a bad justification, argue against the claim. But so far, Jim Bob is just asserting over and over and over again that he can't do anything and he's incapable of making an argument and he's not making arguments. And then Michael Leibowitz is like, well, again, here's my argument. Would you like to deal with the argument? And then he just goes, he can't do it. And then it's his turn again. He goes, he can't do it. He's incapable of doing it. He won't do it. He did the same shit to me. Like, he does this thing where, like, he just tells his audience over and over and over again that, like, the opponent is incapable of making an argument that they already made so that he doesn't have to make the argument. And I guess his audience is stupid enough to buy it.
So when he says, I've already given a standard, a ruler, he did not. He needs to now tell us all what better means, right? What does better mean? Well, I've just given one example that's superior. The fact that
I've given one example that's superior. You haven't justified it. You haven't, like, you won't justify God and you won't tell the metric how it is better. You just keep saying that it's better and he's giving you a value in a metric and then you keep saying that he's not doing that. Jim Bob isn't even debating at this point. He's just like lying. This is such a poor performance. This is the worst performance I've seen by Jim Bob. And I think it's because it's so bare and obvious because of the format where he doesn't have the ability to interrupt.
Christianity holds a position that human beings in their ontology, being made in the image of God, because they're gifts to the world, because they're made in the image of God, we ought value each other. We're made in each other's image, or made in God's image, and we share that with each other. From Michael's perspective, we're just different animals. We're just a different kind of animal. And you can't tell me the threshold, by the way. Let's say we go from a leech to a crab to a deer.
He literally gave you the threshold. He gave you the criterion. Like, what are you talking about? Now, I do think objectivism struggles with that criterion because they don't have a solid theory of rights. But like you're not engaging with that argument. You're not poking holes in the argument. You just keep claiming that he's not saying the things he's saying and hoping the audience doesn't notice that you have run like a cowardly bitch from every single argument he's made.
Deer to a bear to a dog, right? They all have some level of faculty and reasoning. They do small amounts of reasoning. And he says, well, no, humans have concepts about concepts, right? We have the ability to think about thoughts. This is like sort of like double reflective, right? We have thoughts, reactions, and we get.
Oh, there we go. There we go. He's going to try and summarize his position. Finally, fucking 50 minutes into the debate, he might actually attempt to deal with an argument.
To sit atop and view them and make value judgments on them. He's saying, I agree with him. That's distinct. That doesn't tell us why we ought to value humans. That's an is-ought fallacy, right? You got to read up on Hume. There's no way to hold an objectivist view, make a moral claim or an ethical claim about the world without completely violating everything Hume established. The more honest, rigorous empiricist. There's nothing in the world, by the way, out there called values. You'd have to prove by your own argumentation, Michael, that values exist. If you're going to say, well, you can't tell me Christian ethics is superior to another.
Okay, again, he's jumping right back into all metaphysical concepts require a God, but I don't require any evidence of that other than my own reason, and reason alone is not good enough for this. How do you not realize what an L that is?
Model, if you can't prove God exists, cool. You can't tell me your objectivist view on anything is true or superior if you can't tell me prove purpose exists. Where is it? Prove the mind exists. Prove personhood exists. Prove the laws of logic exist. What's the ontology and the mode of laws of logic, right?
He keeps telling him to prove things that he's made arguments for, and he's not dealing with the arguments that he's made for them. And he keeps going, okay, you prove it. And he's like, whoa, I don't have to prove anything. Mine's superior because be fruitful and multiply is a good value, right? So therefore we're superior.
You're the one appealing to reasoning. Where is reasoning in the world? It's all in your mind. Everything that Michael said tonight reduces to one thing: preferences. Okay, fine. Let's say God doesn't exist. Why ought a bunch of Christians find other Christians who share preferences and use whatever means possible for Christians to survive? Why not? You have no answer to this question. It's impossible to answer because you're stuck in an is-ought gap. You cannot bridge the gap. An empiricist cannot bridge the gap. A naturalist can't bridge the gap. And certainly an Ayn Rand fanboy, whoever you guys are in the chat, you know who you are, cannot bridge the gap.
So finally he gets to Hume's guillotine, right? And Hume's guillotine is a difficult thing to deal with. I'll be interested to see how Michael, from his perspective, deals with it. But again, how are you? What's yours? Where are you? Like, why ought people follow Christianity?
Objectivism is one of the most disgusting worldviews. Why? I'll finish with this. It permits all sorts of crazy shit in the name of, well, if it didn't violate anything, then fine, right? We could get into the social ramifications. You know, two brothers could actually get married and have a sexual romantic relationship under Michael's view. Is that good? Is that good? Is that a good ethical system? Someone could rent a cadaver under Michael's system. There would be no violation of personhood. That's just a sack of meat, right? They could just as well rent grandma's body out. Now, the reason I use these extreme examples is
because you're trying to, like, these extreme examples, like two dudes, an extreme example. Aren't you fucking disgusted with the pure evil in the world, guys? Fucking, like, under his system, dudes could kiss and do butt stuff. Isn't that the fucking most evil system ever? Under my system, we'll just take gay dudes and put them in the gulag. Aren't I fucking good? Like, fucking what? Like, I get that he's mostly talking to Christians, but he's like, isn't that an extreme example that fucking dudes fucking, like, you ever seen two dudes kissing? Oh, fucking the humanity. Isn't that evil? Why is it evil? Because fucking God says so. Oh, fuck. I slipped up and accidentally proved the point that I have no fucking metrics by which these things are bad.
For purpose. It's to draw out the logical consistency of his worldview. And his worldview and ethical paradigm
Hey, Bob, you got 1 minute.
permits all sorts of things, both alive and posthumous things. He can't tell me why any of these taboos would be wrong. They don't pervert anything. Anything you see in nature, you might as well be able to do. Right? But then he says, no, I'm special pleading for humanity. Humanity's different. Those animals, the lion tears the head off a zebra, right? It's fine.
He's not special pleading. He gave you his criterion. I think there are better ones, right? I'm not an objectivist. I'm an anarcho-objectivist. I think there are better ones. We have a theory of rights that I think is more grounded in logic and definitive and universalizable as opposed to general statements. But like, right? So like the preferences argument here is a strong one, right? It's sad that he made it all the way down at the beginning, but you have no, like, you've Jim Bob has run from substantiating his.
That's what they have to do to survive. But then when a human says, well, this is what I have to do to survive, what can Michael say to that? This is what we have to do to survive. We have a group of people that says, we need to take over neighboring tribes and take all their shit. And Michael goes, why? And we go, because that's how we survive and grow. That's our value system. We value growth and terrestrial gain. What are you going to say about it, objectivist? Nothing. You can't say anything.
What are you going to say about it, objectivist? You can't say anything. You've run from making any positive claims the entire time. And you're saying that yours is better because reasons. Like, you won't even say it's better because God. Like, you just like, he has nothing.
Okay, thank you, Jim Bob, and that is time. Do y'all still want to continue, or
no? I've got a girlfriend in the basement waiting for me to watch TV. So no, I can't.
Phrasing, Michael. Phrasing. I've got a girlfriend in the basement is such a yo. Phrase. Pause. Yo. What the fuck?
Can't go on much longer, but can I start my 5 minutes?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, first of all.
Yeah, but I'm still differentiating between, I guess I should call him a randroid, but I'm not trying to be that insulting.
I never said that the standard of superiority is human value. I said the standard is human life. Throughout this, Jim Bob has over and over again misrepresented what I've said. Like he claims that everything I've said comes down to preferences. No, I've never referred to preferences, not once. Jim Bob has referred to shared in-group preference, what his friends prefer, what some guy I don't know prefers. He preferred to preference, never proved God to validate his system, not once, never provided an objective standard to measure whether something's superior outside of his God. He assumes that we have to have commands in order to reproduce, which is just silly. He appealed to collectivism, to the collective human group as sort of...
He didn't say that, but like, yeah, he kind of did say that. We have to have commands. Like, dude, Michael Leibowitz needs to put his debate bro cap on because he's fucking up by not really hammering Made by Jim Bob on his fucking be fruitful and multiply comment. Like, it's closing statement, and this is when you should fucking hammer him and be like, what if the society is not able to is losing because the population replacement? What if the birth rates drop? Like, is it not God's will that we rape the women? Come on, buddy. It's not like people haven't used that justification in the past.
Reproduce, which is just silly. He appealed to collectivism, to the collective human group as sort of a standard of superiority. Hasn't demonstrated that. He tried to appeal to emotion and what grosses people out, claiming objectivists would countenance sex between brothers and all kinds of weirdo stuff that these guys are into. I don't know what their obsession is with incest and with weirdo stuff, sex with animals, but objectivism certainly doesn't countenance it. If you really want to have a debate about that, we can. As far as just going and raiding other territories, the objectivist ethics, one of the fundamental things that are considered evil is the initiation of force. You're talking about initiation of force. If we want to debate why initiating force is not good for me, is not good for my group, for my long-term best interest, that's an entirely different debate. But you ascribe to objectivism a bunch of positions.
It's not really an entirely different debate. Like I would say that it is a problem with Rand, the Randianism on display here is that it's not substantiated, and it is a preference. Right, it is an argument about preference because you're not objectively instantiating the non-aggression principle as a human right. Right, like the moment you engage in the initiation of force, you are engaged in performative contradiction, and you are no longer in the domain of ethics. You are now in the domain of the belief in the law of the jungle.
Positions that simply are not there, about taking over, about having sex with renting cadavers. No objectivist would ever countenance any of that shit. None. So basically, you wait.
Hold on. I've seen a lot of fucking objectivists supporting fucking wars and the horrors of war, especially when it comes to Israel. Okay, so the idea that fucking objectivists, no objectivists ever, or randroids, I should call them at this point, would support fucking one village going and raiding another village is, this is like, they're like, oh, they attacked me, so therefore all of them must die, is a very like Leonard Peikoff. And Leonard Peikoff has even said that, places like Iran, for example, by attempting to develop nuclear weapons is in and of itself a threat because they're not, because they don't believe in the non-aggression principle, and therefore we have the right to use as much force as necessary to go and invade Iran and start a war with Iran because they can't have access to nukes because their governmental system is an objectivist. Like, he's basically, so I mean, like, I wouldn't go so far as to say no fucking objectivist would countenance fucking the invasion of one territory over another.
Sex with renting cadavers. No objectivist would ever countenance any of that shit. None. So basically, you waited to the end to have an emotional appeal to bring in a bunch of garbage that's not true and ascribe it to objectivists when I simply don't have the time now to rebut it all. But throughout this debate, you've repeatedly stated things that I've said that I did not say, like I'm reasoning my morality from an axiom, that I'm depending on preferences, that I said superiority is based on human value. I never once claimed that humans have some special value outside of animals. What I argue for is why humans should value each other over animals. The bottom line is this: my standard of value, of ethical value, is human life. That which furthers human life, meaning my life. Humans are individuals. That which furthers my life long-term is the ethical. That's my standard. Jim Bob provided none outside of a God that he cannot prove exists. His only thing was to claim, well, it's good because we reproduce. It's good because we have a family. It's good because we don't have sex with cadavers. By the way, none of which he proved were wrong. Not one. He asserts them because he knows people accept them, but he did not prove them. And I'm going to bet he can't outside Magad says. But Magad says is not an argument unless you can prove there's a God. And with that, Thank you very much, Allie, for your time tonight. I appreciate it wholeheartedly. I would just ask anybody who's listened to this debate, go back through it. See how many times Jim Bob has misrepresented what I've said, how many straw men he's built up and not actually addressed the point, how he never actually provided a standard to judge outside of what his God said.
It'd be really fucking I feel like Jim Bob might just close with a tag argument. And like, that would be so fucking dirty. That would be so fucking dirty. Also, for the record, if you're going to do these, if Michael gets the opening, goes first, then Michael should have the closing and vice versa. It doesn't make sense to have the closing statement be Michael first, Jim Bob second, both times.
And every time he tried, it was reduced to my preferences. It was all subjective. Not one objective standard outside of God that he didn't even try to prove exists, because he can't prove that that God exists, and he can't prove that God is the God of Christianity. And by the way, even if that God does exist, what would make its arbitrary commands ethical? Isn't this the same God who commanded Job to be absolutely tortured? Is that ethical? Is that good? Was that a great thing? To test Abraham by suggesting that he sacrificed his only son? Is that a good guy? Is that ethical?
Those are both bad examples from the Bible. Like you can, like, there are examples from, like, you know, God's commandment to kill all the non-believers in, like, you know, so that they can settle in the promised land. Like, that's a good example. But in Job, he didn't command him to suffer. He commanded him. I mean, like, unless of course, you know, there's like a slavery aspect to commanding him to go to an enemy territory and, you know, and tell them to repent. And then they repented and, you know, in adorned sackcloth and ashes, right? Like he didn't like, God didn't command him, Jonah, to be swallowed by a whale. God commanded him to go somewhere, and then he disobeyed his command and tried to escape on the sea. And then they were, you know, accosted by storms and sea creatures. And then he told everybody, hey, this is my fault. And then they, you know, they kick him off the boat, and then he's swallowed by the sea creature. And then when he says, I'll do what God says to do, etc., then he leaves and he goes there. And then God explains to him through, you know, through a tree and branches, right, that like the world is his domain, and that, like, you know, just because he takes away something that he had previously given you doesn't necessarily mean that he is cruel or wrong by taking that thing away, because I was the thing that gave you that beneficial thing to begin with. You can argue with that, but like the command to suffer is like a weird argument. And what was the other fucking biblical example he gave? What was it? Fucking
thing to test Abraham by suggesting that he sacrificed his only son.
Yeah, Abraham sacrificing his son. Again, like the apologists would argue that he never intended for him to actually sacrifice his son, because he stopped him anyways, and he has perfect knowledge, right? The real thing is that he, you know, is testing his faith. I mean, it's kind of abusive, you know, like, but I just feel like there are better examples, like, you know, the commandments of genocide, you know.
Son? Is that a good guy? Is that ethical to play games like that? Is the God that supposedly sacrificed his own son on a cross, is that ethical? By what standard? With that, I'm done. Go ahead, Allie.
No problem, Michael, and thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right, Jim Bob, the floor is yours.
Yeah, Michael said something there in his closing that really just ends his entire worldview. He said, what is good is what's valuable to me, my survival. Okay, well, if my survival is important to me, then it's totally moral for me, long-term, he said, long-term survival. It's totally fine for me to raid and pillage other people and get their resources and food for my survival. Go back just 2 minutes. He said, what's valuable to me, what's moral to me is my long-term survival. Mine, he said, individual, he said. This is why individualism is so rancid, because his own moral system permits doing anything you can, as so long as it's justified in long-term survival. I'm sorry, Michael, but people can raid other people. People can take people prisoner. People can take people's food and their weapons and their clothing and everything they work for. And you could just say, well, I saw it on a debate. Michael said, as long as it's for long-term survival of you, the individual, and what you value, which is your own life. You just permitted a bunch of shit, dude, that basically the world of atrocities that we've seen in the past are basically derivative of, which is an individual has a thought. They either take it upon themselves.
Yes, objectivism. Objectivism is the means by which wars in the worlds of it was never Christians that fucking invade and use Christianity as a means of acting in, like, there's never been like a crusade or, you know, like some Christian nation using, you know, the Pope's permission to go invade another Christian nation. That's never happened. Religion has never been like like a part of a conflict and war or anything like that. It's been this like individual preferences of a system that's against aggression is definitely that's the thing that really fucking justifies war.
To take what they want and they justify it through survival, right? That's what your model is. And you're saying that's the superior ethical model. I already gave you examples. Okay, is it ethical from the objectivist view to eat my daughter if she dies in the woods, so long as I survive? Okay, how about this? What if I value the flourishing of humanity such that we multiply, right?
Again, that's a weird example, right? So your daughter's dead and you're in the woods and you're going to starve to death. And he's like, ooh, I got a real good gotcha. What if you eat her so that you don't starve to death? I don't think anybody wants to eat their daughter, right? But like the assumption that is just on its face obviously wrong is like feels to me to be a weird fucking assumption. He does the same thing with like dudes being gay. He's just like, can you even fucking imagine a world where gay people are together? Like the fucking, like the, oh my God, the horror. And it's like, can you imagine what would happen if somebody was stranded and their daughter died and now all they have is meat in front of them? Wouldn't you be the greatest height of evil? Donner party of 3, 2, 1. Yeah, you know what I mean? It's like, I'm not saying it's good to eat people, but like in the circumstance that you gave, yeah, I do think that it would be like it disgusts me, so it must make it a moral. It's literally just like, yeah, it's like a disgust mechanism. It is interesting that he's presumably appealing to a conservative audience. And he's like, this is why individualism is so evil and we need the collectivism. It's like, okay, socialist.
Okay, how about this? What if I value the flourishing of humanity such that we multiply, right? I value myself, and because I value myself, I value my descendants, my future descendants. Well, so long as it secures my own person, right? My biology, as long as it secures my biology, which is a piece of me, that actually allows me, under your view, to take women prisoners and do what I will, so long as it basically preserves my seed, right?
That's the exact opposite. Oh my God. I kept saying that he should turn that argument on Jim Bob. And now Jim Bob has turned that on him somehow. It makes zero logical sense whatsoever because you're the one that says that it is a moral duty and obligation to fucking to go forth and multiply. And you give no basis for rights violations or anything like that. Now you're the one trying to act like the objectivist is pro-rape.
That's my existence, right? That's my life in the future, living on. So the reason he couldn't grasp
now it's a mystical. Now my seed is my life in the future. Now he just added this. Now he's claiming that individualism is actually a lineage thing. So my seed is my life on into the future, and so by your logic, we can rape women. This is, dude. Oh my God, Jim Bob, this is like the worst debate I've ever seen from Jim Bob. I totally understand why he blocked him and doesn't want to engage with him anymore. He got absolutely fucking bodied. And it's like just destroyed.
And deal with the cadaver situation is no, a Christian can look at that, because if you had sex with a cadaver from a Christian view, you're actually perverting what sex is under a Christian view. It's a perversion. So under a Christian view, you could actually say it's wrong because it's a perversion of something that God gave us.
You can say it's wrong under objectivism too, dude. Like it's not in your rational self-interest and your purpose and self-worth to fuck corpses. Like that moral intuition that you have that it's wrong, he's now trying to use that as a cudgel against objectivism by claiming that objectivism is nothing but personal preference. Except that isn't the argument that they're making. I mean, it is a system of preference, but the preference is instantiated by what is in one's rational self-interest, right? So if I'm eating at McDonald's might be a personal preference. It's a hedonistic pleasure to eat at McDonald's. But as Michael Liebowitz said multiple times, if it's not good for the thriving of your life in the long term, then it is a poor value that is against your rational self-interest and is proving to be an immoral decision that shows a lack of self-worth and a lack of purpose and meaning. So when you go and you stuff your face with McDonald's constantly and become a fat fuck like me, like you're damaging your body. So just because you have a personal preference for McDonald's because you really like chicken nuggies, the objectivist argument is that is against your rational self-interest. Like he has turned rational self-interest and the logic that goes with it into arguing against leftist humanists that only talk about happiness scales. Like this isn't a utilitarian calculus about what makes one happy. This is a calculus about what is beneficial for the thriving of your life.
With a certain order to how he gave it to us. And there are certain ways that you divert from that. And we call that perverse, right? We actually have a model that you can go away from. Going away from it is what we call sin and perversion. Objectivism has no perversion. There is no model to go away from. There's nothing wrong with a cadaver.
Again, this is just a lie. There is a model to go away from, which is actions that are irresponsible for your long-term interests and your long-term interests of thriving. And so it is not in anyone's long-term interests of thriving to fuck cadavers. It just isn't. So this would be an immoral action by objectivist standards.
The posthumous cadaver sex. It doesn't violate. You're not using
objectivist precept wins again. Again, he's running scared from making any positive claim.
Aggression on anyone. They don't exist anymore. It's a body. It's literally a body. So the reason he basically said these people are obsessed with this, right? This is how they say it. They say it's we're obsessed with it, so they don't have to deal with answering the question, right? He said no objectivist would be okay with this. I didn't ask if they'd be okay with it. Under the ethical system of objectivism, there's nothing wrong with it. I don't care if
yes, there is.
You got an ick factor. Under the Christian view, there is something wrong with it. Under the Christian view, there is. Under the objectivist view, there isn't. Same thing with the brotherly love, right? The two brothers in an apartment, romantic relationship. Sorry, he also said this, by the way. This guy says initiating force is evil. Notice how he doesn't tell us why it's evil. How is it evil? He just makes assertions and doesn't justify them. Why is initiating force evil?
He did give evidence for it. I think it's bad evidence, and I think it's the weakness of objectivism. Or I should say, Randism, right? Because I think anarcho-objectivism is the logical conclusion of objectivism grounded in logic. But he did give an argument. It was a poor argument, but you're not going to deal with that argument because it seems like Jim Bob lacks the capacity to deal with the most simplistic of arguments. And instead, he just claims that the people never made arguments. He just rewrites history throughout the debate constantly.
Okay, it's cool. So if I stop my son from going into the road, am I not initiating force and violating his will? So based on Michael's ethical system, that's wrong. Stopping people from harming themselves is immoral.
Yeah. So high time preference activities in moderation become low time preference, right? Because if I only eat at McDonald's once a month or once every 2 months because I'm like in a rush or I'm in an emergency, right? Like let's say like I haven't had anything to eat and I should eat something, but I just don't have time to go get a home cooked meal. I have things to do. It is in my rational self-interest in that moment to eat McDonald's that one time, even though there's like bad stuff or whatever, in the food, because in my long-term, in moderation, it is in my long-term interest to give me a little bit of fun, having some chicken nuggets, reward myself, get something to eat. So at least I have something to fuel my body and then continue going on throughout the day. Right. So, but if you're engaging in eating McDonald's all of the time to the point that it is affecting your lifespan and affecting your ability to think because you're not getting, nutrient dense food, and it is, affecting your, slowing you down and making you fat and taking years off of your life, then that's against your rational self-interest. But like it is context dependent, so there wouldn't be anything wrong with it's. Again, it's very similar to the example that Jim Bob gave of like, if you're starving to death and you have a corpse in front of you, eating that corpse, it's not in your rational self-interest to eat corpses for fun, right? But if the choices are two anti-life positions, right? The choice is either eat a cadaver or starve to death and die, and you're not committing aggression, right? Then he is right that the objectivist position is that you ought, extend your life. You ought eat that corpse in that moment because that's the only way for you to live and to continue on. But he's using the concept of cannibalism to be like, see, they're cannibals, and it's stupid.
Moral. Under Michael's ethical system. And he's here tonight to tell me and the rest of you guys that his objectivist standard of ethics is superior to Christianity. And I've listed about 5 atrocious things that under his own view would be totally permissible and totally consistent, and he can't tell me why they're not consistent. So instead, he has to call us obsessed with these. Well, sorry, Michael, we purposely develop these hypotheticals because we know it tests your logical consistency, and there's two things that can happen. Either a person bites the bullet or they get squirrely, and we know which one you did tonight.
Calling him squirrely is fucking wild. That is peak projection. I'm not going into the Q&A, boys. It's fucking just almost 1 o'clock in the morning, but that was fun. But yeah, Jim Bob calling somebody else squirrely is like, that's like fucking insane. Couldn't live with myself after that, so I'd prefer to die with a clear conscience. Yeah, I mean, that is like, they use that example when they argues, like, I think the example most objectivists use, or the one that I've heard the most is that your daughter is drowning in a river and you don't know how to swim. So the choice is either an attempt to, like, this is the harder one. If Jim Bob had done any research on objectivism, as opposed to just like not debating at all and just kind of like making assertions and lying, then he would see that objectivists actually make a harder one when they're debating with each other, right? And so the choice between two anti-life positions that I hear often is your daughter is drowning in a river and she doesn't know how to swim. You also don't know how to swim. But there is a chance that if you jump into the river, that you'll both die. But there's also a better chance that you'll be able to save your daughter's life. Like, which do you choose under objectivist philosophy? And the answer is that these are two anti-life positions. Like, you would not want, like for all intents and purposes, the psychological harm of not going into the water and letting your daughter drown because you were like, would be an anti-life position, as would jumping in the water and drowning yourself in the hopes that you can throw your water to shore so that she lives with no father and you're obviously dead. And so it's like, the objectivist position is like, when you're faced between two anti-life positions, what do you choose? Like, that is the question that I often hear. And like, I feel like that is a much better example that Jim Bob could have used, as opposed to this concept of like, will you eat a corpse if you're starving to death? And it's like, yeah. Like, what do you mean? Yes. If I'm starving to death, I'll eat a corpse. I'm not going to murder someone so I can get meat so I can live. You know what I mean? But the one he gave is so weak and so obvious. Like, it's like, I think he thinks it's a big dub because his audience is full of a bunch of Christians that are like, evil, witchcraft, burn the witch. He ate the corpse so that he wouldn't starve to death. It's like, it's weird. It's like, yeah, dude, fucking reach, throw, row, go. Yeah, I mean, it's a trolley cart problem in a way, right? Like, both choices are bad. This is one of those situations where I think people even objectivists tend to jump into, like, when you're forced between two anti-life positions. I think it's much like the trolley car problem. I think it's when people start reverting to virtue ethicism. They say that they don't, but I think they do. Like, if we're honest about ourselves in that moment. You know what I mean? They do what they think is most heroic. What they want to be. You could always call for help or something. Yeah, but like, now you're breaking out of the thought experiment. Test her to see if she floats like a duck. Yeah, that would be the Christian ethicist position, right? The Christian ethicist says, throw her in the water to test to see if she floats, and if she sinks, she's not a witch. Stop the trolley, you fool. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the virtue ethicist answer, right? Is to do everything you can to stop the trolley. evolutionary capitalism really does love to just posit shit and then just not deal with counter arguments. It's so funny, dude. I'm wondering, like, what kind of, like, dude, I feel like it would be such a good case study. You know what I mean? Like, it's hard to tell with, like, just text online, like, what kind of mental health problems people have. But, like, it's one of those things too where, like, you know it when you see it. Like, you can obviously tell that evolutionary capitalism - utilitarianism. You can almost tell from the name, right? But you can tell from the way that he acts that, like, it's very clearly a mentally unstable person. But it's like I almost want to see him, you know what I mean? Like get to know him more, like in reality, you know, like not through like text words on a screen. Just like figure out how that ticks. Ad hom is that's like the first time you've ever fucking responded to my argument instead of just like making 7 more unconnected arguments. Like, yeah, dude, I'm not. It's not an ad hom. I'm not reading you and being like, actually, you're wrong because you're ugly or whatever. I'm just making fun of you because you're crazy. Evolutionary capitalism, no, you won't. I've dealt with you before. The only thing you got so butthurt last time is like you were trying to like cancel me from interviews because I was trying to get interviews on Twitter, and you were like, this guy's a liar, and he banned me because he's a liar, and here's all the lies he tells, and like you like went on a fucking crusade to try and keep me from getting interviews and like try and shut down the show because you were mad because I didn't want to deal with your shit anymore. Like, fucking, would you think, like, you have the most recognizable behavior and name ever. Like, you thought if you, like, popped back up a year later, I wouldn't remember you? Like, fucking, I have no interest in debating or talking to you. I'm just kind of making fun of you now. And then talking to the audience about this because it's you know, it's interesting. Must live a life of confession? What? I missed something. But it was fun. I should be back tomorrow. Let me see what fucking time this debate is so I can fucking remember. What the fuck is this shit? 7:30 p.m. CST. What fucking time is that in my time? Is that 1 hour or 2 hour difference? Okay, so it's 1 hour, so that should be 8:30 p.m. my time. So I'll probably start streaming like 6:30. Probably around 6:30. Gives 2 hours to like fuck around and, you know, talk about games and culture and shit like that, and then we'll get into the debate. I asked one AI on what Evo capitalism, utilitarian, blah, blah, blah. It's just not true capitalism, basically. What? I don't fucking know. What are you debating tomorrow? So it's not a debate. It's a panel with, I mean, I guess it could turn into a debate. But it's Admiral Gibbs, Grid Motorsports, Lactoid, Rob Noor, and Pentuple. It's kind of like a right-wing panel on the Elon and Trump breakup and the president's report card so far. Yeah, hosted by Gibbs. Should be fun. Doesn't say how long it is, so I don't know if it's like an hour or 2 hours or what. And like when he said like, hey, I'm going to grab mostly right-wingers to talk about this, I was like, that sounds fun. I never get an opportunity to really argue against right-wingers, but so much. It's because it's like there's 2 retards in a room every time I go on a panel, and like the lefty is like so much further from the truth that I end up like teaming up with the right against that person. Yo, dude's still trying to deal with it. Like, put some balloons and blow them up underneath your... It's like, make a flotation device. I can't swim. I always carry my floaties with me. That's funny. All right, but it's like I said, it's like fucking 1 o'clock in the morning now. It's exactly 1 o'clock. Love you guys. Appreciate you guys being here. Join the Discord if you want to get notifications for like when the stream goes live. Like, share, subscribe, click the notification bell. But again, you're only going to get the notifications if you join the Discord. Follow me on Twitter. All links in the description. I always appreciate super chats and memberships. You get some cool emotes with the memberships and stuff. But again, if anybody knows anybody that wants to do some light editing or something, or help me out in that regard, maybe we can work something out. Or if you guys just want to clip the stream and put them in stream clips in the Discord, that would help me make YouTube shorts and help grow the channel. I appreciate all the help you guys do, and I'll see you tomorrow if you're here. And if not, I gotta figure out whether or not I'm gonna be streaming Saturday for fun, for shits and giggles with on a Tyler show or not. I don't know. I may do it. I may not. We'll see. See how I feel tomorrow.